Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Death of Darkness by Dianne Duvall. Narrated by Kirsten Potter. Author's Note. Dear reader, Seth's character has been with me for a very long time. He first appeared in A Sorceress of His Own, which, despite its later release, actually predated my Immortal Guardians series. My curiosity about who he was and why he was different played a large role in driving me to create the Immortal Guardians series. I have wanted to tell his story ever since that first appearance, and have received more requests for his book than for any other characters. That he resonates with so many of you means more to me than you know. Many Immortal Guardians fans have expressed their concern that Seth's book might end the series. Rest assured, it will not. As some of you have no doubt seen me say online, I'm having way too much fun with these characters to give them up, and there are quite a few immortals who are still fervently hoping I will tell their tale. Thank you so much for your interest. I hope you will enjoy Seth's story. Dianne Duvall. Chapter 1. Seth sensed a presence behind him and turned. A woman stared up at him. Her light brown hair fell several inches past slender shoulders in a thick mass bereft of curls. Her pretty face, free of makeup, boasted a short, pert nose and full, pink lips that drew and held his gaze. Clear lip balm coated them, keeping them temptingly soft and carrying the scent of coconuts to him. Though her lips turned up in a smile, her hazel eyes remained somber, conveying an emotion Seth couldn't identify. She reached her arms out to someone he didn't see, then drew Adira to her chest. The beautiful toddler went trustingly, bouncing in the woman's arms and giving her a big grin, but the toddler's joy soon faded as she met the woman's gaze. Her bright green eyes solemn, Adira rested a hand on the woman's cheek and acquired a look of concentration that Seth had come to associate with her reading someone. The tiny child bore many gifts. He still wasn't sure whether she examined the other person's thoughts during these moments or read their emotions, like Stanislav and Bastian. Perhaps she perused their past the way Bastian's sister Catherine could by touching objects. Or did she try to glimpse their future, like Dana? Whatever Adira saw in the woman kept the grin from returning to her plump face. Seth returned his gaze to the woman, who no longer smiled. Who was she? She turned her gaze up to meet his, and Seth found he couldn't look away. There was something about her, something... Skillet's monster abruptly blared. Adira and the woman both looked around as though seeking the source of the music. Seth jerked awake and stared up at the ceiling, but the image of the woman in his dream was slow to fade. She seemed familiar in some way, as if he had met her before, but he could find no memory of her. Who was she, and why had she been holding Adira? When the music continued, he slid the cell phone on the bedside table, an irritated look. Resignation slithered through him as he grabbed it. Yes? Seth! A relieved American male voice blurted with relief. Shit! Metal clanged in the background. A clatter followed, most likely from the phone on the other end falling to the ground. Seth glanced at the clock as he rose, fully clothed, from the bed. 20 minutes of sleep. He supposed it was better than nothing, but damn, he was tired. I might have bitten off more than I can chew, Seth admitted, his voice distanced, confirming Seth's guess that he had dropped the phone. More clanging ensued. Someone howled in pain. I could really use your... Grabbing his katanas, Seth teleported to NCCU's campus, where Sean, one of the youngest Immortal Guardians currently stationed in North Carolina, was fighting 5 vampires. Help! Sean finished. A beep sounded. Relief filled his blood-streaked face as he swung at 2 vampires in front of him, then spun to block the attack of 3 more behind him. "Watch the phone, asshole! Watch the phone!" he shouted. The vampire in front of him looked down at the cell phone that lay in the grass at his feet. Sneering, he raised his foot to stomp on it. The move cost him his head. Amusement sifting through him, Seth swiftly dispatched 3 of the remaining vampires, while Sean took out the last. As soon as his opponent fell, Sean bent and retrieved his phone, then grinned in triumph. "Ha! Not a scratch on it." Seth shook his head. "Why are you hunting alone?" Sean's look turned sheepish as he wiped blood off the device and tucked it into an inner pocket of his long coat. "Do you want my answer or the one my second would give you?" "Your second. Nicole is an excellent judge of character." Seth walked around the corpses at their feet, studying each slack face intently before the peculiar symbiotic virus that inhabited the vampires could distort their features by devouring their hosts from the inside out in a desperate bid to continue living. Sean's shoulders slumped. "Because I'm hard-headed?" Seth would have laughed if he weren't so concerned. These were dangerous times. He had already lost 2 Immortal Guardians in recent years. He didn't want to lose another. "Was I unclear in my instructions?" Sean shifted his feet. "No." Bending, he began to retrieve his swords and daggers. Seth had heard more than one Immortal Guardian grumble that he sometimes made them feel like children being upbraided by a parent. That was how Sean appeared now. Seth was the self-proclaimed leader of the Immortal Guardians, the oldest and most powerful amongst them, and David, Seth's second-in-command, had reminded him not long ago that they all viewed him as a father figure, so he couldn't help the authoritative tone he sometimes took. "Until we locate and defeat Gershom," he said, "none of you should hunt alone." Sean wiped the blood from each blade before he returned them to sheaths inside his coat. "I know. And yet here you are, hunting alone." Seth cleaned his own weapons before sheathing them. "Why?" The younger man shook his head. "It's going to sound lame." "I'm sure it will." Sean laughed, his countenance lightening as some of the tension in his posture eased. "Krista hunted and killed psychotic vampires for 7 years before she met Etienne." "Not without your help," Seth reminded him. "Some help I was," he muttered, his amusement dying. He and his sister Krista, like all Immortal Guardians, had been born gifted ones. The advanced DNA they hadn't known they possessed had lent them both special abilities. Sean could heal with his hands, Krista could see auras. And while Krista had always believed her gift useless when compared to her brothers, it had ultimately enabled her to become the only mortal in history to successfully hunt and slay vampires without immortal aid and live to tell the tale. Vampires' auras shifted before they did, enabling her to anticipate their movements and giving her a way to battle the vampires, who moved so swiftly they appeared but a blur to mortals, on a more equal footing. Sean had lacked that edge and had not fared well in battle the few times he and Krista had hunted together before their transformations, so his role in eradicating the vampire menace had been reduced to letting Krista do the fighting while he waited to heal whatever wounds she incurred. Seth shook his head. "She couldn't have slain as many vampires as she did had you not enabled her to live to fight another day. I know your past." He had thoroughly examined the man's thoughts and memories before allowing Etienne to transform him. "You saved her life countless times, so she could go out the next night and risk it again while I sat on my ass in the car and studied instead of fighting by her side." He had been a med student at Duke University when the Immortal Guardians disrupted their lives. "I know how much it ate you up inside," Seth told the younger man softly, having to sit on the sidelines. "And now you're telling me I can't hunt without a babysitter." The vampires' bodies shriveled up like mummies as the virus infecting them, the same that infected immortals, continued to do its work. Their bloody clothing began to flatten out as their bodies sank in on themselves. "You don't need a babysitter," Seth countered. "Bastion needs a babysitter." Seemingly against his will, Sean smiled. "Don't let him hear you say that. He thinks Richard was there to guard him because the other immortals all wanted him dead." "There was that, too," Seth admitted, but my primary purpose in assigning Richard to hunt with him was to keep him in check. The immortal black sheep was forever getting into trouble. The only reason I wish you to hunt in pairs now is to ensure your safety as well as that of your hunting partner. You know the dangers we currently face. Yes, but Gershom has the sedative, the only one that could knock an immortal out instantly and leave him or her completely vulnerable. I know, and we believe he is raising his own army of immortals. I know. And yet you hunt alone with not even your second as backup to call me if you're tranked. Why? He sighed. The married couples are already paired up. Krista hunts with Etienne, Aidan hunts with Dana, Zach with Lizette, Roland with Sarah, and Ethan with Heather. Bastian has been guarding network headquarters and hanging out with Melanie and the vampires. The network currently housed 7 vampires who had surrendered to the Immortals, hoping doctors like Melanie could prevent them from losing their sanity. Marcus is afraid to leave Amy's side and only hunts in brief spurts now. That's understandable, considering she nearly died right in front of him. Absolutely, and he's there to keep Adira and Michael safe. Seth saw where this was going. You could hunt with Jared. Almost as old as Seth, Jared had only recently joined their ranks. Sean grimaced. I did, for a while, but... Seth arched a brow in question. Sean threw up his hands. The man won't stop talking. Seth fought a laugh. I mean, he is obsessed with movies. Because he spent thousands of years refraining from interacting with humans. Movies and books were the only glimpse he had into their lives and world. Except when he had been monitoring Seth and his Immortal Guardians. And he asks so many questions. Seth shrugged. He is curious about this life he was not allowed to explore before. But some of those questions are way too personal for my liking. Well, wouldn't you be interested in learning more if you were his age and had refrained from sexual activity all your life? Yes, but why doesn't he just put himself out there and start dating? Sobering, Seth pointed an imperious finger at him. Don't you dare put that idea in his head. I have enough chaos in my life. I don't need Jared's dating to muck it up anymore. Sean winced. I might have already mentioned it to him. More than once. Seth loosed a beleaguered sigh. Of course you did. Sorry. You'll just have to hunt with Chalk or Imhotep then. Both are elders and so powerful I've been allowing them to hunt alone. I'm sure neither would mind partnering with you. He grimaced. Those guys are the antithesis of Jared. They're too quiet, sometimes eerily so. Seth regarded him with exasperation. Then hunt with your sister and Etienne. Sean sighed in defeat. Do I have to? It's not a punishment, Sean. It's for your safety. Fine. But only if you tell Etienne to stop talking dirty to her telepathically when I'm around. Seth shook his head, feeling like the father figure they all considered him. Etienne, he called telepathically. Yes, the French immortal responded. Stop talking dirty to Krista telepathically when her brother is around. A laugh filtered through his head. Seriously? Yes. I've told Sean I want him to hunt with you two, and he's chafing over needing what he considers a babysitter. Don't exacerbate things by making him feel uncomfortable. It makes him uncomfortable? He asked with surprise. Are you saying it doesn't make you uncomfortable when Zach gets handsy with Lizette in your presence? Ugh, you're right. I'll stop. Seth turned to Sean. It's done. Sean's eyebrows shot up. Really? Yes. Thanks. He motioned to what was left of the vampires at their feet. I take it none of these were immortals? I thought the guy in the green shirt kind of looked like one of the missing gifted ones, and he had brown eyes that glowed amber. Almost all immortals did. No, but thank you for calling me. I would still like to capture, rather than kill, the immortals under Gershom's control. The bastard had kidnapped and transformed a dozen gifted ones. Seth could only assume the worst, that he intended to pit them against Seth's Immortal Guardians and inflict as much damage as possible before he used them to kickstart Armageddon. Gershom wanted to watch the world burn, and was doing everything he could think of to make that happen. But he harbored a baffling hatred toward Seth at the same time, and had struck some heavy blows since embarking upon his quest. Sean began to collect the vampire's fallen weapons. I don't have Ethan's picture-perfect recall, so if I see even the slightest resemblance, I figure I should call you. I appreciate that. Seth motioned to the empty clothing at their feet. Can you take care of this on your own? Sean shook his head. I need to call Rorden and have him send over a cleanup crew. I want to make sure none of the security cameras caught anything. Chris Rorden was the head of the East Coast Division of the human network that aided Immortal Guardians. Seth nodded. He didn't know how Chris and the network did it, but they could work miracles when it came to keeping anything related to Immortal Guardians, vampires, or gifted ones from reaching humans. Chris had once even managed to completely quash an incident that took place in Times Square. There seemed to be little he and his techno-wizards couldn't do. The woman from Seth's dream strolled to the forefront of his mind. Tilting his head, Seth studied Sean thoughtfully. If anyone could tell him who the woman was, it would be Chris. What? Sean asked. Nothing. You just gave me an idea. Go ahead and call Rorden. Do you want me to wait until the crew arrives? No, I've got this. Nodding, Seth teleported to the study in David's home. David's second, Darnell, sat at his desk typing on a laptop. A beep sounded in his pocket. Hi, Seth, he said without looking up. Seth's mood darkened. Chris's techno-wizards had come up with a device all immortals and their seconds could carry in their pockets that would beep once whenever Seth was near them. Chris had said the alarms were linked in some way to a coin-sized object Chris asked Seth to always keep with him. No other copies of the coin existed, and the developer who had created the coin had allowed Seth to erase knowledge of it from his memory, so Gershom couldn't duplicate it. Since Gershom could shapeshift and had impersonated Seth in the past, it was the only way most of them could tell Seth was himself when he appeared, and not Gershom. It infuriated him that such was necessary. Darnell glanced at him over the laptop. It's only until we defeat Gershom. Don't let it upset you. He shook his head. I think Chris is right. About what? You've been spending too much time with David and me. Our paranormal who's-he-what's-it, as he calls it, is beginning to wear off on you. Darnell laughed and leaned back in his chair. Anything I can help you with? I need paper and a pencil. Rising, Darnell strolled past Seth to Amy's desk. Sounds like Chris's who's-he-what's-it is starting to wear off on you. Seth smiled. Though Chris was a technological genius, the man carried a stubby No. 2 pencil and a small notebook around with him everywhere he went, and preferred to jot things down the old-fashioned way when ideas came to him. Maybe so. The overhead light glinted on Darnell's shaved brown head as he bent and opened a drawer. Stacks of paper resided therein. How much do you need? Just a sheet. After retrieving the paper, Darnell closed the drawer and drew a regular pencil out of a can full of multicolored ones on top of the desk. Footsteps approached in the hallway. Sheldon, Richart's young second, poked his head in. Hey, Darnell, where did Roland end up coming down on letting Michael play with weapons? Was he for it or against it? Darnell handed the paper and pencil to Seth, then headed for the doorway. Are they sharp or dull? Dull, Sheldon answered, stepping back to let Darnell pass. Or dull-ish? Both men left Seth's sight. I mean, it'll still hurt if he pokes himself in the eye, but the blade won't cut him. Seth shook his head and let their voices fall away as he set the piece of paper on the desk. Leaning down, he sketched the woman from his dream at preternatural speeds. It was a good likeness, resembling her almost as well as a black-and-white photograph would. He studied her. She was pretty, not in a glamorous, perfectly coiffed, expertly made-up Hollywood kind of way, but in a fresh-faced, girl-next-door kind of way. Again he felt that odd sense of familiarity, as if he had seen her before, outside of the dream, but he couldn't recall when or where, nor could he erase her from his thoughts. Setting the pencil down, he drew out his cell phone and dialed Chris Rorden's number. "Rorden," Chris answered absently. "It's Seth. I need a moment of your time." "Sure, I'm in my office. Let me turn off the alarm." A slight pause ensued. "Okay, you're good." Seth pocketed his phone and teleported to Chris's office. A beep sounded. Seated behind his massive desk, Chris nodded a greeting, then tapped a key on his computer. After network headquarters had been breached by a certain Immortal Guardian bent on mischief 2 or 3 years earlier, Chris had installed a security feature that would sound an alarm any time someone teleported into the building. Rising, the blonde strolled around his desk and approached Seth. "What can I do for you?" "Do any of your contacts have access to facial recognition databases?" "Yes." Chris had fostered relationships with individuals in just about every law enforcement and government agency there was, including those swathed in secrecy, in his quest to provide Immortal Guardians with all they needed. "If you give them a picture, can they use it to identify a person?" "Many times, yes." "Can they do it with a drawing?" Depends on how good the drawing is." "It's good." He said it factually, not boastfully. Seth had been sketching people for thousands of years. He had long since perfected the craft. He handed Chris the drawing. Chris turned away. His chin lowered as he examined the picture on his way back to his desk. "I'll get this to them immediately and—" Halting, he swung around and held up the paper. "Actually, I don't have to. I know who this woman is." Surprise coursed through Seth. "You do?" "Yeah. Leah Summerson. She owns Little Gifts, Amy's favorite shop. She sells children's clothing and toys, baby stuff, too. Amy takes Adira there fairly often because Leah has story time twice a week to entertain the kids while their parents shop." His lips turned up in a half-smile. "And to advertise the books she sells, no doubt." Leah Summerson. He now had a name to place with the face, but it didn't sound familiar. "What do you know of her?" Shrugging, Chris leaned back against his desk. "She's originally from Colorado, a widow, no kids, lives alone above her shop. Total workaholic, and she's never had any affiliations with mercenaries or anyone else who could raise a red flag." "So you've looked into her background?" "As soon as Amy started taking Adira to Little Gifts." It proved yet again that Chris thought of everything when it came to ensuring the safety of the Immortal Guardians and those who worked with them. "I found nothing suspicious." "Why? Did something happen?" Seth shook his head. "I had a dream in which she was holding Adira. And you want to ensure it wasn't a warning?" "Something like that." He did have prophetic dreams on occasion. "But I was sleeping at David's place, so it was probably just Adira's dream infiltrating mine since she knows her." "Probably," Chris agreed, then nodded toward a nearby doorway. Seth followed him into a large conference room dominated by a very long, sleek table with dozens of chairs pulled up to it. "But," Chris said as soon as he closed the door, though sound from the rest of the building was escorted in via hidden speakers, nothing inside this room could be heard outside it. "But," Seth queried, "Gershom has proven to be a wily bastard, and he has used people as his puppets in the past. You're thinking of Dr. Wetzman." Gershom was nearly as powerful as Seth, his gifts as numerous and varied. One of those gifts, unfortunately, was telepathy that was so strong he could compel others to do his bidding, as he had with Dr. Wetzman, a researcher here at the network, with grim results. "Yes, not that he has to do that anymore," Chris added. "We know now that Gershom has become incredibly adept at shape-shifting. If he can fool an immortal who has known you for 3,000 years into believing he's you, I doubt he would have any difficulty posing as the proprietress of Little Gifts. Who would know it wasn't her?" "Amy would," Seth murmured. Amy could detect and identify the unique energy signature every individual possessed, something even Seth couldn't do. She would know in a heartbeat if Gershom impersonated the woman. "True." Seth sighed. This was what it had come to. This was what Gershom had wrought with his perfidy. Amy couldn't even take Adira shopping without Seth worrying that the woman who owned the shop wasn't who she appeared to be. "Is there any action you'd like me to take?" Chris asked. "No, it's probably nothing. Just a dream. A dream that could possibly foreshadow the future? Or a dream manifested by Adira's subconscious after a recent visit to the store?" Chris shook his head. "Fucking Gershom. We have to get that bastard, Seth. I'm tired of suspecting every one of everything." Guilt once more assailed Seth over not having accomplished that feat yet, as am I. Skillet's monster rang out from his pocket. Sighing, he answered his phone. "Yes?" "Seth!" a male cried. "It's Caleb! I could use your help!" Seth looked at Chris. "I'm needed in Canada." Chris nodded. Seth teleported to Toronto. A beep sounded. Caleb, a relatively young immortal at 300 years old, was fighting 7 vampires. Drawing his katanas, Seth effortlessly ended the life of a vampire intent on hamstringing Caleb, then remained at his back while the 2 of them worked together to dispatch the rest. When the last vampire fell, Caleb turned to him with a smile. "Thank you," Seth nodded. "Why are you hunting alone?" Caleb held up both hands, which were bloody fists still curled around the hilts of his sais. "I'm not." The sound of someone approaching at preternatural speeds reached Seth's ears. Multiple someones. His frown deepening, he whirled in that direction and raised his katanas. A blurred form raced toward him and skidded to a stop beyond his reach. "He wasn't hunting alone," Gerard declared breathlessly with a faint French accent. "I was hunting with him. I took off chasing 3 vampires who tried to flee, but they led me into an ambush and—" "Duck!" Seth ordered. Gerard ducked. Seth leapt past him and swung his weapons at the 6 vampires lunging toward Gerard's back. Far swifter and stronger, Seth struck every target without receiving so much as a scratch in return, opening arteries and severing limbs. Blood slapped him in the face and splattered his clothing. Sputtering in disgust, he stopped. 6 bodies dropped to the ground around him. Seth looked down at the blood that painted him. Well, shit. Gerard and Caleb laughed, then grinned unrepentantly when he tossed them a disgruntled scowl. Grumbling under his breath, Seth retrieved a clean handkerchief from his back pocket and wiped his blades clean before sheathing them. He would have swabbed some of the blood from his face, but couldn't find a clean spot on the cloth. Caleb stepped forward and offered him a handkerchief. "Here." "Thank you." Seth diligently applied it to his face and neck. "Next time, stay together. The vampires fleeing the scene could have led you into something worse than an ambush." Gerard nodded. "We will." Skillet's monster blared from Seth's pocket. Handing Caleb the handkerchief, Seth answered the phone. "Seth, necesito ayuda!" Seth glanced at the Canadian immortals. "Leo needs me in Mexico." He teleported away before they could respond. Leo's second had suffered serious wounds while coming to his aid and was bleeding out. Seth healed him with a touch and teleported both to the network headquarters in Mexico City. An immortal in Seattle required Seth's aid next. Then more calls came in, summoning him to New Zealand, Venezuela, Colombia, French Polynesia, Brazil, Hawaii, Argentina. He slew more vampires, he healed Immortal Guardians who had been gravely wounded, and through it all, his mind kept returning to the drawing in his pocket and the woman it portrayed. Leah Summerson. Why did her pretty yet somber face inspire this dueling sense of familiarity and unfamiliarity? Had he seen her before? Perhaps long enough ago that he'd forgotten? Waving Javier over, Seth gently clasped the arm that hung limply at the immortal's side and raised it enough to give him a better grasp on the shoulder wound. Javier grunted in pain, his jaw clenching. Seth's hand heated as he healed the wound, stopping the outpouring of blood and sealing the deep gash. Javier's muscles relaxed. "Gracias." Smiling, Seth patted his back. "De nada." He looked over at Javier's hunting companion. "Oliver?" Oliver crossed to him and stood still while Seth healed the head wound he'd suffered. Gracias. Seth waved his thanks away and stepped back. Glancing down, he grimaced at the wealth of blood that saturated his clothing and painted his skin. He should take a moment to change. Bidding the others good hunting, he teleported to his bedroom in David's home and headed into the bathroom, where the clothing he doffed would be less likely to stain the floor. He kicked off his boots first and wiggled his toes. Thousands of years, and he still hated wearing shoes. Shucking his pants, he tossed them in the laundry hamper Darnell kept in there for him. His coat, shirt, and boxers followed. The coat might need to be replaced. It had taken a beating in recent months. It was probably time he sent it to the network, where employees would clean it, mend the tears, and donate it to a homeless shelter, along with the other clothing discarded by Immortal Guardians. He started for the shower, then swore. Facing the sink, he quickly washed his hands, dried them, and returned to the hamper. A moment later, he dug the drawing of Leah out of his coat pocket and unfolded it. Not a speck of blood marred it. He stared at her image for a full minute, then folded the paper once more and set it aside. Reaching into the large shower, he turned the faucet. Water pounded tile. Steam began to rise as he stepped in and closed the glass door. A long sigh escaped him as he stepped beneath the hard spray. The ceilings and shower fixtures in all of David's and Seth's homes were higher than normal, so he didn't have to duck to fit his 6'8" form beneath the showerhead. Fatigue pummeled him, a constant annoyance. As always, Seth pushed it aside. He didn't know what Gersham's game plan was this time, but it seemed to have begun with simply wreaking fucking havoc by dramatically increasing the vampire population worldwide. There were only so many Immortal Guardians sprinkled around the globe who could fight to keep vampires from preying upon humans. When the vampires' numbers overwhelmed those immortals, they called Seth in to take up the slack. And he had been taking up a lot of slack lately. Though he would have liked to linger beneath the hot water, Seth lathered up and rinsed at preternatural speeds. Stepping out, he dried off just as quickly. It only took a few seconds to don his usual black cargo pants, black shirt, and his spare black coat. Grumbling a bit, he slid his big feet back into his worn boots and pocketed his cell phone. Miraculously, it hadn't rung the whole time he was showering, so maybe he'd have time to look in on Amy and Adira before he was called away again. After giving the drawing of Leah another long look, he tucked it in his back pocket, opened his bedroom door, and stepped out into the hallway. Thumps and thuds carried up the staircase from the basement. Darnell must be sparring with the other seconds, keeping their skills sharp for whatever battle they would face next. Seth strode along the hallway, heading for the living room. "Hi, Seth," a female voice called as he passed David's study. He stopped. A smile dawned as he backtracked and peered through the doorway. His adopted daughter, Amy, sat on the floor, playing with her daughter, Adira. Her husband, Marcus, a British immortal who was over 800 years old, sat cross-legged beside her. An impressive structure comprised of stacked wooden blocks of various shapes and sizes rose between the three of them. Adira turned toward the doorway, a block clutched in one plump hand. Her adorable little face lit up. "Baba!" Jumping up, the toddler raced forward. His heart lightening, Seth bent and scooped her into his arms. "Hello, sweetheart. How's my girl tonight?" Instead of responding verbally, she sent him a slew of mental images of the things she'd done that day. "Been having fun, have you?" She nodded with a big grin, setting her bright orange curls to bouncing. The front door opened. Seth glanced over as David entered and closed the door behind him. David nodded to him. "Amy said she wanted to see me. Did she summon you as well?" His deep voice carried a hint of an Egyptian accent. "No, I just dropped in for a shower." Adira bounced in his arms and held her free hand out to David. "Abaya, Abaya!" David smiled. "Hello, Poppet. Did you miss me?" "Yes," she declared, as if months, not hours, had passed since she'd last seen him. Stopping beside Seth, David clasped her hand and brought it to his lips for a kiss. "You've had a busy day, I see." She nodded. Seth gave David a quick once-over. His clothing, nearly identical to Seth's, bore no rips or wet splotches. His dark-as-midnight skin appeared unscathed, and his pencil-thin dreadlocks were still neatly tied back at the base of his neck, falling in a thick mass to his hips. Good. Whatever had called him away must have left him unharmed. "Hi, David," Amy called. "Would you two join us for a minute?" "Of course," David agreed. Seth followed him into the study, only then noticing Zack sprawled on one of the sofas. "What are you doing here?" As ancient as Seth, Zack jerked a thumb over one shoulder. "I go where she goes." Lizette's head suddenly popped up from behind the sofa. "Found it!" she called with a smile as she held up a cylindrical block. "Hi, Seth." He nodded. "Lisette?" The pretty French immortal rounded the sofa and dropped the block on the floor beside the others. When Amy rose and approached Seth, Lisette moved to stand behind her. Both appeared to have something on their minds. Seth arched a brow. "What's up?" Amy caught and held his gaze. "You need a break." Lisette nodded. "And we're here to ensure you take one." Seth frowned. "No, I don't. I'm fine." "Bullshit," Zack commented. "You're exhausted." Marcus scowled at the elder. "Damn it, Zack, watch your language." Amy sighed. "Marcus, honey." "What?" He winced. "Oh, right. Sorry, sweetling. Don't say damn it, Adira." "Okay, Daddy," Adira promised with a sweet smile as she reached over and toyed with one of David's dreadlocks. David's lips twitched. Amy returned her attention to Seth. "You need rest." "I don't have time," he told her honestly. "Well, if you won't rest, you'll at least take a break from the constant problem-solving and life-saving," Amy declared, her chin thrusting forward. "Zack has agreed to field your calls for a couple of hours." Seth looked at Zack. Zack shrugged. "Lisette can talk me into doing just about anything." Lisette winked. "You bet I can." Seth returned his focus to Amy. "And what will I be doing while Zack is alternately annoying and terrorizing any Immortal Guardian who calls me for help?" "Adira needs some new clothes. Most of hers are stained from playing in Sarah's garden." He stared at her. "So you want me to relax by going shopping?" Zack tried and failed to stifle a laugh. Seth cut him a glare. "Yes," Amy responded. "Why don't you and Marcus take her?" As much as he'd love to spend some downtime with Adira, he needed to keep looking for Gershom and the gifted ones he'd transformed. Amy's gaze slid away as she looked to one side, then the other, up at the ceiling, down at the floor. "Because I need to stay here and train the seconds while Darnell redirects your calls. And Marcus wants to hunt tonight." Amusement rose. Amy was a terrible liar. Lisette leaned to one side behind her and caught Seth's eye. "Don't," she ordered telepathically as she narrowed her eyes. "Don't what?" "Don't ask Amy why she and Marcus aren't taking her themselves. They need some alone time, and she's too embarrassed to tell you." Seth glanced over the women's heads at Marcus, whose gaze was firmly fixed on Amy's ass. His face reflected blatant longing. "Do you know how long it's been since the two of them have made love?" Lisette asked, drawing his gaze once more. "No," and he didn't care to. Amy really was like a daughter to him, so he was content to remain oblivious to certain aspects of her marriage. "You know Adira hasn't wanted to let her mommy out of her sight since Gershom hurt her." Seth ground his teeth. The bastard had slit Amy's throat while Amy held Adira in her arms. "Most days she still sleeps between them in their bed when they retire," Lisette continued. "So take Adira shopping and let them have a couple of hours together. Spend some time with your granddaughter and do something frivolous. You really could use a break from your duties. I know you better than you think." Thanks to Zack. Seth eyed the women thoughtfully. They might have actually given him an opportunity to personally appease his curiosity regarding the mysterious Leah Summerson. He glanced at David. "Did you catch all that?" "Yes." "Do you want to come?" His eyebrows rose. "Really? Don't you want me to help Zach field your calls?" "No, I've something else in mind." "All right." Seth smiled at Amy. "Okay, we'll take her shopping." Her face lit with a grin. "Thank you." Amy was only 5 feet tall, so when she rose onto her toes, Seth still had to lean down so she could kiss his cheek. "You're the best." She handed him a slip of paper. "Here's the address of Little Gifts, our favorite store. You three have fun." Seth nodded. He would inform David of their other agenda on the way there and finally determine why he couldn't stop thinking about Leah. Chapter 2. Leah lifted one of the large boxes that had been delivered earlier onto the table in the back room and grabbed her box cutter. A bell sounded out front. "Holy hell!" Brittany murmured from behind her. "I think I'm in love." Leah smiled. "You know that's like the 3rd or 4th time you've said that today, right?" "I know," the 25-year-old said, "but this time I may actually mean it." Leah shook her head as she applied the utility knife to the box before her. "Wow, you've got to come look at this guy. Seriously, he is freaking hot." The bell above the door at the front of the shop dinged again. "Okay, now I'm a two-timing bitch," Brittany declared, "because another guy just walked in, and I'm totally in love with him, too." Leah laughed. "You need to get laid." "I do. I really do. It's been forever." She shook her head. "I'm almost afraid to ask, how long is forever to you?" Brittany cast her a sheepish smile. 3 months? Leah sighed. "Damn, you make me feel old." The younger woman grinned and returned her attention to the monitor. "Seriously, you've got to come over here and take a look at these guys. They are unbelievably hot." Sighing, Leah crossed to stand beside Brittany. "Wow," she parroted as she stared at the screen. "They really are gorgeous." One of the men bore beautiful skin as dark as night and had to be at least 6.5 feet tall. Long, thin dreadlocks were drawn back at the nape of his neck and fell to his hips. His features were as flawless as his skin, his build that of a professional athlete. Broad shoulders, slender hips, a thickly muscled chest. She'd guess his arms and legs were equally muscled, but they were mostly concealed by a long black coat. His companion stepped up beside him, and Leah's breath caught. He was an inch or two taller than the first man, with skin that held a nice tan. He, too, boasted broad shoulders and a muscular build. His black hair was tied back, much like the other man's, and fell past his waist. And his features were striking, particularly when he smiled down at the toddler he held in his arms. Damn it, why are the good guys always taken? She blinked, surprised when the thought flitted through her mind. She wasn't looking for a man. Why would it matter if he was taken? "Look at that beautiful bone structure," Brittany murmured. "I bet he's from Africa. The other guy kind of reminds me of the Italian exchange student I dated last year, but older. That's it, I'm going out there." Leah reached out and caught her arm when Brittany started forward. "No, you're not." "Oh, come on. Both those guys look totally doable, and I haven't had sex in ages. I call dibs on the African guy." "Would you keep your damn voice down?" Leah hissed. "Sheesh." Okay. If you want the African guy, I'll take the other one." "He's holding a baby." "I don't care. I need sex, and I'm guessing those guys can really deliver." "Well, too bad. I'm finally operating in the black, and the last thing I need is for you to go out there and spark a sexual harassment lawsuit. Stay here and finish unpacking the merchandise." "Spoil sport," Brittany grumbled. Ignoring her, Leah handed her the utility knife and strolled out into the store. Both men looked up as she entered. "Hi," she greeted them brightly. "How are you tonight?" Both returned her smile. "We're well, thank you," the taller one replied in what she thought might be a British accent. "And you?" She shrugged. Can't complain. Is it still raining? Just a drizzle, his dark companion offered. I'm Leah. She held her hand out to the black man, whose features and accent made her wonder if Brittany might be right, and he was indeed from Africa. Welcome to my establishment. Thank you. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm David. Instead of shaking her hand, he bowed over it and brought it to his lips for a kiss. Oh! Leah suddenly felt as flustered as a teenaged wallflower who had just been approached by the coolest boy in school. The other man shifted the slumbering baby in his arms and did the same, clasping her hand in his much larger one and bringing it to his lips for a kiss. I'm Seth. It's nice to meet you, Leah. Her heartbeat picked up. It's nice to meet you, too, she managed to squeeze out. Why was she so flustered? As soon as he released her hand, she pressed it to one of her hot cheeks. I'm blushing, aren't I? His smile broadened. Yes. Charmingly, David added. The heat in her face intensified. Don't say that. You'll only make it worse. They laughed. That's the first time a man has ever kissed my hand, she confided. Shameful, David declared. A travesty, Seth agreed with a grin. Leah laughed, really liking these guys. Why don't I take your coats and hang them up for you? I keep it pretty warm in here for the little ones who run around in diapers and bare feet. They exchanged a glance, then shrugged. Leah moved to stand behind David, admiring his dreadlocks as he shrugged out of his coat. I know you probably hear this a lot, she murmured, reaching up to grip his collar and tug the coat down his thickly muscled arms. But you have beautiful hair. And how cool was it to have to reach up to help him? Leah was 5'10", so there weren't many men she had to look up to like this. Thank you. She stepped away long enough to hang his coat on the coat rack near the register. Do women drive you crazy, asking if they can touch it all the time? As she returned, David reached out and took the toddler from his friend. His brown eyes twinkled with amusement. No, most women find me a bit intimidating. She winked. Shameful, but it's their loss. Both men chuckled. The toddler stirred and buried her face in David's neck. Leah turned to Seth and motioned for him to give her his back. Again, he exchanged a glance with David. What was he thinking? Seth started to peel off his coat. Just as she had with David, Leah reached up and helped him remove it. Her fingers brushed the back of his neck as she reached for the collar to give it a tug, leaving a slight tingling in their wake. When he turned around to face her, Seth found her staring at his ponytail. Wow, your hair is beautiful, too. Surprised, he smiled. Thank you. When was the last time a woman had paid him a compliment? Not the blatantly sexual, I want to do you kind, but a simple, genuine one. He couldn't remember. Leah sent them both a wry smile. I suddenly feel the need to run out and buy better shampoo and conditioner, along with a slew of curling irons. I assure you there's no need, he told her. You have lovely hair. She really did. Thick and straight, it shone beneath the overhead lights as it fell down her back almost to her waist. You're just trying to get me to blush again, she quipped, turning away. Seth chuckled again and met David's gaze as she left them to hang up his coat. She's not at all intimidated by us, is she? He commented telepathically. Not a bit, David agreed. It's a refreshing change. It really was. Even people who didn't know they were immortal seemed to sense their power, and more often than not gave them a wide berth. Are you reading her thoughts? Seth asked him. He had described his dream to David on the way over, mentioning his and Chris's concerns. Yes, I haven't found anything suspicious. No signs of mind control by Gershom or such. That was a relief. The dream must have been what he had hoped, just Adira's infiltrating his own. So what can I help you with tonight? Leah asked as she returned. Or would you prefer that I leave you alone to browse? I won't be offended if you don't want company. Seth retrieved the list Amy had pressed into his hand before they'd left. It was a pretty lengthy one. I think we'll just browse if you'll point us in the direction of toddler clothing. Sure, it's right over there by the dressing rooms. Girls on the right, boys on the left, gender neutral in the middle. Thank you. Let me know if you need anything. She crossed to a clothing rack on wheels located near the back of the shop. Drawing it forward, she stopped, removed some pants from it, and inserted them into one of the floor racks, then moved on to do the same at the next one. Seth's gaze lingered on her for a moment. She was tall, a little less than a foot shorter than his 6'8" frame, and slender, with full breasts and hips that formed an appealing hourglass shape. She had a natural beauty that was unclouded by makeup, and he again felt that odd sense of familiarity, as if he'd seen her before. Not in his dream, somewhere else, but he still could unearth no memory of her. Tearing his eyes away so she wouldn't catch him staring, he meandered through the clothing racks with David until they reached the designated area. A sea of pink, purple, and white fabric decorated one side, blue, gray, and black dominated the other. Green and yellow grew in the middle. So many racks surrounded them, and he knew nothing about buying clothing for toddlers. "What are we looking for?" David asked. Seth consulted the list in his hand. "The first item is—" He frowned. "Does this say skirts or shorts?" He held out the paper. David frowned down at it. "It looks like it says skorts." "What the hell is a skort?" Feminine laughter sounded behind them. Low and warm, it made him smile before he even looked over and found Leah regarding them with good-natured amusement. "A skort is a skirt with shorts attached." Setting the pants she held aside, she joined them and motioned to a rack a few yards away. "See?" Choosing a purple skirt with pink and white polka dots, she held it up, then lifted the hem to show them the shorts sewn beneath. This way the girls can wear skirts to the playground without flashing their panties or diapers when they're on the slide, that sort of thing. Seth took the proffered garment. "That's actually quite clever." David agreed, and Leah returned to her sorting. Seth and David picked out several skorts in the size Amy had designated and moved on to the pants, then the dresses. Seth retrieved a basket from the front of the store and deposited his load in it. Leah continued to distribute articles of clothing to this rack or that, though she said nothing more, leaving them to their murmuring and perusing. He was very aware of her movements, every glance she sent their way, every twitch of her lips when they said something that amused her. "What's next?" David asked. "Sleepwear. I heard Sarah tell Roland to make sure he bought organic sleepwear, something about flame retardants." Flame retardants? Seth looked at Leah. Smiling, she pointed to a rack beside her. "The organic sleepwear is over here. I also have some sleepwear there." She pointed to a rack beyond it. "That isn't made from organic fabrics, but doesn't contain the flame retardants. Just look for the yellow tag that says it isn't flame-resistant and should be close-fitting." "Thank you." They crossed the racks she recommended. Seth had to admit, Amy was right. While he didn't feel right shopping while so much danger lurked in the Immortal Guardians' world, it did succeed in taking his mind off things and provided him with a bit of a mental break. He couldn't fume over Gersham's determination to launch Armageddon when he was concentrating on what Adira would be comfortable in, what would look cute on her, and what wouldn't make Marcus declare all children's clothing designers pedophiles because he thought the skorts and skirts inappropriately short. While he considered a pair of pajamas with a giraffe printed on them, he became aware of Leah moving closer. Plastic and metal clicked and clacked as she placed more hangers on the rack behind him. The clacking stopped. The store quieted. He paused. Leah stood behind him and to one side. He heard her heartbeat close by, smelled her strawberry-scented shampoo and her lip balm, which carried the same aroma of coconuts as it had in his dream. From the corner of his eye he saw her take a large but deliberately casual step forward to stand between him and David. Looking at neither of them, she clasped her hands behind her back and just stood there. A faint smile lit her pretty face as she rocked forward and backward the slightest bit on her toes, turning her head one way and then the other as though she were merely passing the time while waiting for a bus to arrive. She even nodded, as though she'd been carrying on an internal conversation and drawn a conclusion that pleased her. Seth looked over her head at David. "What is she doing?" David shook his head, appearing equally puzzled. "I have no idea." "Are you still reading her thoughts?" "No. Are you?" "No." It was something else from which he dearly needed to take a break. His search for Gershom and the newly transformed immortals the bastard held had required him to perform a great deal of mind-reading in recent months. He had wanted to enjoy a little peace and quiet for a change, and had opted to leave the mind-reading to David tonight. Leah chose that moment to look up at him. Seth arched a brow. "Afraid we intend to pocket some of the merchandise?" Laughing, she offered him another smile. "No, I'm sorry, I couldn't resist. I just wanted to see what it was like." He shared another quizzical glance with David. What is like?" She shrugged. "Being short. When I was in high school, I always envied the petite girls. You know, the ones who were only an inch or so above 5 feet and never had to worry about being rebuffed by guys who were shorter than they were." Seth stared at her, perplexed. "Guys rebuffed you for being taller than they were?" She really was quite lovely. He would have thought the boys would have been vigorously competing for her attention. "Oh yeah, quite a few times," she told him. "Why?" David asked. "You'd think they'd like being shorter than you." Seth nodded. "It would put their faces right at breast level." "Exactly," she said with a grin. "That's what I thought, too. But that ended up not being the case, at all. So I've always wondered what it would be like to be one of those tiny women who always has to look up at the men around them." Seth raised his eyebrows. "And?" She grinned. "I like it. I haven't felt this small since I was 13. Both men chuckled. "You would love the rest of our family then," David told her as he held up a pajama set to examine. "Every male is over 6 feet tall." She nudged him with her elbow. "You shouldn't have told me that. Now I'm going to crash your family reunions." Seth smiled as she retrieved her rolling garment rack and moved on. "I like her," David said. "I do too," he admitted. He'd smiled more in the past 15 minutes than he had in... Well, it had been a while. Adira could always make him smile. Amy could, too. But Leah seemed to have a unique talent for eliciting full-blown grins. Probably because she really didn't seem intimidated by him. That was rare. Very rare. Hell, immortal men and women he had known for hundreds, if not thousands of years still maintained a certain reserved distance when dealing with him, and that included Lizette, upon whose sofa he had sprawled while trying to catch a few minutes of downtime. Her husband, Zach, was as old as Seth and nearly as powerful, but Lizette had never completely shed that hint of distance, that deference or respect that had always been present when she interacted with him. There were very clear lines she wouldn't cross. "I see now why Marcus is convinced all children's clothing designers are pedophiles," David grumbled. Seth looked over and found David holding up a small nightgown that was cut more like a woman's. Again, Leah laughed, drawing his gaze. "I've heard many a daddy say the same." Then her brow furrowed. "Wait, did you say Marcus?" David glanced at her. "Yes." Leaning to one side, she studied Adira's hair, as though hoping she could glimpse the toddler's features. Her gaze then settled upon Seth. "You said your name is Seth?" "Yes." Her eyebrows rose. "You're the Seth?" Seth cast David an uncertain glance as suspicion rose. "I'm not sure what you mean by that. Did Amy mention me?" "No." The surprise in her eyes gave way to amusement as her lips twitched. "Sheldon did, usually in sentences that begin with, 'Seth would kick my butt if—'" He laughed. Leah strolled over to join them once more. "I didn't realize that was Adira." Seth nodded. "She's our granddaughter. Amy is our adopted daughter." "Oh." she responded, and the single syllable conveyed something that sounded almost like disappointment. Had he said something wrong? David caught his eye. She thinks we're gay, and she's attracted to you, hence the disappointment. Seth's eyebrows flew up again as he regarded Leah with surprise. We're not gay. She wagged an index finger back and forth between them. You two aren't a couple? No, David and I are as close as brothers. When we found Amy, we discovered she had lost her own family. We welcomed her into ours. Adira stirred. Seth reached out and took Adira from David, settling her against his chest. Though I didn't officially adopt her, Amy is like a daughter to me. To us both, really. And Adira is like your granddaughter, she said, smiling when Adira sleepily opened her eyes and gave Leah a glance. Okay, that makes more sense, because you do not look old enough to be a grandfather, neither one of you. You don't even look old enough to be Amy's father. I'm older than I look, he admitted. Leaning toward him, she said in a conspiratorial whisper, I wish I could say the same, but I'm pretty sure I look my age. Adira straightened in Seth's arms and stared at Leah. Hi there, cutie, Leah said and waggled her fingers. Her cheeks plumping with a big grin, Adira thrust her arms out and lunged toward Leah. Eyes widening, Leah hurried to catch Adira, inadvertently trapping Seth's arm between the toddler and her breasts. Oh, you gotta give me a little warning before you do that, sweetie, she said in a laugh. I'm sorry. Seth wasn't sure if he should retrieve Adira or relinquish her and extricate his arm. Shall I take her back? No, it's okay, Leah responded with a good-natured smile. She likes to sit in my lap when Amy brings her to story time, so she knows me. Let me just... here, how's that? She held Adira slightly away from her body so Seth could slide his arm out. Behind her, David's face creased with a grin while Seth tried to minimize contact with her as he withdrew his arm. But she had lovely, full breasts and hadn't left him much space. Really? David asked telepathically, his dark eyes twinkling with amusement. Trying to cop a feel at your age. Seth shook his head. You've been spending too much time with Sheldon. David's laughter filled his head. She really did have beautiful breasts, though. Seth was surprised to feel another tingle of awareness slither through him. Adira giggled and bounced in Leah's arms. I'm excited to see you, too, Leah said. Suddenly, male voices began to sing rhythmic doos to the accompaniment of piano and drums in the sprightly tune, I've Got My Love to Keep Me Warm. Brow furrowing, David reached into his back pocket and withdrew his cell phone. He shared a concerned look with Seth. Zach was supposed to be fielding their calls, so this wouldn't be good. Yes, David answered. Sorry to interrupt your downtime, Darnell said without preamble, but Edward has been wounded pretty badly in Norfolk. Seth's preternaturally sharp hearing allowed him to hear both sides of the conversation. How badly? David asked. He nearly lost an arm. It's still attached, but even with blood infusions, it'll probably take at least a day for the virus to mend vessels, ligaments, muscle, and bone enough to take the edge off his pain. Zach had to teleport to Chile. Vampires were overwhelming 2 immortals there, and I've sent 3 more calls his way since. Aiden had to teleport to Ontario for the same reason. Both immortals were powerful healers as well as teleporters. David frowned. I assume Aiden took Dana with him. Yes, and Roland and Sarah were both injured earlier, so I'm thinking Roland shouldn't do any more healing tonight. If he did, Seth knew Edward's wound would open on Roland's body. Such always happened when younger immortals pushed their healing gift too far, and Roland was only 9.5 centuries old, give or take a decade. All right, David said, I'm on my way. Seth sighed mentally. So much for getting some downtime. I'll do it, he told David telepathically. David shook his head as he pocketed the phone. No, you won't. You really do need a break. Leah smiled. I love the Mills brothers. It's so cool that you listen to them. I think it's a shame that so many kids today refuse to listen to music produced before they were born. They're really missing out on some great stuff. I agree. David said with a smile, then caught Seth's eye. She thinks we're a mere 28 or 30 years old to her 46. Another twinkle of amusement entered his dark brown gaze. And that you're very handsome. I'm afraid I have to leave. Something has arisen that requires my immediate attention. But it has been a pleasure meeting you, Leah. A pleasure meeting you, too. Seth caught David's eye. Call me if you need me. Nodding, David crossed the store, grabbed his coat off the coat rack, then slipped outside. Adira squirmed in Leah's arms, wanting down. Leah lowered her until her little sneaker-clad feet touched the floor. Adira toddled away, patting the garments that brushed her head and shoulders. Straightening, Leah watched her for a moment, then turned back to Seth. I guess I'll get back to work. Was that disappointment he felt upon hearing her words? He really was enjoying her company. Adira turned around and toddled back. Grasping Leah's fingers, she reached out, took Seth's hand, and placed Leah's in it. Seth instinctively curled his fingers around Leah's. Satisfied, Adira turned and toddled off once more. Oh, Leah said with a surprised chuckle. Well, maybe not. Seth was surprised, too. What was Adira thinking? He glanced at Leah. Should he apologize? Sorry about that. No worries, she said with another charming smile. Raising their clasped hands, she turned them so his was on top and slid her free hand over it. Ooh, look how big your hand is. How many times had he heard Tracy or one of the other mortal women he frequently encountered think, ooh, look how big his hands are. You know what they say, big hands, big feet, big package, in much the same tone as Leah's. Seth couldn't help it. He barked out a laugh. Leah's eyes widened. Wait, I didn't mean that the way it sounded. It sounded as if you like that my hands are so big. She flushed. I do, but I didn't mean it like you think. How do I think you mean it? He asked with exaggerated innocence. Face red, she laughed. Stop making me blush. I just meant I like that you're so big. Not just your hands, but all over. Again, her eyes widened. I mean, not all over, but... Laughing, he took pity on her. It's all right. I understood what you meant the first time. Smiling, she squinted up at him. You like to tease, don't you? Guilty as charged. Many immortals did. It helped lighten what could otherwise be a dark existence. She caressed his hand again, sending little tingles through it. My hand actually looks small in yours. That's so cool. It did, and the sensations her soft touch inspired unnerved him a bit. His pulse even picked up. Seth eyed her curiously. You really dislike your size so much? He thought it a shame. She was a beautiful woman. Shrugging, she released his hand and let hers fall to her sides. When someone gives you a complex in high school, it tends to stick with you. Adira reappeared as if by magic. Taking Leah's hand, she again placed it in Seth's, then moved away. The two looked at each other and smiled. Leah nodded after Adira. Maybe she's hoping I'll distract you, so she can take her time looking over the toys she plans to coax you into buying before you leave. Seth winked. Or maybe she just heard you say you like my big hands. She laughed. Damn, he was handsome, Leah thought. Funny, too, and his long fingers twining through hers felt really good. Maybe too good. She hadn't held a man's hand in almost a decade. She'd forgotten how nice it could be, how such a simple touch could speed her pulse, as it did now. That surprised the hell out of her. Seth released her hand, and she thought he seemed almost as reluctant as she to sever the contact. But surely she was mistaken. A man with his astonishing good looks would not suffer a dearth of female attention. Women probably touched him all the time. How weird was it that she envied them? Adira returned. Taking Leah's hand, she again placed it in Seth's and held them together for a moment, as if to say, I want you to hold hands. Seriously, is it that difficult for you to understand?" As the adorable little redhead left them once more, Leah met Seth's gaze. He had nice eyes, so dark a brown they were almost black. "I'm sorry," he said with a baffled shake of his head. "She's never done this before." "That's okay, no need to apologize. I think it's cute." She watched Adira meander through the racks until she stood before the wall of toys behind Leah's storytime bench. "Looks like I was right," she told Seth with a grin. "Apparently so." "Well," she shrugged, "I'm up for taking a break from work and don't mind holding a handsome man's hand while doing so. Why don't I help you knock out that list of yours?" He smiled. "Sounds good, particularly since I haven't held a beautiful woman's hand in a long time." "I find that very hard to believe, and I know I'm not beautiful, but I'll let you get away with saying it because it's good for my ego." He laughed. She even liked his laugh, so deep and rumbly she could almost feel it. As they worked their way through the racks, comparing nightgowns and dresses for Adira, he slid his thumb back and forth across the back of her hand in an absent caress. When she made him laugh, he squeezed her hand. His brown eyes twinkled, and his lips stretched in an appealing grin, flashing straight white teeth. He made her laugh, too, with his penchant for teasing. Leah didn't think she had ever had so much fun helping a customer find what he wanted. She didn't even realize, until they had found everything on his list, that he and Adira had stayed 20 minutes past closing time. Leah couldn't have cared less. Smiling up at him, she nodded toward Adira. "Shall we see what toys she's picked out?" He nodded. Still holding hands, they weaved their way through the racks to stand beside the toddler. "See anything you want, Puppet?" Seth asked, his deep voice full of affection. Leah waited for Adira to start pointing to a multiple of toys. She had seen a lot of battles erupt between parent and child when the child wanted more toys than the parent wished to purchase. Adira crossed to the substantial section of stuffed animals and chose a buffalo. A large smile wreathing her face, she returned and stared up at Seth. Still holding Leah's hand, he knelt in front of his granddaughter. "That's a handsome fellow." He drew his free hand down over its back. "So soft. Did you know that some bison are taller than I am?" Adira's eyes widened as she shook her head. Smiling, Seth rose. "I'll have to take you to Yellowstone to see them. Any other toys you'd like?" Hugging the buffalo to her chest, Adira smiled. "No." He nodded and turned to Leah. "It's cute. I don't believe I've ever seen a stuffed bison before." She agreed. "I like that company. They make a lot of stuffed animals that you don't normally see in the big stores and donate part of the proceeds to preserving those species." "Excellent. Perhaps I can coax her into buying more the next time we're here." Leah shouldn't be so happy to hear he intended to return, but couldn't help it. He was fun to be around, fun to talk to, and to tease, as she'd accused him earlier. She also shouldn't be disappointed about having to release his hand when she rang up their purchases, but silently admitted she was. "It was a pleasure to meet you, Leah," Seth said as he tugged on his coat. "A pleasure to meet you, too." Adira held her arms up for a hug. Once Leah complied and stepped back, the two headed out into the night. Watching them walk away, Seth carrying a multitude of bags with one hand and holding Adira's little hand in the other, Leah sighed. What an adorable sight. Seth smiled down at Adira while she hopped along beside him, still clutching her beloved buffalo. When Leah could no longer see them, she turned back to face the interior of the store and found Brittany standing in the doorway to the back room. Brittany's eyes were wide. "That was freaking awesome!" Her pink lips stretched in a huge grin. "I mean, that was so cute! The way she made you guys hold hands the whole time he was here." Leah smiled. "And he is so freaking gorgeous. Seriously, this has to be a sign. You totally have to hook up with him." Shaking her head, Leah returned to the rack of clothing she had abandoned when Adira insisted she hold Seth's hand. "Yes, he is gorgeous, and at least 16 years younger than I am." "So get your cougar on, girl, and go jump that," Brittany challenged. "You look a lot younger than you are." "Statements like that only make me feel older. Get back to work." Brittany's shoulders slumped. "Fine." Leah smiled and, despite her assistant's grumbling, continued to do so for the rest of the night. Chapter 3. Seth braced his hands against the tile and sighed as hot water pounded his tight shoulders. Steam rose around him as crimson liquid sluiced down his form and slithered into the drain. None of the blood was his. All of it was vampire. After 12 hours of teleporting all over the globe to aid his Immortal Guardians, he had once more stopped in at David's for a shower. Never in his thousands of years of living had he seen vampires amass such numbers. Gershom had done a hell of a job mind-controlling every vamp he could find so the vampire would transform rather than kill its victims, and Immortal Guardians were paying the price. Fatigue pulled at him as he reached for the shampoo. He hadn't managed to snag much sleep in the week since he had visited Little Gifts, just a half hour here or an hour there. He did so at David's home, wanting to be close to Amy and Adira, even if he wasn't able to spend time with them. Until Zach had joined their ranks, David had been the second oldest and most powerful Immortal Guardian on the planet. Possessed of a warm and generous nature, David opened his homes throughout the world to all immortals and their seconds or mortal guards, wanting them to have a place in which they could gather together and stave off the loneliness that often accompanied this existence. David was, in fact, largely responsible for the fact that Immortal Guardians considered each other family. Seth did the same, but was often kept so busy that he rarely visited his homes. And now that Amy and her family lived with David in North Carolina, Seth spent every moment he could there instead. He really did love Amy as deeply as he would a daughter, perhaps because she reminded him a great deal of his own, of the daughter he'd lost, along with his wife and son so long ago. Though he would love to linger in the shower, Seth finished lathering up, rinsed off, then stepped out and grabbed a towel. A minute later he ran a comb through his long, thick hair and tied it back with a strip of leather. Gershom had been spawning such chaos that, even when he slept, Seth wore standard Immortal Guardian hunting garb, black cargo pants, a black t-shirt, and black boots. When he reached for his coat, he paused. Digging in one pocket, he pulled out the drawing he'd made of Leah and unfolded it. Her pretty face was somber in the drawing, as it had been in the dream. He had not seen that expression once while he had spoken with her. Instead, she had laughed and teased and winked at him while her hazel eyes sparkled. He liked her, and hoped like hell Gershom had no plans to use her in whatever new scheme his madness birthed. Giving in to impulse, Seth strode into the bedroom and grabbed the paper and pencil Darnell had left on the bedside table. It only took him a moment to sketch Leah again. This time she tilted her head back as if she were looking up at him. Her lips formed an enchanting smile. Her pretty eyes danced with amusement. Once he finished, Seth smiled too. Much better. Folding both drawings, he donned his coat and slipped them into the pocket, refusing to explore why he wanted to keep the sketches with him. The sun had risen. The other immortals staying at David's home would have retired for the day and succumbed to slumber. Unfortunately for Seth, it was always night somewhere. Even now, Immortal Guardians on the other side of the globe embarked upon their nightly hunts and engaged in fierce battles, and some of them would inevitably call, requiring his assistance. Perhaps he could sneak in a nap before his phone rang again, maybe snag something to eat first. Leaving the soundproof bedroom David reserved for him, Seth strode down the hallway toward the front of the large one-story home. The living room it opened onto was huge, boasting numerous sofas, love seats, wing-back chairs, and coffee tables to accommodate the powerful warriors who gathered together each night as their hunts wound down and dawn approached. Most of those stationed in the area had been spending their days here at David's. All were very protective of Amy, the first mortal woman to conceive and give birth to an Immortal Guardians baby. All adored Adira, and all obsessed over their safety nearly as much as Seth and David did. Marcus exited the kitchen as Seth approached it. "Hi, Seth." He tucked a colorful stainless steel water bottle into a Doc McStuffin's backpack. A pink stuffed unicorn dangled on a clip from one of the straps. Seth nodded. Marcus? He'd known the British immortal for 850 years, give or take, ever since a vampire had transformed Marcus against his will. When Seth had assigned Amy to serve as Marcus's second, he hadn't expected the two to fall in love. "What are you up to?" "Amy wants to take Adira to story time at Little Gifts." Seth perked up a bit at the mention of the store, his mind going straight to Leah. "Oh?" Nodding, Marcus adjusted the strap of the backpack on his shoulder. "I just tanked up on blood to ensure the sun won't harm me. Wouldn't want to walk in looking like a lobster." He smiled, and damned if he didn't appear more relaxed than Seth had seen him in weeks. "Hey, thank you, by the way, for the other night." "Don't mention it," Seth responded, and held up a hand when Marcus started to speak again. "I mean it. Don't mention it. Amy really is like a daughter to me." Marcus laughed. "I know." Seth couldn't help but frown, though. "I didn't realize Adira was still insisting on sleeping with the two of you." A shadow passed over Marcus's features as he sobered. "She's reluctant to let Amy stray too far. I was actually surprised she left her mother long enough to go shopping with you. I think that's the first time she's let Amy out of her sight since it happened. Did she really do as well as you said?" "Yes." Seth had mentioned nothing about Adira wanting him to hold hands with Leah after David had left. He hadn't told David either, and wondered absently if David had read it in Adira's thoughts. She seemed to have a nice time. He sure as hell had. "What did you mean by mostly? Is she still dreaming of her mother being harmed?" "No, those nightmares finally faded away. But the others, the ones about the mystery man being tortured, still return every once in a while." Seth's frown deepened. Adira had been having those nightmares ever since she was in the womb. They still had no idea who they were about, because the dreams were always from the man's point of view, so none of them ever saw his face. "Do you think it's one of Gersham's immortals?" Marcus asked hesitantly. "She's displayed some precognitive abilities. That would explain her having dreamed about him before Gersham kidnapped him." "I don't know," Seth replied honestly. "Where is Amy now?" "Getting Adira ready to go." "Will Michael be going too?" "No, not today. He didn't sleep well last night." The toddler Rowan and Sarah had adopted after Gersham killed his mother was settling in well, but still had rough days now and then. "Why don't I take Adira to story time for you?" Seth asked, then wondered what the hell he was doing. "Wouldn't hurt to check the place out one more time, would it?" A voice in his head argued. "Just because Gersham didn't interfere with Leah's life before you met her doesn't mean he won't in the future. What if the dream wasn't simply Adira's infiltrating your own? Wouldn't it be wise to keep an eye on Leah, check in, ascertain how she's doing, ensure nothing has changed?" It seemed a weak premise, but damn it, he wanted to see her again. Marcus stared at him. "Really? You would do that? You don't mind?" The blatant hope that lit the younger man's face filled him with guilt. Seth had been so furious at himself for not protecting Amy better, and so concerned about Adira, that he hadn't devoted much thought to how Marcus was coping. Adira wasn't the only one who had almost lost Amy. Marcus had nearly lost her too, and he had been subverting his own need to touch her and hold her close all this time in order to ensure his daughter's needs were fulfilled. "Of course I don't mind," Seth said, glad now that he'd offered. "What do you say?" His lips stretching in a wide grin, Marcus leaned forward, hugged Seth tight, and exclaimed in a boyish voice, "I say you're the best dad ever!" Smiling, Seth shook his head and gave him a shove. "Oh, fuck off." Marcus laughed. "I'm not even going to ask," a deep voice said dryly behind them. Seth turned as Zach strolled out of the hallway. "Perfect timing. I need you to field my calls for a couple of hours." "Okay." Zach stopped beside them. "What's up?" As usual, he wore black leather pants and boots, but no shirt that would constrict his large, dark wings. "Nothing," Seth said, taking the bag from Marcus and looping it over his shoulder. "I'm just going to take Adira on an outing." "Marcus and Amy need time alone," he told Zack telepathically. Zack arched a brow. "Again?" "Yes, and don't make any smart-ass remarks. Do you remember how you felt when you nearly lost Lizette? The way you refused to let go of her and, once you did, needed to touch her as often as you could to convince yourself she was okay?" He tilted his head to one side. "Yes, I wouldn't even let go of her long enough to let her brothers hug her at first. Well, Marcus hasn't been able to do that since nearly losing Amy because he's been putting Adira's needs to be close to her mother first." "Oh." Zack looked at Marcus. "Poor bastard. Yes, let's give them some time alone together then." The quick capitulation surprised Seth. Zack had changed a lot since he'd fallen in love with Lizette. Amy entered the hallway from the basement stairwell, Adira perched on her hip. "Okay," she told them as she approached. "We're ready to go." Marcus smiled and rested a hand on her back when she stopped beside him. "Change of plans. Seth is going to take her." Amy's eyebrows rose as she looked up at Seth. "Really?" Seth smiled. "As you said last week, I could use some downtime." He held his arms out to Adira. "What do you think, Poppet? Would you like me to take you to story time today?" Adira hugged Amy tightly, then nodded and leaned toward him. "That's my girl," he said, feeling lighter already. "Zack, tell Darnell to redirect my calls, will you?" "All right." Marcus leaned forward and pressed a kiss to Adira's cheek. "Have fun." Grinning, she bounced on Seth's hip. "Okay, Daddy." And Seth thought there might have been a little bounce to his step as he strode through the front door, as happy as Adira. He was really looking forward to seeing Leah. Upon hearing the bell on the front door ding again, Leah glanced over the many bodies milling around her shop and felt her heart do a funny little skip. Seth entered, Adira in his arms, a Doc McStuffin's backpack looped over one shoulder. Every female in the store glanced over, went still, and stared. He made quite an impression. While the other adults present wore clothing in a variety of colors, and the children raced about in pretty pastels, Seth wore a black t-shirt and black cargo pants that did little to hide his muscular physique. His long, obsidian hair was drawn back from his face and tied at the nape of his neck. Though it was only 11 in the morning, his strong jaw bore a 5 o'clock shadow that, coupled with the dark shades that hid his eyes, only enhanced his rugged beauty. Hell, even a couple of the dads present stopped and stared. Reaching up, he removed the sunglasses and glanced around the store. Adira spotted Leah first and waved with a big grin. When Seth followed the toddler's gaze and found Leah, his friendly smile filled her stomach with butterflies. She waved back. "Holy crap," someone whispered in her ear. Leah glanced over her shoulder at Mandy, another of her employees. "Is that the guy Brittany told me all about? The one whose little girl made you hold hands for like an hour?" "Yes." "I am so freaking jealous." Leah rolled her eyes. "You're married, Mandy." "Yes, I am, and dearly wish Paul was built like that. If he was, I would never let the man out of bed and would weigh 20 pounds less from all the extra calories I'd burn ravaging his hot body every chance I could get." Laughing, Leah wound her way through the crowd. Some of those present were regular customers, some were new. She stopped short when 2 preschoolers darted in front of her, then continued on to greet Seth. "Hi." She waggled her fingers at Adira. "Hi, cutie." Adira lunged toward her again with a giggle. Leah hastily grabbed her and held her close. "Whoa," she said in a laugh. "I thought you were going to give me a little warning next time." "I'm so sorry," Seth said as he gently extricated his arm. "She usually only does that with family." Leah caught her breath when the back of his hand brushed against her breast. She could tell he hadn't done it on purpose, but that didn't stop her body from tingling in the wake of his touch. "That's okay. It just caught me off guard, she smiled. Again. Adira bounced in her arms. Leah grinned. She really likes story time. Seth smiled. So I see. Amy isn't coming today? He shook his head. I volunteered to bring Adira. He did? To see her again, maybe? Leah wondered, then mentally shook her head. Of course not. We're about to begin. Do you want her to stay with me while I read? I don't mind if she does. Seth looked at Adira. What do you say, Puppet? Do you want to stay with Miss Leah, or do you want to sit with Baba? Adira rested her head on Leah's chest. His smile widened. Looks like she's made her choice. Leah chuckled. Are you sure you don't mind? Not at all. I'll just find a quiet corner to lean in and stay out of everyone's way. Everyone being the women who surreptitiously edged closer, hoping to sit beside him. Leah shook her head. There are chairs over there for parents who don't want to sit on the floor with the kids. Thank you. Offering her a brief bow, he started to walk away. Adira reached out and grabbed his arm. No, Baba! He turned back. Did you change your mind? Unperturbed, he reached for the toddler with a smile full of affection. Even that made butterflies flutter in Leah's belly. The man was just too damned handsome, and she loved that he was good with children. Adira shook her head. Come read, Baba. His eyebrows flew up. Oh, no, sweetheart, this is Miss Leah's story time, remember? We're here to listen to her read today. Both, Adira responded, and looked at Leah with a hopeful smile. Both? Leah glanced at Seth. He cast her an apologetic look. I'm sorry. I haven't been spending as much time with her as I usually do, and she probably just... Leah waved a hand. Don't worry about it. If you'd like to give it a try and don't mind an audience, we can both read the story. You can be the raccoon, and I'll be the rabbit. He looked uncertain. I don't want to interfere with your routine. You wouldn't be. Mandy reads with me sometimes. The kids get a kick out of hearing us do different voices. Although Leah suspected the moms would be the ones who got a kick out of today's reading if Seth joined her. And every once in a while I ask the parents if any of them would like to read with me. Still, he hesitated. You really don't mind? Not at all. Smiling, he shrugged his broad shoulders. All right, then. Adira giggled with glee and bounced on Leah's hip. Laughing, Leah led Seth to the area she'd cleared for story time. Seth waited for Leah to sit on the bench, then seated himself beside her, his muscled arm brushing her shoulder. It did not surprise Leah at all when the mothers all opted to sit in a close circle with the children today, instead of milling about the store or chatting softly by the coffee machine. What did surprise her was Seth himself. He was a fantastic storyteller. In the past, the parents who had gamely read stories with her had been pretty stilted readers. Seth, on the other hand, read Raccoon's dialogue with such character and humor, his facial expressions as entertaining as his voice, that the two of them soon had even the parents laughing, enthralled by the story. He must read to Adira a lot at home. The thought made Leah smile. What a great guy. And that great guy seemed oblivious to the way the other women in the store devoured him with their eyes. When story time ended, Seth quietly guided Adira over to the stuffed animals. Leah headed for the cash register. But Mandy was already ringing people up and refused to step back. Widening her eyes, she jerked her head in Seth's direction. "Are you crazy?" she whispered. "Get over there." Clearly she was of the same mind as Brittany and thought that Leah should pounce on him. Leah would have disabused her of that notion if she hadn't noticed Mandy's customer watching them both with interest. Shaking her head, she made her way over to Seth and Adira. "Anyone catch her eye today?" she asked cheerfully. Seth smiled. "I suspect a black-footed ferret will be going home with us this time." Adira turned away from the stuffed animals. Grabbing Leah's hand, she placed it in Seth's, then returned her attention to the stuffies. When Seth opened his mouth to apologize, Leah held up her free hand. "It's fine. I don't mind. I still think it's cute." She narrowed her eyes playfully. "Or is this how you pick up women, by having Adira woo them for you?" He laughed. I'm afraid I'm not that clever. She suspected he was very clever indeed, but knew he was innocent of the laughable charge. Adira picked up the black-footed ferret and hugged it to her chest. Seth smiled down at her and ran his free hand over her bright curls. Anything else? Grinning, the toddler shook her head. A tinny version of Skillet's Monster suddenly competed with the murmurings of customers. Frowning, Seth reached into a back pocket and drew out his cell phone. I'm sorry, it's work. I have to take this. Okay? Yes, he answered. Leah wondered if she should slip away or... Seth stiffened. How many? His brows drew down. Where's Zach? Adira's little face sobered, as though she too sensed something was wrong. All right, Seth said brusquely. We'll leave now. It'll take me a few minutes, so tell him just to sit on them until I get there. He pocketed his phone. I'm sorry. An emergency has arisen at work. We have to go. No problem. Do you still want the ferret? I can either hold it for you for later or open the second register and check you out faster. We'll take it now, he said, but his mind clearly lay on whatever work crisis had arisen. Sorry to see him leave so soon, Leah hurried to the unoccupied register and rang up his purchase. As soon as Seth deposited Adira in Marcus's arms, he called Felix and teleported to his location in Perth. A beep sounded. Seth turned in a half-circle. His eyebrows rose when he located the Aussie immortal. Felix sat cross-legged atop 3 vampires he had stacked on top of each other. The bottom 2 were unconscious, most likely tranked. The top one spewed out a steady stream of curses. Unaffected, Felix continued to stare at his cell phone. What was he doing? Reading an e-book? Seth shook his head, amusement rising. When I told Darnell I wanted you to sit on them until I got here, I didn't mean literally. Felix looked up with a grin and tucked his phone away. Sorry about that. I wanted to finish the chapter. Rising, he stood atop the vamps and stretched. The vampire under his feet expelled several more epithets. Chuckling, Seth strolled forward. Which one did you think you recognized from the missing immortals' pictures? Felix nudged the complainer with a boot. This Drongo here. He's American and has our hair and eye color. I thought he might be the bloke from California. Seth studied the furious man. No, he's a vampire. Felix grunted. I can kill him then. The vampire's eyes widened. Seth gave the vamp's mind a quick scan, then nodded. Yes, he was an arsehole before he was infected with the virus and isn't fighting the madness at all. He's embracing it. Felix snorted in contempt. I was hoping he wasn't an immortal. 2 minutes in his company and I already wanted to kick his arse. Where is Ari? Off taking a piss? A twig snapped in the distance, far enough away that even Felix couldn't hear it, but Seth could, and arched a brow. Are you sure? Dead set. Why? You'll know in a moment. Drawing his katanas, he turned to the trees that lay to the east. Seconds later, Felix swore, stepped off the vampires, and drew his own weapons. Judging by the oncoming clamor, Ari was racing back toward them with several vampires in hot pursuit. Ari burst from the surrounding foliage. "Incoming!" he shouted. Over a dozen vampires followed, eyes glowing, teeth bared, weapons raised. Seth leapt forward to meet them and swung both swords. Only a couple of these were newly turned. The rest were off their fucking nut, reeking of sweat and the blood of their victims. Many victims. Seth read each mind before he ended each life. None were worth saving. None had fought the insanity the virus spawned as it damaged their brains. All had embraced it willingly, eager to use their new strength and speed to terrorize and torture any unfortunate human they captured. Ari and Felix fought by Seth's side, slaying as many as Seth did. When the last vampire fell, so did silence. Even the insects remained quiet for a time. "Crikey!" Felix breathed. Ari nodded. "I don't know where the hell they came from." Seth pointed his sword at the so-called Drongo, who had gained his feet during the melee, only to be run through by one of his cronies. That one texted them. Ari grimaced. Fucking cell phones. Hunting vampires was a hell of a lot less complicated before they came along. Seth shrugged. But they've made it easier for you to contact me when you need help. True. Ari studied the disintegrating vampire. I'm guessing he wasn't a missing immortal? No. Seth wiped his blades clean and sheathed them. Anyone else have any luck finding one? Felix asked. Not yet. A heavy pall blanketed them. Monster broke it. Seth glanced at the screen. Duty calls, gentlemen. Both nodded. As soon as the immortal on the other end of the call requested his aid, Seth teleported away. The next 10 hours or so proceeded the way most did now. Seth teleported from place to place, aiding Immortal Guardians who, thanks to Gersham's sorry ass, found themselves fighting an unusually high number of vampires. He healed immortals, healed seconds, and aided a network division head in cleaning up a mess when police arrived on the scene of a battle before the network's cleanup crew could get there. That had taken some time. Neither of the two immortals on the scene had been telepaths, and the police officers hadn't believed the cover story they concocted. One officer called for backup seconds before Seth arrived. Seth had to alter the policemen's memories, clean up the scene, and help with purging any references to the incident from all reports, recordings, and files. Modern technology could really put a crimp in things. He stopped in at David's shortly after 9 p.m. North Carolina time for another shower. Hunger gnawed at him. He hadn't eaten anything since breakfast and had expended a lot of energy teleporting all over the world and leaping into one battle after another. As soon as he was dressed, he headed for the kitchen and grabbed a sandwich from the fridge. He didn't even take time to sit at the table. He just stood over the sink and wolfed it down while he waited for his phone to ring again. Marcus poked his head in the kitchen. "Hey, Seth?" Mouth full, Seth raised his eyebrows. "You haven't by any chance seen Adira's favorite unicorn toy, have you?" He swallowed. "The little pink one?" "Yeah." "No." Marcus swore. "Where was the last place you saw it?" Maybe he would have enough time to help look for it before the next call came in. "I clipped it to her Doc McStuffin's backpack right before you took Adira to story time." "It wasn't there when I brought her back?" "I don't know, I didn't notice, but I've looked all over the house and can't find it." Zack strolled into the kitchen, his stride loose and languid. A smile toyed with the edges of his lips. Seth arched a brow. "You look very pleased with yourself." He smiled. "I am." Opening the refrigerator, he took 2 foot-long sandwiches off the pile Sheldon had prepared and left for anyone who wanted one. "I got bloody on my last foray to aid your Immortal Guardians, and Lizette just kindly helped me wash it off." Seth grunted as he took another bite. Clearly the two had done more than soap each other up. "Can you take my calls for a couple of minutes?" "Sure. What's up?" "I think Adira's unicorn toy might have fallen off her backpack during our outing earlier. I want to retrace our steps and see if I can find it." "No problem. Want me to text Darnell?" Seth shook his head as he swallowed the last of his sandwich. "It shouldn't take me long. Let's just exchange phones." "Thanks, Seth," Marcus said. Nodding, Seth teleported to an alley near Little Gifts, then walked the rest of the way in case anyone was still out and about. All was quiet, however, the street deserted. Apparently the businesses in the area shut down early on weeknights. Had Little Gifts already done so, too? Seth hesitated when he reached the front of the store. It did indeed appear closed. Stepping back into the shadows, he stared through the front window. Leah was working diligently as usual, her back to him as music played over the speakers inside. Seth didn't recognize the tune. Something with a snappy beat that fell under the category of pop music, he supposed. Not really to his liking. Until Leah began to move to it. Singing under her breath, she hung several dresses up on one of the racks adorning the wall between the dressing rooms. Her head started to nod, her hips to move. Then the volume abruptly increased, all but drowning out her voice. Seconds later, her assistant danced out of the back room, mouthing the words, bouncing on her toes, first one leg, then the other, while she flipped her hair from side to side in a way he remembered teenaged girls doing in the 80s. Or was it the 60s? Hell, he couldn't remember. When you were thousands of years old, the decades tended to blend together. Leah laughed as Brittany danced over to her. Then Leah set the dresses down and started mimicking her. Seth's lips stretched in a wide smile as he watched the women dance and laugh and twirl and goof around, each trying to outdo the other. How carefree they seemed. He envied them that. The song ended and another began. "Why are you so chipper tonight?" Leah asked, nearly yelling to be heard over the music. "I have a hot date," Brittany called back. "And I mean hot!" She sang out the last word like an opera singer. Laughing, Leah shook her head and shooed her away. "Go have fun. I'll see you tomorrow." Brittany blew her a kiss and waved as she dug some keys out of the purse he hadn't noticed hanging from one shoulder. Unlocking the door, she stepped outside, locked it with her keys, and turned. Glancing up, she gasped and stopped short. Her eyes flew wide. "Shit! You scared the crap out of me!" Seth tucked his hands in his pockets, something he often did to try to put mortals at ease, and offered her a slight bow. "My apologies. I didn't mean to startle you." Frowning, she adjusted the purse strap on her shoulder. "What are you doing out here, lurking in the shadows? You aren't a creepy stalker, are you?" He smiled. "No. Adira's favorite unicorn toy has gone missing. The last time I saw it, it was attached to the backpack we brought to Storytime earlier, so I've been retracing my steps in hopes of finding it." Her expression cleared. "Oh, well, why didn't you knock? The music was loud, but we would have still heard you." He shrugged and offered her a sheepish smile. "The two of you were dancing and having such a nice time. I hated to intrude." She glanced back at the store. Seth followed her gaze. Leah danced slightly in place to the next tune, her hips swaying as she hung up some dresses. Though the movements were more subdued, she was no less appealing. Brittany returned her attention to Seth and gave him a sly smile. "She's hot, isn't she?" "Yes, she is." He saw no reason to deny it. "She's single, too. You should totally hit that." His smile vanished. He frowned. "I don't hit women," and was insulted that she would believe he did. Her mouth fell open. "Oh, my gosh," she said in hushed tones of amazement as a huge smile dawned. "You don't know what that means. That's so cute. You guys are perfect for each other." His scowl deepened. She laughed. "By hit that, I meant sleep with her, or seduce her, but in a good way, not an asshole kind of way." "I wish," he thought, then went still inside. He hadn't so much as wanted to hold hands with a woman since he'd lost his wife, and he'd been celibate for thousands of years. He looked at Leah. He had definitely enjoyed holding Leah's hand the other night, though, and earlier today, too, but I don't think that's in the cards. Her smile dimmed. "If it's because she's older than you, it isn't," he assured her. Like Leah, Brittany believed he was as young as he looked, which was around 30 years old. "Then what's stopping you?" She wasn't one to let a subject drop, was she? "I'm not currently looking to enter into a relationship," Seth recited automatically, surprised by how much the words felt like a lie. What was wrong with him tonight? Brittany tilted her head to one side. "Yeah, neither is Leah. But I've seen you two together. There's something there that's worth exploring, even if you just end up being friends with benefits." That term he knew. Her expression darkening, the younger woman closed the distance between them and craned her neck to look up at him. "But," she warned ominously, "if you hurt her, I will fucking kill you. Leah is good people." Tough words, belied by the anxious racing of her pulse as she awaited his response. Seth admired both her devotion to Leah and her courage. Most people were nervous around him. Some outright feared him at a glance. Even the women who had boldly offered themselves to him over the many long years had done so because fear excited them. It was one of the reasons he had empathized with Lord Dillon so many centuries ago. And it was one of the reasons Seth liked Leah. She seemed completely unfazed by the leashed power everyone else sensed and steered clear of. "I know she is," he told Brittany. "I have no desire to hurt her." And he hoped Leah's association with Amy and Adira would not inspire Gershom to attempt to do so. Brittany stared at him long and hard, then smiled and stepped back. "Okay, then." Her keys jangled as she leaned over and unlocked the door for him. "Have a nice night." Again he bowed. "Thank you. You too." Her heels clacked as she strolled up the sidewalk, turned a corner, and left his sight. Seth stood a moment longer, watching Leah through one of the large front windows of her shop. His preternaturally sharp senses allowed him to hear her humming along with the tune she danced to, singing softly when she remembered the lyrics. This one he recognized as a Stevie Wonder song, Faith. She had a lovely voice, staying on pitch as she sang along with the female singer, though Leah sang an octave lower than the other woman. And she moved like she was born to dance. Seth couldn't keep his gaze from traveling down her back to her narrow waist and the hips that rocked and swayed to the music as her feet moved. Almost of their own volition, his feet carried him to the door. Chapter 4. Seth entered Little Gifts, using telekinesis to silence the bell overhead so it wouldn't ding and alert Leah to his presence. Her back still to him, she stretched up to hang some little blouses on another rack. As she lowered her hands, she drew them down her sides in a sensual stroke and began to move more to the music, believing herself alone. Seth crossed his arms over his chest, leaned against the wall, and just enjoyed watching her. She wore a pink T-shirt that hugged her hourglass figure. Every time she raised her hands to hang more garments, his gaze went to the breasts he could glimpse the sides of as she twisted and rocked to the beat. Full breasts he'd brushed his arm against, twice. Full breasts that would fit perfectly in his hands. Her jeans clung to a shapely ass and legs that seemed to go on forever, ending in feet tucked into sneakers instead of high heels. She was so self-conscious about her height that Seth doubted she ever wore the latter. Personally, he thought her height perfect. Leah grabbed some blue T-shirts. Hips still swaying enticingly, she spun around, then jerked to a halt and let out a squeak of surprise. A wide range of emotions swept across her expressive features as she stared at him. Fear at discovering she wasn't alone, recognition and relief, pleasure at seeing him again, then a great deal of embarrassment. Smiling, he mouthed, "Caught you." Cheeks flushing, she laughed and raised the T-shirts to hide her face. The music faded as the song drew to an end. "Brittany let me in," he said. "I hope you don't mind." She lowered the shirts. "Not at all, but I really wish you hadn't seen that." "Why? You're a wonderful dancer." Acoustic guitar music began to play. "You're just trying to make me blush again," she called over the music. He grinned. What was it about her that seemed to instantly lighten his spirits? Drums joined the guitar, providing a Latin beat. Setting the shirts aside, she started to move toward the back room, no doubt intending to lower the volume. After just a couple of steps, however, she stopped and looked back at him. She eyed him speculatively, then extended a hand to him. Seth tilted his head, unsure of her meaning. Did she want him to accompany her to the back room? Turning her lithe body to face him, one hand still extended, she began to move her feet in a salsa step that was damned alluring as her hips joined in. Surprise flashed through him. She was asking him to dance? Smiling, he shook his head. Narrowing her eyes, playfully she held out her other hand as well, waggling her fingers in a "come on, you know you want to" gesture. His heart gave an odd little leap. He did, he realized with a great deal of surprise. He did want to. Seth straightened away from the wall and would later wonder what imp had seized control of his mind and body, because all it took was one more waggle of her fingers to compel him to doff his coat. The simple truth, however, was that he liked her. Whatever light burned inside her called to him and alleviated, at least for a time, the darkness that seemed to constantly dog his footsteps. "What the hell are you doing?" the voice of reason inquired. Ignoring it, he hung up his coat. Leah's pretty face brightened with a delighted smile. Abandoning his cares, his concerns, and his many obligations, Seth strode toward her. Her eyes widened when he shoved weighted racks of clothing to either side as he did, clearing a dance floor for them. A man began to sing in Spanish. Seth recognized this tune, too, Bamboleo. As soon as he was within touching distance, he took Leah's hands and drew her close. Their feet began to move in tandem, their hips to sway. Seth knew many of the steps she chose and followed them easily: salsa, merengue, bachata, and the two of them danced as though they'd been doing so together for years, always touching. Leah laughed as he twirled her around and back again. Seth grinned, his heart light. Tugging her closer, he slid an arm around her waist and settled his hand above those sexy-as-hell swaying hips. She grinned back and smoothed a hand up his chest, curling it around the back of his neck. His skin began to tingle, his heart to race. He spun her again, then again and again before he drew her against him, this time with her back to his front. As they moved, he rested a hand on her flat stomach, slipping it up and splaying his fingers until his thumb rested just beneath her tempting breasts. His pulse leapt. Her hair brushed his chin as he drew in a deep breath. Her scent hit him like an aphrodisiac as she inched closer, her ass brushing against him as their hips touched, rocking from side to side. Fire flashed through him, heating his blood as long-dormant lust struck hard. Seth spun her away to put a little distance between them, clasping both her hands as they returned to the salsa. She seemed completely unaware of the effect she had on him, caught up in the moment, the music and the dance. He twirled her again, grinning when she laughed. She moved around behind him and stepped up close. Her pelvis brushed his ass as she slid an arm around him, splaying her fingers on his chest. Holy hell, it felt good. He had missed a woman's touch, and Leah's affected him so strongly that it was all he could do not to moan. Slipping his hand back between their bodies, he clasped her free hand, ducked, and twirled under their arms to face her, then spun her around and around. When he stopped, she danced away a bit, raising her arms high as she sent him a flirtatious smile. "It's not personal," that annoyingly reasonable voice tried to warn him. "She isn't flirting with you, it's just the dance." Seth ignored it and moved forward. Resting his hands on her hips, he drew her close, too tempted to resist. She stared up at him, her face flushed, her heart pounding as loudly as his beneath the music. So beautiful. He slipped a thigh between hers, hips still moving to the beat. Her other thigh slipped between his as her breasts brushed against him. Wrapping her arms around his neck, she closed her eyes and nuzzled his chest. Seth wrapped his other arm around her and settled his hand on the small of her back, as close as he dared to her lovely ass. He wanted so badly to slide his hand down, palm the firm flesh there, and urge her even closer against his hard body. But she had asked him to dance, not to grind on her and simulate sex. He spun her away from him, afraid he might be making her uneasy. But she smiled, unoffended, when she looked up at him. "Tease," she called good-naturedly. Laughing, he relaxed back into the dance and sent her into a flurry of spins that ended with him bending her back over his arm in a deep dip as the music ended. Both were breathless. Seth straightened, keeping his arms around her until she was steady, then stepped back. Neither spoke. Loud trumpets and drums introduced the next song. Turning, Leah hurried into the back room, the volume lowered. Seth didn't know what to think as he struggled to bring his body back under control. What had just happened? Leah returned. "That was awesome," she exclaimed with an infectious grin. "I mean, that was so much fun." He laughed. Yes, it was. You really know how to dance, she said, admiration sparkling in her pretty hazel eyes. As do you, he replied. Thank you for coaxing me into joining you. Thank you for the dance. Phew! Fanning her face, she reached back to lift her hair off her neck. Perspiration added a slight sheen to her lovely skin. I needed that. I'm a total workaholic and have been so stressed lately. Me too, he admitted. I can't remember the last time I enjoyed myself so much. Well, anytime you want to do it again, feel free to drop by. He stared at her, his heart jackhammering in his chest. Really? Sure. That was damned tempting. A trebly version of R.E.M.'s It's the End of the World as We Know It suddenly sounded. Seth frowned as he dug Zach's phone out of his pocket. I'm sorry, I have to take this. Okay. He answered the call. Yes? Seth, Bastian said. Yes? Is Zach fielding your calls? The British immortal asked. Yes. Why, is there a problem? Zach spoke in the background. He thought I was Gershom. Frowning, Seth turned and paced away a couple of steps. You what? I thought he was Gershom, Bastian confirmed. When I called you, Zach appeared instead. The gadget didn't beep and confirm he was him the way it tells me you're you, and Darnell didn't warn me he was redirecting my call, so yeah, I thought he was Gershom. So did Cliff. Seth did swear then and reached up to rub his forehead. He hadn't thought about the device he now had to carry all the time or the reassurance it offered those he helped. Is Cliff okay? The young vampire was fiercely protective of those he loved. If he thought there was even a chance Zach was Gershom and intended Bastian harm, Cliff would have probably succumbed to the madness he battled and attacked. Yeah, Bastian said, his voice telling Seth otherwise. Even though he was the most powerful healer on the planet, Seth had been unable to prevent the progressive brain damage the virus caused in humans from slowly robbing Cliff of his sanity. The young vampire had been valiantly fighting tooth and nail to keep it at bay, so Melanie and the other researchers at the network could continue their search for a cure. But he was losing the battle. Something like this could affect Cliff for days. He's all right, Zach spoke in Seth's head. I didn't hurt him, and I am infusing him with calm even as we speak. Thank you. Do you need me? He asked Bastian. No, I just thought I should check before I attacked Zach and fucked him up. Zach laughed in the background. As if you could. Sorry to bother you, Bastian said, and ended the call. Leah watched Seth pocket the phone and did her best to keep her smile friendly and carefree, but her body still burned from his touch. Holy crap, he set her on fire. She didn't know why so many people believed really tall men, at least those who didn't play professional sports, were clumsy or awkward. Seth moved more smoothly than her dance instructor had, his glorious muscles flexing and rippling beneath his tight T-shirt. Those big hands of his had made her breath catch and sent desire coursing through her. The way his thumb had brushed the underside of her breast, the touch as light as a feather, his long fingers gliding down her back and coming damned close to cupping her ass, and when he had slipped his thigh between hers, sensation had shot through her as he'd brushed against her. Her nipples were still tight from it, her body throbbing with need. But it had just been a dance, and she didn't want him to see how strongly it had affected her. Everything okay? She asked when he turned to face her. He nodded. Just work, as usual. As she watched him approach, she couldn't help but notice he looked as if whatever information the call had conveyed had sucked some of the fun out of the night for him. She could relate. She didn't want to see the fun end either. Speaking of which, I wasn't trying to get my cougar on, as Brittany would say, by the way, when I invited you to drop by any time you wanted to dance. He stared at her. I'm sorry. I don't know what that means. She really did love that she had to look up at him. He was so tall that she'd actually felt his chin brush the top of her head when she had nuzzled his chest. Oh, shit. Mortification struck. She was 46 and had just nuzzled the chest of what appeared to be a 28 or 30-year-old man. I don't want you to think I'm a cougar. Most men his age would be appalled if a woman almost as old as their mother hit on them. Uncertainty crossed his handsome features. I still don't know what that means. She smiled. He said it as though he feared not knowing would offend her. Cougars are what some people call older women who pursue younger men. His eyebrows shot up. Oh! A smile dawned on his handsome face. Well, you've no worries there. You aren't older than me. She laughed. Yes, I am. He slid his hands into his pockets. I'm older than I look, remember? What was he, 31, 32? That was still younger than her kid brother. Leah shook her head, amused. How old do you think I am? She asked, curiously. And don't round down or lie because you're afraid you'll insult me or hurt my feelings. He flashed her a grin. You're saying you want me to be blunt? Absolutely. All right. He assumed an exaggeratedly somber expression. Raising a hand, he stroked his chin as he narrowed his eyes and studied her like a scientist might a whiteboard sporting a particularly difficult equation. She fought a smile. Let's see. That dark gaze of his followed a slow path down her body to her feet, then back up again. Sheesh! How could he amuse her 1 second, then turn her on the next with just a look? You have a lovely, tight, fit body, he said, admiration glinting in his eyes, and the same energy level as your assistant, who I'm guessing is 25 or thereabouts. 25 is right, she said, surprised he'd guessed Brittany's age correctly and trying not to feel so pleased that he liked her body. Closing the distance between them, he touched a fingertip to her chin and nudged it up. She drew in a breath. He smelled good. No cologne, just him. Just Seth. He pursed his lips thoughtfully. Pale, perfect skin. No signs of crow's feet or laugh lines. Because my pale skin sunburns if I spend more than 5 minutes in the sun, she said dryly. So I always covered up instead of laying out and tanning like my friends did when I was younger. Such tended to age the skin faster, she knew. No gray hairs. You can thank a certain hair dye for that. His lips twitched as he released her and stepped back. If I had to guess, based solely on your appearance, I would say you're 30 years old. The fact that you own a successful and thriving business, however, leads me to believe you're a decade or more older. You think I look 30 years old? He nodded. Wow, Seth, you're my new best friend. He laughed. REM's It's the End of the World as We Know It arose once more. Irritation darkened his features as he shook his head. I'm sorry. It's work again. I have to take this. She nodded. Yes? He answered. Yes. A moment passed as he listened. I know. I'm sorry. I neglected to take that into consideration. He shook his head, but didn't speak, as his gaze lowered to his big boots. She could actually see the muscles in his shoulders begin to tighten as tension returned. Aside from that, all is well? He nodded. All right. Sighing, he pocketed the phone. Bad news? She asked, tentatively. For the first time since he'd entered, the smile he sent her looked tired, and his eyes carried so much weariness that it almost convinced her he really was older than he looked. No, I shouldn't have taken time off, I guess. Well, personally, I'm glad you did, because it made me take a little time off, too. His spirit seemed to lighten. Then I'm happy I did. What line of business are you in? Private security. And, like you, I run my own business, so... You're a total workaholic, too? He nodded. It's the End of the World as We Know It again began to play. "Damn it," he ground out. She bit her lip. Offering her a little grimace of remorse, he touched her arm in a light caress. "Forgive me. I'm enjoying myself and hate for work to intrude." She smiled. "Don't worry about it. I understand. I really do." He drew the phone from his pocket and answered it. "Yes, Zach is fielding my calls." Turning, he strolled away, head down. His hair was so long and shiny and silky, drawn back in a thick ponytail and falling past his waist. She could almost imagine gripping it in a fist while he took her in his arms and... "Yes," he murmured. Her heart sank a little when he reached out with his free hand, grabbed one of the racks of clothing he'd moved earlier, and effortlessly pulled it back into position. Damn, he was strong. Those things were weighted and heavy enough for kids to hang on without tipping them over. Yet he moved them as easily as she did the little plastic chairs she sometimes used for story time. "No, the fault is mine," he said. She had a feeling he was once more thinking, "It's my fault for taking time off." Poor guy. He moved another rack. "Everything is fine otherwise?" And moved another rack. "All right. Zach, I know you're listening. Meet me at David's. This isn't going to work. I shall be there shortly." She even liked the way he talked, not just the accent, but the words and phrases he chose. Pocketing his phone, he turned to face her. "I'm afraid I must leave." "That's too bad." Crap, she hadn't meant to say that out loud. He smiled. "My sentiments, exactly." Leah strolled past him as he finished moving the last few racks back into place. Lifting his coat from the hook by the door, she held it up for him. "Thank you." Giving her his back, he slid his arms into the sleeves and shrugged it on. Leah couldn't resist touching him one last time, and did so in the guise of brushing lint off a broad shoulder. "I didn't ask what brought you here tonight." "Adira's favorite unicorn toy is missing. I thought perhaps we had left it behind earlier." "Is it pink with a keychain clip and a flower on its butt?" Grinning, he faced her. "Yes. I found it earlier." She headed around the counter to fetch it from the lost and found box she kept there. "Here it is." She held it out to him. Seth took it with another thank you. Before she could withdraw her hand, he caught it and pressed a kiss to the back of it. "Thank you again for the dance." Her pulse raced at the touch of his lips and the feel of his large fingers giving hers an affectionate squeeze. Heat rose in her cheeks. "You love to make me blush, don't you?" He winked. "Guilty as charged." Stepping back, he bowed. "Have a lovely night, Leah." "You too." Opening the door, he stepped out into the night. Leah retrieved her keys from the cash register and moved to lock the door. As she did so, she glanced through the window to get a last look at Seth, and saw only empty street. Frowning, she moved closer until her nose nearly touched the glass, then looked in both directions. He was gone. No sign of him walking away, no car pulling away from the curb, nothing. She locked both locks on the door. "That's weird," she mumbled. Reaching over, she grabbed the rod and turned it to close the blinds, then did the same on the larger windows. A sigh escaped her. Oh well, it had been a fun interlude. Seth teleported to David's home as soon as he left Leah's store. Zach was already there, smiling down at Lizette, who played with Adira on the living room floor. When he caught sight of Seth, he frowned. "You look pissed." Seth shook his head. He was, but he didn't want to talk about it. "Here." He tossed Zach his phone and caught the one Zach slung toward him. He wasn't even sure if it was anger he felt, or exhaustion, or maybe disappointment, which didn't make any sense at all. Zach shared a glance with his wife. "It wasn't a big thing, Seth. Next time we'll do what we did this morning and have Darnell and Chris take your calls before diverting them to me, so the Immortals will know whom to expect. We just skipped that step this time." And Seth had needlessly alarmed his Immortal Guardians because he'd volunteered to look for a stuffed unicorn so he could see Leah again. "I wasn't thinking," he muttered, furious at himself. Cliff's mental state was fragile. What if Zach and Bastion hadn't been able to walk him back from the edge this time? Zach frowned. Seth? Skillet's monster interrupted him as Seth's cell phone rang. Yes, he answered. Harsh breathing and the clang of weapons carried over the line. Seth, I could use your help, an immortal stationed in Scotland called. Reaching into his pocket, Seth drew out the little unicorn and tossed it to Lisette. Then he raced to his bedroom, retrieved his katanas, and teleported to Glasgow. I'm worried about Seth, Lisette said a couple of weeks later. I am too, Zack admitted. The two of them lay in bed, their skin still damp from the vigorous love-making they'd enjoyed. Zack was stretched out on his back, with Lisette curled up against his side, her head resting on his shoulder. He didn't think he would ever grow tired of her touch. He loved the feel of her fingers stroking his chest in languid movements, and the way her toes tickled his shins. He combed his fingers through her long, silky hair. "Has he said anything to you?" she asked softly. No. Seth wasn't saying much to anyone. He had been quieter of late, withdrawn. Zack had thought perhaps fatigue weighed him down on top of everything else, but Seth had refused to let Zack field his calls so he could get some rest. It was almost as if he feared something dire would happen if he relaxed his vigilance even for a moment. I wish we could find the missing gifted ones for him, she murmured. Immortals, he corrected. The missing immortals. She sighed. I still can't believe Gershom transformed them. How could he even do that when he isn't infected with the virus himself? That was something the other immortals didn't know. Seth, Zack, and Gershom, and the rest of the ancients, deemed others, were not infected with the virus. Their immortality had instead been granted them at birth. It still bothered Zack that he couldn't share the source of it with Lisette, but if he did, anyone with telepathic abilities would be able to pluck the information from her thoughts. And as Seth often said, violence always followed when humans learned the truth of who and what the others were. David knew the source of their immortality, but everyone else believed the virus had transformed them, as it had the rest of Seth's immortal guardians. Gershom must have extracted the virus from the vampire army he raised in Russia, Zack surmised. She nodded. Not being able to find the immortals and rescue them is killing Seth. Again Zack nodded, but something else niggled at him. The last time Zack had fielded Seth's calls, the night Seth had taken a few minutes off to fetch Adira's favorite toy, Seth had returned to David's home carrying the scent of a woman. Zack had assumed at the time that it had been some human he'd plucked from a vampire's grasp, or perhaps a female immortal he'd aided earlier in the night, but what if it hadn't been? That did seem to be the night that had initiated the disturbing silence that now cloaked him. It's the end of the world as we know it, broke the silence. Zack retrieved his cell phone from the bedside table and answered it. Yes? It's Rorden. I need a few minutes of your time. When? Now, if possible. All right. Can you bring David with you? I don't want to leave the house unguarded. It won't be. That house is chock full of immortals sleeping for the day. Amy will alert them if Gershom makes an appearance. Nevertheless, we should wait until Seth returns. Actually, I don't want Seth to know about this. Suspicion rose. Gently extricating himself from Lizette's warm body, Zack stood. I'll be back in a moment, he told her telepathically. Her eyebrows shot up as he grabbed a katana and teleported to the origin of the call. A second later, he found himself standing in a large, unfamiliar, circular room that bore no windows. Chris Rorden leaned against the front of a desk, facing him, a cell phone held to his ear. An alarm began to blare. Jumping, Chris dropped the phone, drew a 9mm from his shoulder holster, and aimed it at him. Zack? Yes. Swearing, he shoved the weapon back in its holster and grabbed the walkie-talkie attached to one shoulder. Code 7, false alarm, all is well. The alarm shut off. Damn it, he groused. You know you have to give me some warning before you teleport in. Then he grimaced and threw up a hand to block his view. And put some fucking clothes on. What the hell, man? Relaxing, Zack shrugged. I wanted to ensure the person calling me was you and not Gershom impersonating you in an attempt to lure me and David away from his home." "Well, it's me. Go get dressed and bring David back with you, and don't tell Seth if you run into him." Zach frowned. "What's this about, Rawdon? I'll tell you when you return." Uneasy, Zach teleported back to the bedroom he and Lizette shared at David's home. Lizette leaned back against the pillows, her brow furrowed. "Everything okay?" He nodded as he set the katana on the foot of the bed. "Rawdon wants to see me about something. I wasn't sure it was him, so I popped over to check." He sent David a quick telepathic heads-up. Her lips stretched in a smile. "And how did he feel about seeing so much of you?" He chuckled. "Less than pleased. I'm to don some clothing before I return with David." "Did he say what this is about?" Zach pulled on a pair of black leather pants. "No, but I'm going to see if he can make me one of those electronic devices Seth carries around with him, so fielding Seth's calls won't cause any more problems." "Good. Seth could use a break, though he'll never admit it." Silently, Zach agreed. If he had to kick Seth's ass to make him take some damned time off, he would. Or at least he'd try to, he amended silently. No one could match Seth in strength, not even Gershom, though Seth might believe otherwise. Leaning down, he brushed his wife's lips with a kiss. "Get some rest. I'll return as soon as I can." She smiled as she drew her fingers down his stubbled cheek. "I love you. I love you too." Straightening, he teleported to David's study. David strode around the edge of his large desk. "Ready?" Zach nodded. "I don't feel comfortable leaving the house unguarded," he told him telepathically. "Over a dozen immortals slumber below. Any elders in the mix? Aidan and Dana are here." Aidan was a nearly 3,000-year-old Celtic immortal who boasted powerful telepathic, telekinetic, and healing abilities. He was also an exceptional fighter with incredible speed and strength. Because he had transformed his wife himself, Dana was just as strong and fast, though she lacked his multiple gifts. Anyone else? Ethan and Heather. Ethan was only a century old and not as fast or strong as the older immortals, but he'd had Aidan transform his wife Heather for him, so she would be as strong as an elder. "I also called in Chalk and Imhotep," David added. "They're in the living room and will remain until we return." Zach nodded, though unease still taunted him. "Let's go." Chapter 5. As soon as David drew near, Zach touched his shoulder and teleported them both to the odd, round room in which Rawdon waited for them. Chris nodded. "David, Zach, thanks for coming." Zach surveyed the room. It was huge, with a high ceiling, but there wasn't much in it to give him a clue as to where they were. A desk rested near the wall on the other side of the room, 2 cushioned chairs facing it. A rectangular table nearby had 8 chairs on wheels pulled up to it and looked like a much shorter version of the one in Chris's boardroom at network headquarters. Not far from that, a large flat-screen television adorned the wall with some electronic devices resting on a stand beneath it. "Where are we?" he asked. Chris strode toward the television. "The abandoned missile silo I bought and retrofitted for our needs." David frowned. "Why don't you want Seth to know we're here?" Chris picked up an iPad. "Because we have a problem." When he tapped the tablet's surface, the flat screen on the wall lit up. Zach turned to face it and crossed his arms over his chest as he waited. David did the same. "What kind of problem?" "Just a second." Chris tapped the tablet a few more times. The inside of a shop suddenly appeared in high def on the screen. Brightly lit, it looked like a clothing store for children, one that also peddled an array of books and toys. David's eyebrows rose. "That's Little Gifts." Zach glanced at him. "What's Little Gifts?" "Amy's favorite store. It's where she buys most of Adira's clothing and toys and takes her for story time." He frowned at Chris. "You put it under surveillance?" Chris nodded and typed something else on the tablet. A small box appeared in the upper left corner of the large monitor, offering another view of the shop's interior. As soon as Amy started frequenting the shop, I sent a crew in to install surveillance cameras. "Does Leah know?" David asked. Zach looked back and forth between them. "Who is Leah?" "The proprietress," David responded. "Leah Summerson." Chris shook his head. "I did it after hours while she was out visiting family, then wiped all record of it from the surveillance system." Zach eyed Chris, concern rising. "Did you have reason to believe she might be up to something?" "No," he answered absently. "I just like to cover all bases." David's brow furrowed. "What have you discovered? Is she working with Gershom?" "I've seen no evidence of that thus far." "Nor did I when I scanned her thoughts the night I met her," David murmured. Zach cast Chris an exasperated glance. "If you found nothing suspicious, then why are we here?" "Because," Chris said, stepping back to stand on David's other side, "as I said, we have a problem." He tapped the tablet one last time and set the surveillance footage into motion. Zach watched the screen. A tall, slender woman with long, straight brown hair entered from a back room, pushing a cart loaded with small garments on hangers. Rolling it to the back wall, she started distributing the clothing to the racks that peppered it. Her head began to bob to music they couldn't hear. The video must not contain audio. A second woman, younger than the first, danced out of the other room, bouncing on her toes as she swung her hair back and forth. When the two women started dancing together, each trying to outdo the other in silliness, David chuckled. Zach smiled. "Seriously, Rawdon, why are we here?" "Keep watching," he murmured. Zach sighed. The younger woman looped a purse over her shoulder and strolled away from Leah, leaving their view. Zach's gaze went to the small box in the upper left corner that showed the interior of the store near the front door and cash registers. The woman walked into view there and exited. A moment later, on the opposite side of the glass door, she turned back and unlocked it, but she didn't open it. Instead, she walked past the front window and left the camera's sight. Seconds later, the door swung inward, and Seth stepped into the shop. Zach frowned. "Is that Gershom?" David shook his head. "It's Seth." David knew Seth better than anyone. The two had worked together to lead the Immortal Guardians since biblical times. Zach consulted the time stamp at the bottom of the screen. It was late, surely past closing time for such an establishment. What's he doing there? "Adira left her favorite unicorn toy," David responded, no concern apparent in his voice. "Seth dropped by to retrieve it so Amy and Marcus wouldn't have to." His lips turned up in a broad smile as he watched Leah continue to dance, unaware that she was no longer alone. But Seth didn't call attention to himself or ask the woman for the missing toy. Instead, he leaned against the nearest wall, crossed his arms, and watched Leah dance, a smile dawning. Zach wasn't much of a lip reader, so he didn't know what words passed between them when the woman inevitably turned around and found him watching her. She blushed and laughed and seemed to know Seth, who actually grinned as he spoke to her. She walked toward the back room, then halted, turned back to face Seth, and... Zach almost laughed. She must not know him very well, because she appeared to be asking Seth to dance, as if he would ever... Holy shit! He and David both stiffened, arms dropping to their sides as they gaped at the screen. Seth removed his coat and strode forward, pushing clothing racks out of the way to clear some space before he... "Holy shit!" Zach repeated, as Seth began to dance with her. Utter silence engulfed the room. Though the music they couldn't hear seemed to have a quick tempo, something Latin, he would guess, the dance the two engaged in was far different from the swing dancing Lizette and Ethan occasionally roped Zach and Heather into doing. This was provocative, sensual, very sensual. Seth twirled the woman and drew her back against him. Zach watched in utter astonishment as Seth's eyes flared bright gold when the woman's shapely ass rubbed against his groin. Even more shocking, Seth didn't step away and end the dance. Instead, he rested a hand on the woman's flat stomach and slid it up almost to the woman's breast. He dipped his chin, breathing in her scent. He closed his eyes a moment, and when he opened them, they were dark brown again, the glow gone. Zack nodded, so he had come to his senses. After another series of steps and turns, the woman ended up pressed against Seth's back. She slipped an arm around to caress his chest, and Seth's eyes flashed golden again. Holy shit! David slowly moved forward, his eyes glued to the screen. Zack tried to gauge the other immortal's response, but couldn't. When Zack looked back at the monitor, Seth and the woman were once more facing each other. Seth pulled her closer as he could get while still dancing, even going so far as to insert a thigh between hers. A smile on her pretty face, she nuzzled his chest. Seth's eyes lit with golden fire once more before he closed them and forced them to return to dark brown. The fact that Seth was having difficulty keeping that part of his nature from exerting itself spoke volumes. The dance ended in a flourish of twirls and a dramatic dip. How the hell did Seth even know how to dance like that? The man's entire world revolved around keeping his immortal guardians safe and making their lives as happy as... Oh, right. Seth must have learned to dance for Lizette. He tended to be more protective of female immortal guardians, who were far more rare than the males, and had probably learned so he could dance with Lizette and lift her spirits when guilt and regret over inadvertently turning her brothers had weighed her down, and Ethan hadn't been available to partner her. But Zack knew, without even asking, that Seth had never danced with Lizette like that. Seth chatted with the woman, smiling more than Zack had seen him do in, hell, thousands of years, and the woman laughed and talked with him as though they were old friends. Seth took a phone call, then took another and another, his face darkening with both tension and annoyance. Realization dawned. That was the night we switched phones and I fielded his calls without telling Darnell first. Yes, Chris confirmed. Then this was the woman whose scent had adorned him when Seth had returned to David's home. Chris froze the picture when Seth left the establishment. "Play it again," David commanded. He did so, putting it in a loop. Zack stared at the surveillance footage, still trying to digest it. Both Seth and Leah looked as though they wanted nothing more than to doff their clothing and spend hours exploring each other's body. Chris turned, snaring Zack's attention as David continued to stare fixedly at the screen. "Like I said, we have a problem." Zack nodded. "He's attracted to her." Quite an understatement. "Yes." Seth had shown no interest in women since the death of his wife. None at all. He had even confessed to Zack a few years ago that he still mourned her. "There's more," Chris added grimly. Zack shook his head. What could possibly be more earth-shaking than Seth having feelings for a woman? "She's human," David murmured. Shit. Zack looked at the woman on the screen. The vampiric virus drove humans infected with it insane. So if she and Seth hit it off, she couldn't safely be transformed and spend the rest of eternity with him. "So was Seth's wife," Zack belatedly mentioned. "Yes," Chris said. "Seth's wife was human too, and we all know how that ended. Enemies who wanted Seth dead brutally murdered her and their 2 children. Zack frowned. "Surely you don't believe we should intercede? Seth has been alone for thousands of years. Don't you think he deserves whatever happiness he can find after all he's done and sacrificed to help not just the Immortal Guardians, but humanity as a whole?" "I do," Chris agreed, surprising him. "That's why I asked you here." Zack glanced at the man who was closest to Seth. "David?" David turned to face him. "You see it?" he asked, his expression unreadable. Zack glanced at the couple on the screen, then met his gaze. "I do." The attraction the two shared was undeniable. "We have to protect her," David said, "at all costs. We have to do everything we can to keep her safe.
We cannot let history repeat itself.
I agree. I do too, Chris said. That's why the day after I saw this footage, I installed a round-the-clock surveillance team in the building across the street with a dozen of my best special ops soldiers on every shift. All are heavily armed, and all are silently alerted with a device similar to the ones Immortal Guardians carry when Seth appears, so they'll know if Gershom gets wind of her and shows up, trying to fool her into believing he's Seth. I also have the surveillance feed streamed live to the same 2 sites as the network's feed to ensure that Gershom can't mind control those viewing it so they won't alert us to his visit if he does. As I said before, the bastard may be powerful, but he can't be in 2 places at once. Zach frowned. He didn't like the idea of Seth's privacy being violated in such a way, or that of the woman. I don't think... Chris held up a hand. These are trusted men and women who would give their lives to protect Seth and the other Immortal Guardians. They'll keep his secrets. It didn't sit well, but what the hell else could they do with Gershom out there, wanting to strike at Seth in every conceivable way? Has Seth been back to see her? No, Chris said, which poses another dilemma. I worried that Leah might be targeted by Gershom simply as a result of her association with Amy. I thought Seth pursuing a relationship with her would dramatically increase that likelihood, so, as I said, I installed the Special Ops surveillance team. But it's been a couple of weeks now, and Seth hasn't returned. I wasn't sure if I should keep the crew there, and wanted to ask what you thought. Zach shook his head. If Seth hasn't been back, it sure as hell isn't because he doesn't want to. He isn't letting himself go back. He hasn't taken any downtime since that night, hasn't had so much as a 15-minute break. If he were human, I'd say he was working himself into an early grave, no doubt because he's drawn the same conclusion you have, that seeing her will endanger her. David sighed. At least we know now why he's been so somber and withdrawn of late. You noticed it too? Zach asked. Of course. He's fighting his attraction to her. Chris's gaze ping-ponged between them. I admit, I wondered if perhaps that might be for the best. I mean, she's human. Even if we keep her safe, Seth will still lose her in the end. She can't be transformed by the virus without suffering progressive brain damage and going insane. And even as powerful a healer as he is, Seth can't stop that. Look how hard he's tried with Cliff. So she'll have to remain human, and he'll inevitably lose her to old age. The knowledge saddened Zach. He was so fortunate that Lizette had been born a gifted one and could spend the rest of eternity with him. Seth can use his healing ability to extend her life. He would have done the same for his wife if he'd had the chance. David nodded. I did it for mine. Surprise lit Chris's face. He must not have known that David had been married long ago. Their time together would still be short in the greater scheme of things, David continued. But if he heals her every day, he can extend her life by a century and a half, perhaps a little more. 150 or 200 years instead of an eternity. How much of that time would Seth spend dreading the inevitable? Well, Chris shook his head. I didn't know which would be worse, loving Leah and losing her, or never letting himself love her at all. Never letting himself love her at all. Zach and David responded in unison. At last, David turned away from the screen. I still mourn my wife. I miss her every day, but I would never have given up the years I had with her. Zach nodded. It would be the same for me if I lost Lizette. Chris crossed to his desk and leaned back against it. Okay, then. What do we do? How can we help him? Zach considered it for a minute or two. You can start by having your tech genius make me one of those devices Seth carries around in his pocket to let immortals know I'm not Gershom. Once you do, Seth will no longer have that excuse to keep me from fielding his calls and can slow his frenetic pace. David nodded. Have him make one for me, too. Chris withdrew a small notebook and a stubby pencil from his pocket and began to write. Okay, I'll get right on it, but I'll need one of you to erase the memory of it from the technician's mind again so Gershom can't pluck the code from it. I'll do it, Zach volunteered, then caught David's eye. What do you think about giving Jared one, too, and having him answer some of the emergency calls? David's eyebrows rose. Really? Zach shrugged.
He's been at loose ends ever since he told the others to kiss his ass.
Jared had only recently joined their ranks. The rest of the ancient others firmly believed they should not interfere in any way, no matter how minuscule, with the mortal world. They had, in fact, tortured Zack twice before he himself had defected. Once for warning Seth that his cell phone was broken and his Immortal Guardians in North Carolina were trying to reach him, then a second time just for speaking with Seth. I think Jared may need something a little more challenging than hunting vampires to occupy his time, and sending him to aid Immortal Guardians who are in trouble will help integrate him into the ranks faster. At least it did for me. Zack had joined the Immortal Guardians at a similarly turbulent time and had fielded Seth's calls for 2 days when Seth had come dangerously close to collapsing, though none of his immortals would have believed such possible. David pondered the request a moment, then nodded. "We can try it and see how he fares." Chris scribbled some more in his notebook. "Consider it done." He looked up from the paper. "It also occurred to me that worry over an association with him endangering her may not be the only thing keeping Seth from seeing Leah again." Zack studied him. "What do you mean?" "After I finished cleaning up the Times Square incident, my assistant Kate made me take a weekend off." "And?" Zack prompted when he didn't continue. "And I haven't taken a weekend off since. I've worked every day, 365 days a year, ever since Bastion came on the scene and kicked off so much crap." He grimaced and crossed his arms over his chest. Taking time off to relax and have fun, as Kate put it, just felt too weird, too self-indulgent after working non-stop for so long. I'm guessing it will be worse for Seth. He looked at David. "I know he likes spending time with Amy and Adira, but he usually only grabs whatever time he can for that between calls. When was the last time Seth actually scheduled time off to do something he enjoys?" David didn't speak, apparently unable to recall such a time. Zack hadn't thought of that. Seth had been solely responsible for the well-being and happiness of his Immortal Guardians for thousands of years, aided only by David. So Seth will balk at taking time off and delegating. David shrugged as he turned once more to watch Seth and Leah dance on the screen. "I'll handle his objections." He was probably the only one who could. "I'll insist he takes some downtime. Then we'll see what happens. If he goes to her, we will do whatever we can to keep her safe. If he does not..." Zack watched Seth throw his head back and laugh at something Leah said. If he did not, Seth would be sacrificing the only chance at happiness that had come along in millennia. Zack fervently hoped his friend wouldn't turn his back on it. "There's something else we can do, to keep Leah safe, that is, or safer." David arched a brow. "I can do for her what I did for Dana." Chris stiffened. His expression darkened. "Damn it! What is it with you immortals and your love of mind control? It causes fucking brain damage." David held up a hand to staunch his objection and looked at Zack. "Is Chris correct in assuming you wish to mind control Leah and, how did you describe it, plant a how-to-kick-ass manual in her brain?" Zack nodded. "It worked well for Dana. I know Leah would be no match for Gershon, but it would give her a fighting chance against anyone else he might send her way." David considered it a moment. "So be it." Chris glared at Zack. "Seth will disembowel you when he finds out you tampered with her brain." "Not if I help Zack do it," David countered in his deep, calm voice. "I can heal the damage done in real time. But it's a step we should take only if Seth decides to see her again." Zack nodded. Agreed. He hoped like hell his friend would do it. Leah smiled as she handed 2 bags and a receipt to her last customer. "Thank you. Have a nice night." "You too," the woman replied with a tired smile. Leah walked her to the door and held it open. Once the woman left, Leah turned the open sign to closed and flipped both locks. She reached for the rod that closed the blinds, but hesitated to turn it. The sadness that had dogged her all day struck hard. Tears welled in her eyes. Blinking them back, she left the blinds open and pivoted to face the store. She had left the blinds open the night Seth had come by after hours, looking for Adira's toy unicorn. Dancing and talking with him had been so much fun. She could really use the diversion tonight and wished he would visit again. But 3 weeks had passed, so she didn't expect to see him. The phone rang. Normally, after closing time, she would let the machine pick up, but she really did need a distraction. Hurrying around the counter, she yanked up the receiver before the machine could kick in. "Little gifts," she said as brightly as she could. Damn, she was depressed. "Leah?" a man asked. He spoke softly, as though he didn't want anyone to overhear. She frowned. "Yes?" "Hi, it's Sheldon." He and his girlfriend, Tracy, had accompanied Amy when she brought Adira to story time earlier. She smiled. "Hi, Sheldon. What can I do for you?" "I can't find Adira's little pink unicorn, and I've looked everywhere. Have you seen it?" "No, but my last customer just left, and I haven't started tidying up yet. Do you want to hang on a minute while I look around?" "That would be great. Thanks. I really appreciate it." "Okay, just a sec." She set the receiver down and looked through the lost and found box first. Nothing. Rounding the corner, she bent over and scanned the floor beneath the clothing racks, but didn't see anything there either. "Brittany?" she called. Brittany entered from the back room. "Yeah. Have you seen a small pink unicorn with a keychain clip?" "No. Is someone missing one?" "Yes." She motioned to the phone on the counter. "Let me help you look." Together they scoured the store, looking more diligently beneath the clothing racks where children like to hide and play, on the chairs, on the bookshelves, on the toy shelves. "Aha!" Leah cried in triumph when she spotted it snuggled up to a buffalo like the one Seth had bought for Adira. If the buffalo didn't still have a tag on it, she'd wonder if perhaps that was Adira's too. Brittany smiled. "Cool. Thanks for helping me look. Any time." She returned to the back room. Leah picked up the receiver. "Sheldon?" "Yeah." "I found it." "Great!" he exclaimed with relief. Then, "Wait, not great. Damn, I didn't realize how late it is." Leah glanced at the clock. "We're closed for the night, but you're welcome to come by and pick it up." As usual, she had no plans, and Brittany would leave shortly. She had another big test tomorrow and needed to study for it. "I can't. I'll have to swing by and get it tomorrow." "Okay." He sighed. "Seth is going to kick my butt if Adira has trouble sleeping tonight without it." Leah's heart gave a little leap at the mention of Seth's name. Sheldon grumbled something beneath his breath. "Oh, well, I'll see you first thing in the morning. Thanks, Leah." "You're welcome." Brittany exited the back room, carrying a coat and purse. "Was that Amy on the phone?" Leah shook her head and held the purse for Brittany while she donned her coat. "No, it was Sheldon." "Ooh, Sheldon is so hot," Brittany declared. Leah sent her a wry smile. "And he thinks Seth is going to kick his butt if Adira has trouble sleeping tonight without her favorite toy." Shaking her head, Brittany took her purse and looped the strap over her shoulder. "I wouldn't want Seth to kick my butt. That man is huge." She grinned. "Of course, I wouldn't mind if he spanked me a little." Laughing, Leah nudged her toward the door. "You just focus on your studies and get ready to ace that exam." "I'd rather get spanked," she quipped as she let herself out of the store. Leah chuckled and locked the door behind her, then headed into the back room. Grabbing a small black remote, she aimed it at the iPod connected to the store's speaker system and paused the music from the Annie soundtrack. Since children frequented the store, she always played music she thought they would like, but she also tried to choose music that wasn't so candy-sweet it would make her want to pull her hair out after listening to it all day. That usually left her with movie soundtracks. She had played the Sing soundtrack the night Seth had visited and put it on now, hoping it would lift her spirits. She hadn't told Brittany she had danced with Seth that night. The younger woman would have never stopped yammering about her, urging her anew to get her cougar on. But Leah had not been able to stop thinking about it, or him. Returning to the store, she began her nightly routine.
closing up, tallying receipts, and preparing for another day of business. Though the same music played, her feet didn't move to it tonight, nor did her hips. Her gaze strayed to the calendar on the wall behind the counter. Pain struck as memories surfaced and threatened to suffocate her. Damn it! Why couldn't Seth have come by tonight instead of 3 weeks ago? She looked at the little unicorn toy sitting on the counter by the phone. She really needed a distraction. Unable to bear the silence, she grabbed her keys. David tapped his fingers on the long dining room table as he watched Zach shove one forkful of salad after another into his mouth as though he hadn't eaten in days. "A bit hungry, are we?" he asked dryly. Zach just nodded and ate as quickly as he could, trying to work in a meal before the next call came through. Beside him, Lizette laughed and ate more slowly. "I don't know how Seth does it," Zach complained around a mouthful. "Does what?" David asked. "Manages to eat and sleep and still field so many calls in a 24-hour period. There have been many times, as you know, in which he couldn't." It was not unusual for Seth to go days without sleeping while he guarded his immortal flock. In the past, he had asked David to field his calls, or had network heads send other elder immortals to aid those who faced lesser emergencies, while Seth snuck in a few hours of sleep. But he had often abandoned that practice since they'd lost Yuri and Stanislav 2 years earlier. Familiar pain settled in David's chest when he thought of the Russian immortals. Seth had taken their losses hard and seemed to believe that if he devoted even more time to the care and needs of his immortal guardians, he might somehow prevent similar losses in the future. Richard grunted. "At least I'm finally going to spend some time with my sister." Richard d'Alençon and his wife Jenna dined at the table too, as did his twin Etienne and his wife Krista. Both women were now immortal guardians who spent their nights hunting with their husbands. Much to David's surprise, antisocial immortal Roland Warbrook and his wife Sarah were present as well. Both had been spending more time at David's home since they had adopted Michael, Roland's orphaned descendant, who currently played downstairs with Adira under Sheldon and Tracy's supervision while Marcus and Amy trained. "I miss my wife, damn it," Zach grumbled. Lizette smiled and rested a hand on his arm. "If we didn't both possess preternatural speed," he continued, "I wouldn't even have time to make love with her." Lizette sent him a flirtatious smile. "You make me burn at any speed, darling." "Damn it, Zach," Etienne groused. "She's my sister. Don't put those images in my head. That's way too much information." Richard grunted. "At least you didn't teleport in and catch Lizette giving him a blowjob." Jenna flushed, having accompanied her husband on that particular occasion. Lizette's eyes flashed bright amber. "I told you never to mention that again." Amusement trickled through David when Zach's lips turned up in a slight smile, his spirits visibly lightening. Even Roland fought a smile. Jared and Seth abruptly appeared in the kitchen. Both were speckled with blood, both bore heavy scowls. The hidden devices in the younger immortal's pockets all beeped. Seth looked at David. "All is well?" "All is well," David assured him. Nodding, Seth left the kitchen and strode through the dining room and adjoining living room. "I'm going to have a quick shower." David watched him shrug off his coat as he entered the hallway that led to his bedroom. Seth's shoulders slumped with weariness. His footsteps dragged. "Our plan isn't working," Zach spoke in David's head as he met his gaze across the table. David nodded. He had managed to coax Seth into diverting 2/3 of his emergency calls to Zach and Jared, but Seth clearly wasn't sleeping, nor was he using the extra time allotted him to go see Leah, as David had hoped. Instead, he simply dogged Jared's footsteps, claiming he wanted to see how well Jared would handle his new responsibilities. Seth's bedroom door closed. Jared strolled out of the kitchen, still frowning. When he opened his mouth to speak, David held up a hand, giving Seth another moment to close his bathroom door and start his shower. Though every bathroom in the house was soundproofed now, Seth was powerful enough to still hear faintly what happened outside his door if he listened carefully. Once he was sealed inside his bathroom and the shower came on, however, he could not. Lowering his hand, David nodded to Jared.
"How long is it going to take Seth to trust me enough to stop shadowing me every time I take a call from one of his Immortal Guardians?" the other demanded. "Haven't I proven myself yet?"
"Give him time," David responded placidly, knowing trust wasn't the issue. "Delegating isn't easy after thousands of years of being in charge."
"He delegates to you?"
"And has done so for several millennia. He just started delegating to you a week ago." Jared snagged a napkin from the table and used it to wipe the blood from his sword.
"I risked the wrath of the others many times to aid him," he grumbled. "I think I have more than proven myself trustworthy."
Zach's eyes flashed golden with fury for a moment before they darkened to brown once more. It was probably unwise for Jared to mention the wrath of the others, since he had doled out some of that wrath himself in the past at Zach's expense.
"Just give him time," he counseled again.
Seth was clearly growing restless. David knew the powerful Immortal Guardians leader sought any excuse he could not to sleep or relax, simply because such moments left him time to think about Leah. But David maintained the hope that Seth would eventually cave and seek her out once more. Jared's phone chirped in his pocket. Sheathing his sword, he answered,
"Yes?"
"I just tranked 6 vamps." Colbin, an immortal stationed in Saskatoon, said, "Do you want to read their minds and see if they know anything about Gersham's immortals?"
"Yes," Jared told him. "I'm on my way."
Zach held up a hand. "Just a moment." He wiped his mouth with a napkin, then dropped it on the table and rose. "Before you go, I want to give you something." Jared nodded.
"Hurry up. I want to leave before Seth gets out of the shower."
Nodding, Zach swiftly drew back his arm and slammed his fist into Jared's face. Jared flew backward, hit a sofa, and knocked it over as he tumbled to the floor behind it.
"Son of a bitch!"
Roland and the French twins laughed heartily while their wives gaped. Lizette sighed and rolled her eyes. Zach shook his hand, flexed his fingers, then returned to his seat and dug into his dinner once more. David sighed.
"Damn it, Zach, how long is this going to continue?"
Such had become a common occurrence. Zach shrugged. "The bastard tortured me. I'll stop once his debt is paid." Groaning, Jared climbed to his feet. Blood poured down his chin from his broken nose.
"You don't know how much I regret that."
Zach's lips twitched. "Yes, I do." Gingerly touching his damaged nose, Jared looked around for his phone. David saw it on the floor nearby and used telekinesis to fling it toward him.
"Catch."
"Thank you."
The bones in Jared's face started to shift back into position as he teleported away. Conversation resumed, the French siblings bantering and laughing. A tinny version of "It's the end of the world as we know it" interrupted them. Zach retrieved his phone.
"Yes?"
"Kedron here," David heard an Immortal Guardian stationed in the UK say. "Toby and I just tranked 5 vampires. There were over a dozen in all. We had to slay the rest. None resembled the missing immortals. But you might like to peruse the thoughts of these blackguards and see what you can find before we destroy them." Many such calls had come in since word had spread that Gershom had kidnapped and transformed a dozen gifted ones. All were hoping they'd come across a vampire who happened to know something, since Gershom had worked with vampires in the past. "I shall be there shortly," Zach said. After ending the call, he finished his dinner as quickly as he could. Lizette smiled and rubbed his arm. "Poor baby, you should have eaten earlier." Zach shook his head and rose. "Losing myself in your beautiful body was more fun." Bending, he brushed a kiss across her lips. "I'll see you later." She smiled and stroked his cheek. "Be careful." "You too." He sent Richard a sharp look. "If anything happens to her, you're dead." Lizette would be hunting with Richard and Jenna tonight, since Zach was otherwise occupied. Richard nodded.
"I'm aware."
Zach kissed Lizette again. The sound of an approaching vehicle carried to David's hypersensitive ears. When it reached the gate at the entrance to his long, long driveway, it halted. Zack straightened and met David's gaze when no one typed a security code into the keypad by the gate. Instead, the driver just sat there with the engine idling. It couldn't be an Immortal Guardian or one of their seconds. They all knew the code and would already be on their way up to the house, as would Chris Riordan if he were visiting. So who was it? When David delved into the driver's mind, shock struck. Zack sucked in a breath. His eyes widened. He must have read the driver's thoughts, too. Leah waited outside the gate, questioning the wisdom of coming while she stared at the call button on the keypad. Chapter 6. David leapt to his feet. "Everyone out!" he shouted. The younger immortals all gaped up at him. "What?" Sarah asked. "Everyone out!" he ordered again. "Now! Use the escape tunnels in the basement so you won't be seen." Zack blurred. Dishes clanked together as he began to clear the table at preternatural speeds. Roland scowled. "Why?" "Do not question me, Roland," David warned. "Just do as I say, and hurry. Make sure none of you are seen." Roland turned his head toward the window, finally noticing the sound of a car engine. Swearing, he rose and drew his sword. "Who is that? Who's coming?" Zack finished clearing the table, then rapidly loaded the dishwasher so there would be no mess if Seth invited Leah in. "Someone's coming?" Krista leapt to her feet. The other immortals all did the same and drew their swords, so distracted by David's orders that they didn't notice Zack or question why he was tidying up if an enemy was about to strike. "Who is it?" Richard asked. "Is it Gershom?" "No," David said, urgency driving him. He needed to get rid of them before Leah changed her mind and drove away. "Put those away, damn it!" he ordered, motioning to their weapons. Roland shook his head. "Not until you tell us who's out there. The last time you ordered us to get the hell out, Zack hurled a couple of vampires through the front window, then dove in and knocked us all on our asses." They had thought Zack the enemy at the time. "We aren't being attacked," David insisted, and swore when he heard Leah shift her car into reverse. Zipping over to the panel by the door, he pressed a button. The gate began to swing open. After a moment, she shifted back into drive and guided her car forward. Turning back to the group by the table, he found them all staring at him in confusion. "If we aren't under attack," Roland said, doubt written all over his ready-for-battle face, "then why do you want us to leave?" Zack spoke in David's mind. "You're going to have to tell them." David sighed. "Seth has a caller." They all exchanged puzzled glances. "A what?" Richard asked. "A caller," David repeated. "Seth has a caller," and probably wouldn't appreciate them knowing about that. Etienne's brow puckered. "Like a—" He looked at his brother, his sister, then David. "Like a woman?" he asked uncertainly. "Yes," David declared with a hefty dose of exasperation. Zack laughed in the kitchen. The Immortal Guardians all viewed the much older and immensely powerful Seth as a father figure. Discovering that Daddy might have a date seemed to have thrown them even more than the belief that Gershom might be attacking had. Eyes widening, Roland sheathed his sword, then swept through the living room, righting the sofa and tidying up. David didn't know why that surprised him, but it did. Lizette's face brightened as it finally sank in. "Seth has a caller?" Clapping her hands, she practically danced in place with excitement. "Finally! Who is it? Do we know her? What's she like? Can I—" David pointed an imperious finger at her. "Don't do it." He looked at Etienne. "You either." "Don't do what?" Lizette asked, all innocence. "Don't read her thoughts," he said. "I forbid it. And do not linger once you leave and try to get a look at her or listen in." Her expression turned disgruntled. Zack entered. "You heard him," he told them all. "Get your asses out of here." He kissed Lizette one more time. "And be safe tonight." "You too, darling," she said, her smile returning. Zack vanished. Richard drew Jenna close, then touched Lizette's shoulder and teleported the three of them away. Etienne took Krista's hand, then the two of them shot off in a blur, racing down to their basement bedroom and the hidden escape tunnel that would allow them to leave the house unseen. Roland clasped Sarah's hand. Hope lit in the antisocial immortal's usually dour face. "If there's anything I can do—" David smiled, understanding. Roland wouldn't be sharing eternity with the woman he loved if it weren't for Seth. "I know. Thank you. Now go." The couple dashed away at preternatural speeds.
Seth bent his head and braced his hands on the shower wall, letting hot water pound the tight muscles in his shoulders and upper back. As always, exhaustion pulled at him. His eyes burned with the need for sleep. But every time he closed them, he saw Leah, smiling up at him, winking, teasing, and caressing him, rubbing up against him as she danced. He cursed as desire flooded him and he grew hard. He hadn't had this much difficulty controlling his body in millennia. If he could just stay busy, his priorities would realign themselves and life would go back to the same old, same old. He'd aid his Immortal Guardians and battle vampires round the clock looking for the missing gifted ones. He swore, the missing immortals. And try to find and bury Gershom, ending this once and for all. Seth watched water sluice down the long curtain of his hair and rain on the tile at his feet, rinsing the last of the soap suds down the drain. David had been watching him a little too closely of late. He clearly sensed something was troubling Seth, something more than the usual, and for some reason he believed giving Seth more downtime would help him sort it out. Seth shook his head. When had that ever helped him? The only thing less work did was give painful memories time to resurface, along with the loneliness that had plagued him for so long. And now thoughts of Leah bombarded him as well. "Seth," David murmured in his head. "Yes? You're needed in the living room. We have a situation." "Is it Gershom?" "No, but get here as quickly as you can." Normally, such a request would make Seth sigh, but today he welcomed the interruption. Turning off the water, he stepped out and dried off at preternatural speeds. It took a little longer to drag a comb through his long, wet hair, making him consider cutting it short like Roland's. Less than a minute later, he tugged a black T-shirt down over his chest as he left his bedroom. The hem settled over the waist of the black cargo pants he'd donned. His feet were already complaining over being stuffed into his boots again so soon. Striding down the hallway, he tugged his hair out of his T-shirt and let it fall loosely down his back, dampening the cotton material. He hoped this wasn't about Zach's tendency to hit Jared whenever the latter least expected it. One of these days, Jared was going to get tired of it and hit back. Breaking up that altercation would be a pain in Seth's ass. But for now, guilt still compelled Jared to take it. David waited near the front door, his eyes bright with mirth. Seth glanced toward the dining room, surprised to find it empty and the table cleared. "Where is everyone?" "I sent them away. Let me guess, Zach and Jared were squabbling again." He looked around. "At least they didn't break anything this time." The furniture appeared remarkably unscathed. In fact, "Is it me, or is it neater in here than when I arrived?" David nodded. "Zach and Roland tidied up a bit." "Those two? Really?" "Why?" "Someone is coming." Seth heard the approach of an automobile, but felt no alarm. David wouldn't be so relaxed if danger lurked outside. "Who is it?" If it was Chris Riordan bringing them bad news, he didn't want to know, so he refrained from reading the driver's thoughts. David's lips stretched in a smile. "You have a caller." Seth stopped short. He must not have heard him right. "What?" "You have a caller." Certain he was still misunderstanding, Seth reached into his back pocket and drew out his cell phone to check messages. David chuckled. "Not a call, a caller. Leah is here."
Seth's heartbeat picked up, something he wished he could hide. "Leah from Little Gifts?" "Yes." His heartbeat quickened even more. "Why is she here?" She sure as hell wasn't there to call on him, as David had suggested. "To see you." After living for thousands of years, very little surprised Seth, but that completely flabbergasted him. "You read her mind?" "Yes." "She came to see me?" "Well, she has another reason for coming, but is merely using it as an excuse to see you again. She's hoping you'll be here." Seth had no idea how to respond to that. "Why does she want to see me?" David's deep brown eyes danced with suppressed laughter. "Perhaps because she likes your big hands." Seth groaned. If David had plucked that particular memory from Leah's mind, then he most likely had seen them dancing together as well. Chuckling, David closed the distance between them and clapped him on the shoulder. "She enjoys your company and you enjoy hers. There's nothing wrong with that." His expression grew solemn. "But she's troubled tonight, Seth, and could use a diversion. I think she's hoping that diversion will be you." So Leah really had come to see him? How does she even know where to find me? "Gershom certainly didn't tell her, if that's why you're frowning." "It is." Yet his scowl remained. Leah wanted him to be a diversion? "What kind of diversion?" David laughed. "Stop laughing, damn it! I haven't spent time alone with a woman in almost as many millennia as you, so if you're wondering what she might like to do, I am not the best person to ask." Seth reached out to Zach telepathically. "Zach." "What?" "What does Lizette like to do when you two have downtime together?" "Make love." "Aside from that?" "Dance." Seth sure as hell wouldn't mind dancing with Leah again, but didn't trust himself to put his hands on her. Best to omit that option. "Anything else?" "Watch movies or sports." He looked at David. "Do you think she'd like to watch a movie?" David shrugged. "I don't know. Ask her. She's looking for something to take her mind off what's burdening her." The car halted. "Do you know what's burdening her?" "Yes." "Will you tell me what it is?" Seth wasn't ready to delve into the significance of his not wanting to read her thoughts himself, and hoped David would just assume recent difficulties had left him weary of employing his telepathy. "No. If she wants you to know, she'll tell you herself." David gave Seth a pat on the back, then strolled toward the hallway. "I'm going to head down and spend some time with the little ones to give you two some privacy." Seth's mind raced so rampantly that it took him a moment to realize what David had said. He turned just as the other man disappeared into the basement stairwell. "Privacy to do what?" A laugh rumbled up the steps. "That is for you to decide." Footsteps sounded on the front sidewalk. The doorbell rang. Excitement set Seth's pulse to racing as he opened the front door. Sure enough, Leah stood there, as beautiful as he remembered, in a pair of snug-fitting jeans and a sweater that molded itself to her full breasts and narrow waist. Over that, she wore a blazer. Her long brown hair lifted and floated on a cool breeze that added some pink to her nose and cheeks. When she saw him, her face lit up with an infectious smile, and her heartbeat increased as much as his own had. "Hi, Seth." He smiled back, and he wondered once more why being with her always seemed to make the tension just melt right out of him. The tightness in his shoulders eased, and uncertainty fled, replaced by pleasure. "Leah, what a wonderful surprise." The words left his lips before he could ponder the wisdom of speaking them. Her own smile turned self-deprecating. "I shouldn't have dropped by like this. I'm sorry. She held up a pink unicorn. "Sheldon called earlier. He couldn't find Dira's unicorn and was worried that she wouldn't be able to sleep without it." David's words floated back to him. "She has another reason for coming, but is merely using it as an excuse to see you again." He took the small toy she offered, his fingers brushing hers. "You drove all this way to bring it to her. How kind of you. Come in, please." She stepped inside. Her hazel eyes, more green than brown tonight, widened as she looked around. "Wow, this place is huge." Chuckling, he closed the door. "May I take your jacket?" Still staring at the living room with its multitude of sofas, love seats, and wing-back chairs, then the dining room table that could seat over 30 people, she nodded absently. Seth moved to stand behind her and helped her remove her blazer, waiting patiently as she switched her keys and purse strap from one hand to the other. He loved her scent. No perfume, just Leah with a hint of the outdoors. After hanging her jacket on one of the many pegs that lined the long coat rack, he turned around and found her watching him. "How many people live here?" He smiled. "Many of the men and women who work for me either have no families of their own or have cut ties with them because their families, well, suck," she supplied helpfully. He chuckled. "Yes, so David and I always leave our doors open and issue a standing invitation for them to come and spend time together. Our particular line of work often includes odd hours that make socialization difficult." He motioned to the large living room and dining room. "This helps them feel less alone." "That's so nice. I've heard of businesses that offer perks like free gyms and daycare to make their employees feel like a more close-knit group, but this takes it way above and beyond that. You open your home to them." "It goes both ways. While this alleviates their loneliness, it also alleviates mine and David's." Unable to resist the urge, he touched her arm briefly. "Will you excuse me for a moment while I take this down to Adira?" "Of course." He gestured toward the sofas. "Please, make yourself at home." Hopefully no Immortal Guardians would stride through the door, covered in blood, while he was gone. Or worse, teleport in and abruptly appear right in front of her. Light, swift footsteps sounded in the basement stairwell, followed by heavy boots. Seth looked toward the hallway. Giggles erupted as Adira and Michael emerged and ran forward. David spoke in Seth's mind. "Adira knows Leah brought her unicorn toy. I didn't have the heart to stop them." Marcus and Amy's extraordinary daughter bore many special gifts they were still discovering. Since they suspected telepathy was one of them, she had likely read Leah's thoughts as soon as Leah entered the house. Sheldon jogged out of the hallway, following the children. His face brightened when he saw Leah and the unicorn Seth held. "Hey, you brought it!" Relief and pleasure filled his features. "Wow, I can't believe you did that. Thank you, Leah, you're a lifesaver." When it looked as though Sheldon would continue forward and sweep Leah into a hug, Seth shot him a glare. Touch her and die. Just the idea of the strapping young human male putting his hands on Leah sent jealousy coursing through Seth, which was totally irrational because he knew Sheldon loved Tracy. Sheldon jerked to a halt. His face paled as his eyes widened. Seth was dimly aware of Adira reclaiming her unicorn and saying something to Leah. Sheldon raised an index finger to scratch his temple, glanced swiftly at Leah, then tapped his cheek below one eye, drawing Seth's attention to it. Seth saw his reflection in it, caught the bright golden glow of his own eyes, and closed them with a silent curse. Really? Jealous fury over so little? How many times since he'd met Leah had he asked himself what the hell was wrong with him? When Seth opened his eyes once more, Sheldon nodded that the glow was gone. Leah had dropped to one knee to accept a hug from Adira and apparently hadn't caught Seth's slip. "You're very welcome, sweetie," she said with a smile. Michael hung back, still a little shy and withdrawn around anyone he didn't see on a daily basis. "All right, you two." Sheldon moved forward and herded the toddlers away as soon as Adira released Leah. "Let's head back down so we can hear the end of David's story. I want to find out what happens to the lion." He started back through the living room and down the hallway, a child on each side of him holding his hands. "Thanks again, Leah," he called over his shoulder. "You're welcome." At the last second, Adira released Sheldon, then ran back to Seth, her arms outstretched. Smiling, Seth picked her up and hugged her. "Night-night, Baba." "Night-night, Poppet." He kissed her cheek, then set her down. Adira took Leah's hand and put it in Seth's. Seth's skin tingled as Leah wove her fingers between his own. Satisfied, the little girl raced back to where Sheldon and Michael waited by the basement stairwell. Sheldon stared at their clasped hands, then looked at Seth. "Tell anyone, and you'll kick my butt," Sheldon thought, interrupting Seth's mental warning. "Got it." Quiet descended after the trio left. Leah sent Seth a wry smile and gave his hand a squeeze. "It's weird that I'm here, right?" Only because David had said she'd come to see him. He shook his head. "People drop by all the time. I don't want you to feel weird about it." He tilted his head to one side. "Although I admit to being curious as to how you found us." Unwilling to break the contact just yet, he slid his thumb back and forth over her soft skin. Did her heartbeat increase a little at the light caress? "Sheldon signed Amy up for a year of little gifts baskets," she said. "I ship one every month and try to tailor each basket to the individual subscriber, putting things in there not just for the child or children, but for the mom or dad, too. He used this address when he did." Seth tried to muster up some anger over Sheldon's having given out David's home address, but couldn't. It had facilitated Leah's visit. Looking a tad chagrined, she wrinkled her nose and shrugged. "Driving out here to return the toy seemed like a good idea at the time, but now it just feels creepy and stalkerish." Seth laughed. "It isn't creepy and stalkerish. I enjoy your company too much for it to be." "Really? Because I would be freaking out a little if someone did this to me." "I'm not freaking out. It truly was a pleasant surprise." Her lips turned up in a smile. "Remember how I said I'm a total workaholic?" "Yes." Now her thumb stroked his hand, sending warmth all the way up his arm, through his shoulder and into his chest. "Well, I've been trying to ease back on that a little lately, but it's been so long that I have no idea what to do with downtime." "I understand completely. David has been insisting I delegate more authority lately and take some time off, but—" He shrugged. "When I'm not working, I always feel like I should be working and find myself at loose ends." "Exactly. This is going to sound lame, but I don't get out much. And tonight, when the walls started closing in on me, I figured a drive in the country might be nice because I couldn't think of anything else to do. Then I got here, you opened the door, and I thought, oh crap, he's going to think I'm a total stalker." "Not at all." Seth raised their clasped hands and grinned. "I merely assumed you wanted to see my big hands again." Laughing, she gave his shoulder a shove. "You're such a tease." His heart lightened. Admitted without shame. "Well, I'll forgive you," she quipped, "because you're letting me hold your hand." Drawing their clasped hands closer to her face, she cupped her free hand over them and smoothed circles over his, as she assumed a comical expression of amazement. "Ooh, so big," she breathed. Seth laughed. When Leah looked past his shoulder, he turned to find David strolling up the hallway toward them. Leah hastily released Seth's hand, looking as guilty as a little girl who had been caught sneaking a cookie right before dinner time. David smiled. "Good evening, Leah. What a wonderful surprise." Smiling back, she offered him a little wave. "Hi, David." "I apologize for interrupting, but I've been called away and need to retrieve my coat." Seth frowned as David lifted his coat off the rack by the door. "Am I needed?" "No." David was careful not to allow Leah to glimpse the multitude of weapons that adorned the interior of his coat as he donned it. He had removed them all before visiting her store, as had Seth. "I'll take care of it." "Bastion called. He and Cliff captured several vampires. Bastion wants me to read their minds before he turns Cliff loose on them." He looked at Leah. "This is Seth's night off. I'm afraid he doesn't know what to do with himself in the rare instances he finds some free time, so he keeps volunteering to work." Leah nudged Seth with her shoulder. "Him and me both." David gave her a little bow. "Nice to see you again." "Nice to see you, too." The door closed behind him. Seth looked down at Leah. "So?" she said. He cocked a brow. "So?" "Looks like we're just a couple of workaholics who have no clue what to do with ourselves." "Apparently so." "Any ideas?" "Quite a few, but they all seem to revolve around the two of them getting naked." "No. What about you?" She laughed. "Not a one. But I'm sure we can come up with something." Sean Lintz threw a dagger that buried itself in a vampire's neck, then swung his katana at another opponent in front of him. Clangs, growls, grunts, and cries of pain disrupted the quiet college campus as he, Krista, and Etienne fought an astoundingly large vampire crew that had descended upon UNC Chapel Hill. There must be almost 24 of them. If Sean's nose hadn't warned him otherwise, he would have thought they were frat boys out making mischief when he first saw them, but their bloody clothing had given them away. As Sean sliced up the vampire in front of him, another circled around behind him and tried to hamstring him. Sean shifted at the last moment, grunting when the blade cut across his outer thigh. Decapitating the vampire in front of him with a swipe of his blade, he spun around to confront the asshole behind him. These vamps all appeared to be newly turned. Most still retained enough of their sanity to look a little nervous when their companions began to fall beneath the Immortal Guardians' blades. "Not so confident now, are you, dipshits?" Sean thought. He spared his sister a quick glance to see how she fared. Krista was kicking ass as usual, thanks to her ability to see auras. Her husband, Etienne, grunted as a gash opened on his cheek. "Stop watching me, damn it!" Krista snapped, "and keep your eyes on your opponent." "Watching you kick ass," Etienne gritted out, "is far more entertaining." Both seemed to be holding their own. The body of Sean's latest foe hit the ground and began to shrivel up at his feet. "Sean?" Krista called. "How are you doing over there?" "I'm good," he answered, opening the carotid artery of his next opponent. Panic lit the vampire's glowing blue eyes as he stumbled backward, dropped his long bowie knife, and tried to stem the rapid flow of blood. One of his fellow vampires didn't move out of the way fast enough and accidentally stabbed the vamp in the back. Sean saluted him. "Thank you." He turned to face the vampire behind him. The vampire's gray eyes lost their glow as they rolled back in his head. His bowie knives clattered to the pavement as he sank to the ground, a tranquilizer dart protruding from his chest. Nicole. He should have known his second would shadow them. She had minor precognitive abilities like Melanie, and had warned him earlier that she had a bad feeling about tonight. Something flew past Sean's left ear with a thwit. He spun to find the vampire who had accidentally stabbed his friend lunging toward him with his blade raised high. The vamp stopped short and frowned down at the dart sticking out of his chest. Then his eyes rolled back, and he sank to the ground too. "Damn it!" Krista shouted suddenly. "They're running," Etienne announced with disgust. "The bloody cowards!" Sean looked around. Sure enough, 7 vampires had taken off, streaking away with preternatural speed. One jerked to a halt and sank to the ground, thanks to another dart fired by Nicole. "Go," he told the couple. "I'll take care of these." Krista shook her head. "Seth said not to. I'm not alone. Nicole is backing me up." As if on cue, a dart struck one of the 4 remaining vampires in the neck. "See? I'll be fine. Don't let those bastards get away." Though both looked uncertain, Krista and Etienne took off after the others, leaving his sight within seconds. 2 of the vampires who remained behind struck Sean in tandem, while the third, wearing a baseball cap, hung back and bided his time. Nicole took out one of the 2 Sean fought with a dart before the bastard could sneak around and attack his back. Sean wounded the second, then turned and faced the third. The vampire lifted his head, the bill of his cap revealing his features. Shock rippled through Sean, freezing him in place. It was a woman, a slender woman who couldn't be more than 22 or 23 years old, wearing 2 big clothes that concealed her sex. Her eyes glowed green as rage darkened her pretty features. "Oh, shit," he heard Nicole whisper somewhere behind him. The woman's hands tightened around the hilts of the deadly katanas she wielded. Her fangs gleamed in the moonlight. Sean stared in horror. A female vampire? He had never fought a female vampire before. He'd never even seen one. Insanity usually drove male vampires to kill the human women they captured long before the women could complete the transformation. But Gershom had implanted commands in the local vampires' minds, compelling many of them to turn more humans. If a vampire who hadn't yet surrendered to the madness had caught this woman, it was totally plausible that he had still been sane enough not to lose it and kill her before she transformed. Sean's stomach churned. The idea of decapitating this woman sickened him. Could she be one of the missing immortals? One of Gershom's own private army, perhaps? The green eyes made that highly unlikely. All immortals had brown eyes that glowed amber. There had only been one exception in thousands of years, so... The woman ducked to the side, dodging a tranquilizer dart, then dodged another, and another. He gaped. Holy shit, she was fast. No way was this woman a vampire. "Call Seth," he ordered. The woman tossed her katana straight up in the air, drew a dagger, and threw it. Catching the katana as it fell, she leapt forward. Behind him, Nicole grunted. Sean hastily raised his weapons as the woman attacked. She was incredibly fast, so fast he had to dedicate all his attention just to fending off her strikes. A thud sounded behind him, like that caused by a body hitting the ground. Shit! Had Nicole been hit by the dagger? Worry rose as he deflected blow after blow of the woman's swords. "Nicole!" he called. Silence. One of the woman's blades carved a path across his chest as she took advantage of his distraction. Damn, she was strong. She had to be an immortal. "Nicole!" he shouted, panic suffusing him when she didn't answer. Was she dead? Had this woman killed her? His opponent landed another strike. It was like fighting an elder Immortal Guardian. How the hell was that possible? A vampire must have turned her, so at best she should match Sean in speed and strength and be his equal. Instead, she was kicking his ass. He parried every blow, but the sheer power behind them slowly drove him backward. Even if she slipped and gave him an opening, he couldn't strike a killing blow. Seth wanted the missing immortals taken alive. So how the hell was he going to get out of this? He couldn't fight her and contact Seth at the same time. He wasn't telepathic and had to use a phone. Could he hold her here until Krista and ATN returned? A moan sounded behind him. Relief rushed through him, thickening his throat. Nicole wasn't dead. He dug in his heels, not wanting the female immortal to get any closer to wherever Nicole lay, and kept her busy so she couldn't throw another dagger. The long blade of her katana sank into his side and stayed there. Agony engulfed him. Sean sucked in a breath, then drew his own blade across her thigh. She barely seemed to notice. "Immortal my ass," she sneered. "If you bleed, you can die." She yanked her sword out. Sean damned near sank to his knees, it hurt so much. She renewed her assault. "The other vampires all fear you." She scored another hit. "They think you're strong." Pain lanced through him when she came damned close to severing his arm with another powerful strike. His sword fell from lax fingers, leaving him one weapon against her, too. "But you aren't. You're weak," she taunted in a voice full of hate. "Killing you will be easy." Soft thwits reached his ears. The woman danced backward as blood spurted from multiple bullet wounds that opened on her chest. The shooting stopped. "He isn't weak, you stupid bitch," Nicole gritted. Sean risked a glance over his shoulder. His second leaned against the corner of the nearest building, a dagger sticking out of her left shoulder. Blood stained her teeth and poured down one side of her face from a head wound as she aimed a 9mm, equipped with a silencer and extended magazine, at the woman. "He's honorable." Grass shifted. Sean hastily looked back at the woman. The female immortal took a step toward him. Nicole shot her again, twice. "Too honorable to hit a woman, let alone kill her." The female immortal growled in fury. "Fortunately, I don't have that problem." Nicole shot her again, then again. "Don't kill her.
Sean huffed, bending over and grasping his injured arm. "Seth wants her taken alive." No more shots ensued. "Seth?" the woman snarled, blood spilling from her lips. Her eyes flashed even brighter as they met Sean's. "You tell that bastard I'm coming for him," she wheezed. Sean shook his head. "Tell him yourself. I can have him here in 2 seconds." Roaring in fury, she lunged forward. Thwit, thwit, thwit. More bullets struck home. Staggering backward, the woman shook her head, her weapons lowered as she fought for breath. "This isn't over," she bit out. In the next instant, she spun around and dashed away in a blur even he could barely see. Her baseball cap tumbled to the ground at his feet, freeing long auburn hair. Shit. That had not gone well. Sean turned to face his second. "Nicole?" He limped toward her. She met his gaze. The hand holding the gun fell to her side. Her eyes closed. Her knees buckled. Sean lunged forward with a growl of pain and caught her as she sank toward the ground. Chapter 7. Leah surreptitiously studied Seth from the corner of her eye. The two of them were slumped comfortably on the sofa in her apartment above her shop. Seth made it feel small, both the living room and the sofa. He was so big. His broad shoulders brushed hers every time he dipped his hand into the popcorn bowl between them. The muscles beneath the tight T-shirt he wore rippled as he drew out a handful of tasty kernels and carried them to his mouth. His long, equally muscular legs were crossed at the ankle, his booted feet resting beside hers on the coffee table. Her sneakers seemed almost like a child's by comparison. What size did he wear, and how hard was it for him to find shoes that large? "Really?" she asked herself mentally. "That's what you're thinking about right now?" Better that than how much she liked having him in her home. He glanced over and caught her staring. "What?" "Are you sure you don't want me to salt it?" Most people she knew thought popcorn that wasn't buttered, salted, or otherwise flavored tasted like paper. He nodded. "I like it better this way." She smiled. "Me too." Leah returned her attention to the large flat-screen television on the wall across from them. She had stopped salting food a few years ago when her doctor had advised her to do so in an effort to bring her blood pressure down without medication. Everything had tasted blah for a few weeks when she had. Then her taste buds had adjusted, and she had been surprised by how good everything she'd once thought bland had tasted. She was glad, too, that she had begun to exercise daily at the same time, again on doctor's orders. It had helped take her mind off things and given her something to do when her apartment had grown too quiet. The episode of Stranger Things they watched ended. Credits began to play. She turned to Seth and raised her eyebrows. "What do you think?" "I'm enjoying it." "Me too. Are you up for another episode?" "Yes." She smiled. He definitely seemed more relaxed now, as relaxed as he had been after the dance they'd shared. Good. She grabbed the remote control and negotiated the DVD menu to find the next episode. "I love that this series takes place in the 80s. He nodded. "A time before adults and children both became obsessed with cell phones and apps and the internet." Exactly. There was so much more social interaction back then, though she knew he wasn't old enough to remember that. And less ugliness. Nowadays, people feel free to spout whatever nastiness springs to mind on the internet. But back then, it was put up or shut up. You didn't talk shit about other people unless you knew you could beat them in a fight because it always got back to them, and you knew they would come after you and try to kick your ass. "True," he smiled. "What I don't miss are rotary phones." She snorted, "As if you've ever used one." Despite his claims the night they danced, she still thought him 30 years old, tops. "On the contrary," he countered, "I've used many. And time was often of the essence when I did, so it drove me crazy when it took so long to dial a number." Raising a hand in front of him, he mimicked dialing a rotary phone with his index finger. "Shtick, tick, 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 tick. Shtick, tick. Shtick, tick, 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 tick. Shtick, tick." She laughed. "And if your finger slipped, you had to start dialing all over again."
He grinned. "It took forever. So aggravating when you were in a hurry."
Leah shook her head. "You almost have me convinced you actually experienced that firsthand. But no way are you old enough." Leaning sideways, his shoulder pressing into hers, he whispered, "I'm older than you are." "BS. I'm 46. Again, he leaned down and whispered, "I'm still older than you are." His warm breath on her ear sent a shiver of desire coursing through her. She arched a brow, not believing him for a moment. "Then let me be the first to say, holy crap, you look good for your age." Seth laughed. "Thank you." She liked seeing him like this. He really seemed to be enjoying himself. "Honestly, you look good for any age." "As do you," he said, and another thrill shot through her as his gaze slowly traveled down her body. "Very good," he added, "which is why I don't understand why you're sitting here with me watching television. Don't the single dads who frequent your shop hit on you all the time?" "Some do," she admitted. "A few of the married ones do, too." He frowned. "Really? What utter bastards." "My sentiments exactly. None of the single dads appeal to you?" She shrugged. "I'm not really looking for a relationship, so it wouldn't be fair to lead them on." He nodded. "I'm not looking for a relationship either." Was that regret she heard in his voice? "My line of work isn't conducive to such." "Long hours?" "Very long." She could sympathize. "And, too," he spoke reluctantly, as though he felt he probably shouldn't, "I sometimes acquire enemies." She frowned. "What kind of enemies?" "The kind who might target those I love most in order to strike at me." She studied him silently, the Stranger Things menu frozen on the screen. "You said you own a private security company. I was thinking you supplied mall cops or provided neighborhood security, but that wouldn't attract enemies. What exactly do you do?" He pondered the question a moment. "We protect the innocent. We protect those who are targeted by predators, for lack of a better word, men who, for whatever reason, wish to harm or kill them, men who delight in committing violence and terrorizing those who are weaker, and we protect these intended victims worldwide." His company was global? Maybe he was older than she thought, unless he had inherited it. "So you're like international bodyguards?" "Bodyguards implies we only protect the rich and famous. We protect people from all walks of life." "Are you mercenaries or something?" She had seen some bad stuff on the news about mercenaries. Hell, a mercenary outfit based here in North Carolina had been blown all to hell a couple of years ago by some of their own soldiers who were pissed off because their employer wouldn't help them fight criminal charges brought against them overseas. "No, we aren't mercenaries. We don't fight other men's wars for profit. We don't train men in foreign countries to fight. We don't supply weapons, as many mercenary outfits do. Our eyes are on the greater good, and we value that more than profit. We've actually forced more than one mercenary outfit engaged in nefarious activities out of business." "That's pretty ballsy." He shrugged. "I can see how that might gain you some serious enemies." "Yes." "So you don't date or marry because you're afraid it might put the woman in danger?" "In part." The way he said it suggested he didn't want to discuss the other part, so she didn't ask, though curiosity gnawed at her. "That sucks." "Yes, it does." A sound reached Leah's ears. Seth frowned and looked over his shoulder. Skillet's Monster played faintly in the laundry room. Both stood. Leah followed Seth through her kitchen and into the laundry room, where he dug his phone out of the pocket of the coat he'd hung there. "Yes," he answered. As he listened to whoever had called, he stiffened. His hand tightened on the phone, then lowered as he looked at her. His jaw clenched. His expression turned grim. "I have to go." Grabbing his coat, he reached for the back door's knob. "May I exit this way?" "Yes." He ducked outside and left without another word. Crap. It looked like he'd gotten some really bad news. Remembering belatedly that she had driven them here from David's place, Leah opened the door and leaned out to ask if he needed a ride, but he was already gone. Again. Frowning, she stepped out onto the landing of the stairs that led down to the back alley. No sign of Seth. How the hell did he do that? Returning inside, she closed and locked the door, then set the alarm. Quiet engulfed her, oppressive without Seth's company to dispel it. Leah strolled slowly through the kitchen and into the living room. Kneeling before the flat-screen TV, she pressed the eject button on the DVD player and returned the DVD to the faux VHS tape case it had come in. Maybe she could talk Seth into watching the rest of it with her another time. He was good company. Her gaze slid to the tiny memory card on which she had downloaded the security footage of Seth's last visit to her shop. Driven by impulse, she inserted it into the memory card slot of the DVD player. Rounding her coffee table, she sat in Seth's place, still warm from his body, and picked up the remote. A few seconds later, she munched what was left of the popcorn while she fast-forwarded to the dance they had shared. She supposed she should feel embarrassed that Seth had caught her dancing by herself, but she didn't. His handsome face lit with a charming smile as he leaned against the wall and watched her. He seemed happy in that moment, content. Considering how much stress his job appeared to dump on his shoulders, she was glad her antics had made him smile. She watched herself lure him into joining her, and the two of them began to dance. They looked good together. That surprised her. She had thought she would look too old for him, but they partnered well as they moved together. When she had first started exercising daily, she had found it so freaking tedious that she had taken some aerobics classes. Much to her dismay, those had bored the pants off her, too. So she had signed up for dance classes in hopes of finding a more fun way to work up a good sweat and get her heart pumping. She'd ended up liking it a lot. It had been a while, though, several years, in fact, since she had traded in her dance classes for the fancy new treadmill and maxi climber in her apartment. But you'd never guess it by watching this. Seth was an excellent dancer. She'd have to ask him how he'd learned the next time he... Her breath halted. Her mind blanked as she stared at the screen. Seth closed his eyes. When he opened them, they were dark brown. Breathing again, she shook off the shock that had seized her. It must have been the lighting or something, because for a moment it had looked as if his... Oh, shit. She whispered when it happened again. Seth's eyes flashed a brilliant gold as she pressed up against his back in the video and slid her hand around to caress him. They brightened again a little later when she nuzzled his chest, but they always returned to brown before she backed away and looked up at him. Leah's heart slammed against her ribs as she watched the footage again and again. Jumping up, she jogged to her apartment door, unlocked it, and hurried downstairs to her store's back room. Flipping on the overhead light, she crossed to the surveillance hub. Several taps on the keyboard with fingers that shook revealed that night's security footage from the cloud. Leah selected the feed that had been recorded by the camera just outside the front door of the shop. A moment later, she straightened and chewed a thumbnail as the video played. Seth stepped outside, the little pink unicorn in his hand, and strode down the sidewalk. As soon as he was out of sight of the front windows, he halted. Leah sucked in a breath as he disappeared. He just disappeared in the blink of an eye. When her knees weakened, she sat heavily, missing the rolling chair she'd shoved out of the way by a few inches. Her ass hit the floor hard. Shit! Glaring at the chair, she rubbed her battered bottom, then just sat where she'd landed. Seth's eyes glowed, and he could vanish into thin air. What the hell? Seth teleported to Amy and Marcus's bedroom. The couple was sound asleep, with little Adira snuggled between them. A beep sounded as the device Marcus always kept with him sounded. Marcus awoke with a start and reached for the sword he kept by the bed. "Easy," Seth whispered, not wanting to wake the toddler. Amy's eyes flew open and met his. She sat up. "What is it?" "I need you. Hurry." Throwing back the covers, she jumped to her feet. Without another word, Seth touched her shoulder and teleported her to Sean's location. A beep sounded. Vampire corpses in various stages of decay littered this patch of UNC's quiet campus. In the shadows of the nearest building, Sean knelt with an unconscious Nicole in his arms, a cell phone pressed to his ear. Amy shivered. Her nightgown had thin straps that left her arms bare, and the hem stopped above her knees, providing no buffer against the chilly breeze. Seth doffed his coat in a blur and settled it around her shoulders. "One of the missing immortals was just here. See if you can lock down on her energy signal while I help Nicole." Nodding, Amy closed her eyes and concentrated. Seth zipped over to Sean and sank to his haunches before the injured duo. "Where are Krista and Etienne?" Sean gently lowered Nicole to the ground and withdrew his touch. "Chasing half a dozen vampires who made a run for it." Seth yanked the dagger out of Nicole's shoulder, then rested his hand on the wound. Heat rose within him and rushed down his arm into her cool form, healing the damage. "There are too many energy signatures here," Amy murmured. "I can't figure out which one is hers." Seth looked to Sean. "Which way did she go?" He pointed. "I'll heal you when I return." Crossing to Amy, Seth lifted her into his arms and took off in the direction the woman had run. This was the first time any of the missing gifted ones had made an appearance. He had to catch up with her, had to find her. Some distance away, Seth stopped and waited. Amy kept her eyes closed, tilting her head a bit. "Anything?" he asked, trying hard to be patient. "Maybe. There's something, but it's very faint." Because the woman had been moving at preternatural speeds. "Can you follow it?" "I don't know. Turn in a slow circle." The breeze shifted as he pivoted, lifting Amy's hair back from her face. "There!" She pointed in the direction from which the breeze came just as the scent of blood reached Seth. "Hold on." He raced forward, excitement growing now that he had a scent to follow. The woman appeared to be losing a lot of blood. He reached out to Sean telepathically. "How badly did you injure her?" Though Sean wasn't telepathic, Seth was powerful enough to read any response he thought. Silence ensued. "Sean?" "She's sporting a few cuts and multiple gunshot wounds. I'm sorry, she was kicking my ass." Since Sean didn't carry guns, Seth guessed that Sean really had been getting his ass kicked, and Nicole had come to his rescue. Sean simply didn't want to subject her to Seth's anger. "Have Krista and Etienne returned yet?" "Yes. Should I send them after you?" "No. Sit tight." "Wait," Amy said suddenly. Seth skidded to a halt. She pointed. "That way." "Are you sure?" The scent of blood was diminishing, and the damned breeze kept shifting. "Yes." Seth altered his direction and renewed his pursuit. Every once in a while, when the wind cooperated, he would catch the scent of blood. But the woman was smart. She changed her route frequently in an attempt to remain downwind of them. Her energy signal is getting fainter, and he was losing her scent. Damn it, how had he not caught up with her yet? Although she had gotten a significant head start before he had arrived, she was newly turned. Seth was far faster and should have found her by now. "I can't feel her anymore," Amy announced reluctantly, nor could Seth smell her. He halted, turning in a circle. "Anything?" Her brow furrowed. "No." Cursing, Seth backtracked a bit and again turned in a circle. Amy shook her head, her emerald eyes full of regret. "Nothing." Seth carefully lowered her until her bare feet touched the cool grass. Since she was a good 20 inches shorter than him, his coat pooled around her on the ground and provided a shield from the breeze. Frustration battered him as he strode some distance away, tilted his head back, and drew in a deep breath. Grass, weeds, trees, field mice, an owl, opossums, a raccoon, wood smoke from fires left burning in fireplaces, a couple of stray cats, exhaust from the road in the distance beyond the trees. Nothing else. No hint of blood, no scent of woman. Fuck. Amy spoke softly behind him. "I'm sorry, Seth." He shook his head. He had finally gotten a lead on the whereabouts of one of the missing immortals and hadn't been able to do shit to help her.
Grass rustled as Amy approached and rested small, cold fingers on his forearm. "I think I got a fairly decent fix on her energy signal. I can help you track her like I did Cliff when he was captured." Amy was unique in this world. He and David had rescued her from a group that had subjected her to 6 months of torture under the guise of scientific study. He hadn't learned until later that she had come to them from another planet and was the only member of her race on Earth. She was even more unique than Seth, and he loved Amy dearly. One of the many gifts Amy had been born with was the ability to sense individual energy signals. Apparently, every living thing possessed one that was as distinctive as fingerprints. It was why she could always alert them when Gershom was near. And it was how she had helped him track down Cliff and Joe when the two had been captured by mercenaries. But that scenario had been different from this one. Since Seth had known the mercenaries were based somewhere in North Carolina, all he'd had to do was teleport Amy to locations within the boundaries of the state in ever-growing circles until she located Cliff's energy signal. This time he couldn't narrow down the field. This time there were no boundaries. Gershom could teleport. So he could have taken the immortal woman Seth sought anywhere in the world, and most likely had, rather than stationing her and the other missing immortals right in Seth's backyard, where he could more easily find them. The chill in Amy's fingers finally reached him. Lifting her into his arms, he teleported back to Sean's side. Nicole had regained consciousness and hovered next to Sean, who held a bag of blood to his teeth. Krista and Etienne busied themselves with collecting the fallen vampire's weapons and clothing, now that the virus that infected them had devoured them from the inside out. Several beeps sounded at Seth's and Amy's abrupt appearance. Seth glanced down at Amy. "Can you stay a little longer in case she doubles back?" "Of course. I'll stay as long as you need me to." The three immortals all regarded him grimly. Nicole rose and faced him. Fear and dread tightened her features. Sean lowered the now empty blood bag. "Did you find her?" "No." Seth knelt beside Sean and placed a hand on his chest. Warmth poured from him into the younger immortal, healing his wounds. And all the while, fury continued to pummel Seth. Once more he had failed. Clouds gathered overhead. The immortals shared a wary look. Seth rose. "Etienne, Krista." The couple crossed to his side. Krista had made it through the battle without a scratch, but Etienne was pretty banged up. Seth healed Etienne's wounds as thunder began to rumble. "Seth," Amy said softly, "it wasn't your fault." Sean nodded as Nicole tugged him to his feet. "It was mine. I should have called you as soon as I saw her, but her eyes glowed green, so I thought she was a vampire. It caught me off guard." Krista frowned. "Are you sure she wasn't a vampire? I thought all our eyes glowed amber, except for Seth's, Zach's, and Jared's, I mean." Seth struggled to bring his emotions under control as the wind picked up and whipped the trees into a fury. "Sarah's eyes are hazel and glow green." "Oh, right," Krista said. "I forgot." Sean shifted. "There's something else." "Tell me," Seth ordered. "She may be newly turned, but she fought like an elder immortal." Nicole nodded. "She did. She was incredibly fast." "And strong," Sean said. "She was kicking my ass and probably would have succeeded in killing me if the bullets hadn't slowed her down." "I shot her," Nicole blurted, wringing her hands. "A lot." "No, she didn't." Sean stepped between her and Seth. "She's trying to cover for me. I shot her." "Bullshit!" Nicole moved to stand beside him. "She really was kicking his ass, and not just because she was stronger. Sean wouldn't take the offensive because he wasn't comfortable hitting a woman." Etienne frowned. "Merde, I didn't think of that. I wouldn't feel comfortable striking a woman either." "Well, I didn't have a problem with it," Nicole said. "No way in hell was I going to let her kill Sean. I shot her all to hell and would have kept it up if Sean hadn't stopped me." Straightening her shoulders, she looked Seth in the eye. "I know you want her and the others taken alive, but my first priority is to keep Sean safe, so do whatever you have to do to punish me. I don't regret it." "Damn it, Nicole," Sean ground out. Seth raised a hand to halt whatever else Sean intended to say. "There will be no punishment, Nicole. You kept Sean safe and the woman didn't die.
Next time, however, call me before you begin shooting." She relaxed a little. "I was actually reaching for my phone when the bitch threw a dagger at me. It hit me so hard I fell back into the building. The next thing I knew, I was waking up and she looked like she was about to decapitate Sean." Frowning, Sean reached out and touched the blood that coated one side of her face. "You must have hit your head on the side of the building." She shrugged. "I guess so." He sighed as he turned back to Seth. "How could that woman be so strong if she's newly turned?" Seth drew out his phone. Opening the Photos app, he scrolled past the many pictures he'd taken of Amy and Adira until he reached the ones he had snapped of the headshots Chris Riordan had assembled of the missing gifted ones. He held the phone out to Sean. "Which one was she?" Sean wiped his crimson-coated hands on his pants, then swore when both came away more bloody. "Here." Nicole turned away from him. "Thanks." Sean wiped both hands on the back of her jacket, then took the phone. A few swipes of his finger later, he paused. "This is her." He glanced at Nicole. "Don't you think?" She leaned in close. "Yeah, that's her." She sent Seth a look of remorse. "I'm sorry I called her a bitch. It isn't her fault Gershom is fucking with her head." Seth took the phone and studied the picture. Tessa Hayes. Closing his eyes, he reached out to her via that internal network of connections he shared with all gifted ones and immortals. The tie was usually much stronger with immortals. But once more he found only an empty void. Gershom had discovered some way to block him. Thunder again rumbled overhead. Lightning streaked through the thickening clouds as he opened his eyes. Nicole and the immortals all cast the sky a wary look. Amy rested cold fingers on his arm. "Seth?" Tucking his phone away, he touched her shoulder. "You're shivering. I need to get you home." He teleported to her bedroom. Marcus leaned back against the headboard while Adira slumbered beside him. He'd donned his hunting togs in their absence, ready to join them at a moment's notice if needed. Seth gently removed his coat from Amy's shoulders. "Thank you." She nodded. "I'm sorry I couldn't do more." He shook his head. "The fault is mine." Marcus rose and approached his wife. Seth retrieved his phone and dialed a number. "Yes," a baritone voice answered. "Are you alone?" "One moment." Wind buffeted the phone. "Yes." Seth teleported to the outskirts of Dakar, Senegal. A beep sounded. Imhotep stepped from the shadows, his skin as dark as the night sky above them. "I need your post-cognitive ability," Seth said. Imhotep dipped his chin. "I am always at your service, my friend." Seth clasped the warrior's shoulder and teleported back to the scene of Sean's battle. Several beeps sounded. The others were still there, waiting for Chris's cleanup crew to arrive. The network employees would swiftly make the blood that coated the sidewalk and grass disappear, then ensure that no surveillance cameras had captured footage of the paranormal fight. The vampires Nicole had tranked were now rapidly shriveling up. ATN must have read their thoughts and found no information on Gershom, as well as nothing that would indicate the vamps were worth saving, then delivered them swift deaths. Imhotep nodded a greeting to the others. Though all nodded back, they didn't speak. None of them knew the ancient immortal well. He was currently stationed overseas and only came to North Carolina when they needed backup. "One of Gershom's immortals attacked Sean, Krista, and Etienne with a couple dozen vampires," Seth informed the Egyptian warrior. "The vampires were either slain or tranked. The immortal got away. Amy helped me track her to the southwest, but I lost her scent, and Amy could no longer feel her energy signal. Can you tell me where she went?" Sheathing the long sword he held, Imhotep strolled over to a patch of blood-soaked grass. Everyone remained silent as he walked in a slow circle, studying the ground. He closed his eyes. Seconds ticked past. He turned his head to the west, then opened his eyes and looked at Krista. "Yours took you to the west." Her eyes widened. "Yes." Imhotep directed his gaze at the ground once more. Turning, he took a few steps to the southeast.
He knelt and touched his fingers to the grass.
"This is her blood?"
Seth glanced at Sean. He nodded. "Yes, it is."
"She fights like an elder,"
Imhotep murmured. "She really does," Sean agreed. How the hell was that possible? Gershom wasn't infected with the virus, so he couldn't have turned her himself, and immortals transformed with vampire blood were always weaker than those who came before them. Sean had only transformed a few years ago, so he and Tessa should be relative equals in terms of strength and speed. Imhotep rose and met Seth's gaze. "Come." He raced away with preternatural speed. Seth glanced at the others. "Go home once everything here is cleaned up. No more hunting tonight." He raced after Imhotep, unsurprised to realize the Egyptian immortal was following the exact same path he and Amy had trodden earlier. Except Imhotep didn't stop where Seth and Amy had. He kept going, taking them on a zigzag route that doubled back on itself more than once. At last he held up a hand and halted. Seth waited quietly while Imhotep closed his eyes. When the dark warrior lifted his lids, his brown eyes glowed amber with anger.
"Gershom met her here and teleported her away."
Seth swore. He could feel no lingering tendrils of power, so no path remained for him to follow.
"She called him on her cell phone," Imhotep told him, "and it pains me to tell you, my friend, that she does not like you very much."
Pacing away, Seth ground his teeth. Thunder rumbled anew overhead. No doubt Gershom had filled her head with lies.
"How much did Sean tell you about his encounter with her?"
Imhotep asked. Sighing, Seth rubbed his forehead. "Just that she fought like an elder and was kicking his ass until Nicole shot her all to hell."
"Did he tell you she spoke to him?"
Seth faced him with a frown. "No. What did she say?" Imhotep extended a hand.
"See for yourself."
Closing the distance between them, Seth clasped his forearm and watched the battle replay in Imhotep's mind. "Seth?" Tessa snarled, such contempt twisting her features. "You tell that bastard I'm coming for him." Lips clamping together, Seth released his friend.
"Gershom has poisoned her mind against you,"
Imhotep warned softly. Seth's stomach burned as though he'd swallowed acid. I assumed he would. But he hadn't braced himself well enough to keep her hatred from piercing him like a knife. I'm sure he has done the same with the rest.
"You can win her over, Seth,"
Imhotep said with complete confidence.
"Just show her your memories of Gershom being a dick."
He found a smile. "There are so many." Imhotep chuckled. "Thank you." The warrior clapped him on the back.
"I'm glad I could help you this time."
Using post-cognitive ability was a little like investigating a crime scene. The longer the scene had to grow cold, the harder it was to see anything. And if others cluttered that scene and disturbed the evidence, uncovering the truth could prove impossible. When Seth and his immortal guardians had descended upon Shadow River's mercenary compound 2 years earlier, utter chaos had ensued. One of his immortals, Yuri, had been slain. It had been a wholly unexpected and devastating blow from which Seth had still been reeling when the compound's armory exploded. The battle had continued to rage, and it had been some time before he and the other immortals realized that Stanislav was gone too, presumably taken by the blast. Seth had searched the rubble, unwilling to believe he had lost both immortals. Though the nature of the virus that infected him would have left nothing of Stanislav's body behind to identify, they had found ragged pieces of his protective suit and his broken sword. It had been enough to convince most of the Immortal Guardians that Stanislav was dead, but Seth had refused to accept it and had called in Imhotep. Much to his dismay, Imhotep had been unable to divine Stanislav's fate. He had seen the blast hit the Russian immortal, but thick smoke had obscured the area afterward. And between the mayhem that followed and the time that had passed, Imhotep, like the others,
had only been able to guess that Stanislav had indeed died in the blast. Seth wished that his own post-cognitive abilities hadn't weakened over the millennia. He had been born with all of the abilities the other Immortal Guardians possessed combined, but those abilities were like muscles. If one didn't exercise them regularly, they weakened and withered. For many years, Seth had focused on strengthening the gifts he thought would aid him most in defeating the others when their fury over his defection drove them to attack. Those, and the gifts he believed would best serve the Immortal Guardians he had chosen to shepherd, the rest of his gifts had diminished from disuse. "What will you do when you find her?" Imhotep asked, returning him to the present. "The same thing I did with Bastion when I captured him. Confine her, and do whatever I can to convince her to trust me." The quiet warrior nodded. "I will guard her for you, should you wish it." "Thank you." Seth just had to catch her first. Chapter 8. The next night, Seth paced David's study. He had taken Amy out that afternoon to see if she could pick up Tessa's energy signature. They had started where Gershom had teleported Tessa away, then had explored ever-widening circles. That Gershom had swept Tessa far enough away to keep her out of Amy's range had come as surprise, but it nevertheless infuriated Seth. According to information Chris had accumulated on Tessa during her lifetime, she was a warm-hearted woman, the kind who would check on elderly neighbors to ensure they had adequate heat when temperatures dipped below freezing, the kind who would help her brother batten down the hatches for the same elderly neighbors if a hurricane threatened. The network had kept tabs on her all her life, the way they did for every gifted one, to ensure humans wouldn't discover her special ability and try to harm or exploit her because of it. The only reason her disappearance had gone unnoticed was because her brother had been killed in a car accident right before her disappearance, and she had told her employer that she needed to spend time with her parents, who were taking the loss hard. Tessa was not the type to harbor hate, and yet she loathed Seth. What had Gershom told her? What had he done to her? Was he hurting her? The notion made Seth's stomach churn. "You can try again tomorrow," David said. Elbows propped on his desk, he followed Seth's restive movements. "How is Gershom doing it?" Seth asked for the 100th time. "How is he keeping me from sensing where she is the way I can with Immortal Guardians?" "I don't know. That is something even I cannot do." While David could conceal his own location from Seth, something he rarely did, he could not hide the location of other immortals from him. Seth continued to pace. "Any idea how Tessa could have become as strong as an elder?" "I am still pondering that one." "Sean and some of the other immortals are wondering if Gershom turned her himself." "We both know he can't." Gershom wasn't infected with the virus. His immortality had been granted him at birth. Seth slowed to a stop and rubbed gritty eyes. Vampire blood would not give her such strength and speed. He refused to believe any of his Immortal Guardians were working with Gershom, so how had he done it? How had Gershom made his immortals so much stronger than they should be? Because logic suggested that the other missing immortals would be as strong as Tessa when he found them. A possible explanation teased the periphery of his thoughts, but Seth found himself reluctant to voice it. The idea both sickened him and lent him hope, and though he could do without the former, he wished to cling to the latter. "Seth," David prompted, "what are you thinking?" He sighed. "You know me too well, damn it." "I have often voiced the same complaint," David replied with a faint smile. Seth met his gaze. "Do you think Gershom has Stanislav?" Sadness infiltrated David's expression, bringing a faint glow to his eyes. "No." "It would explain everything," Seth argued, desperate to keep hope alive. "It would explain why I didn't feel Stanislav's death the way I did Yuri's." Seth always felt the death of an immortal deep inside, but had only felt Yuri's that day. It would explain how Tessa could be as strong as an older immortal.
If Gershom plucked Stanislav from the battlefield that day, he could have blocked me from sensing him all this time, the way he's blocking me from sensing the stolen immortals. And Stanislav is over 4 centuries old. If Gershom used his blood to transform Tessa and the others, she would be stronger than Sean and fight more like an elder.
A plausible hypothesis, David conceded softly, but we found pieces of his protective suit. They had attacked the mercenary compound during the day, so all but the eldest immortals had worn special suits to protect them from the sunlight. Seth himself was impervious to damage from the sun. David could withstand several hours of direct sunlight before he began to suffer the effects. But the younger the immortal, the greater his or her photosensitivity. Already severely injured, Stanislav wouldn't have been able to withstand any sun exposure without burning, blistering, and then worse. We found pieces of his mask, David reminded him, torn and mangled by shrapnel. We found his sword broken in 2. So great was the blast when the armory blew, and Imhotep saw the explosion engulf him. Imhotep said too much chaos ensued afterward for him to see what happened next. With all the fire and smoke and the battle still raging, he could have missed seeing Gershom pop in and teleport Stanislav away. He didn't miss it last night when Gershom teleported Tessa away. David sighed. I wish you were right, Seth. I do. Like you, I still grieve for Stanislav. But I think it more likely that Gershom took Aiden's blood the night he attacked him and kidnapped Dana. Seth hadn't thought of that. Aiden would have no recollection of it, he continued. I repaired the damage Gershom wrought inside his head myself, and Aiden needed a lot of blood to recover. At the time we believed it was because his wounds were so severe, but Gershom could have siphoned much of Aiden's supply to use for his own purposes. Aiden is nearly 3,000 years old and a healer, which we have come to believe is what truly imparts the greater strength. Even mixed with the blood of a vampire, his would make any gifted one transformed with it very strong. His chest tight, Seth resumed his pacing. Self-recrimination bombarded him. How many times would he fail those he had vowed to keep safe? He had failed to protect Aiden, Dana, Ethan, and Heather that night. He had failed to realize Gershom had taken Aiden's blood, something that would have forewarned him of Gershom's intention to build his own army of immortals. He had failed to protect Stanislav when they had blitzed the mercenary compound. He had failed to find Tessa, both before Gershom had transformed her and again last night. He had failed to find the other 11 missing gifted ones Gershom had transformed. He had even failed to keep Gershom from harming Amy, something that had traumatized little Adira. He halted abruptly as yet another of his failures confronted him. Dread and grief filled him as the spirit of Yuri passed through David's closed study door and strode toward him. Seth took an involuntary step backward. Yuri's expression darkened. How he must hate me. Closing his eyes, Seth teleported away. Leah stared up at her bedroom ceiling. Sleep eluded her yet again, no big surprise. Insomnia was a frequent visitor, especially this time of year. At least this time the thoughts that rambled around in her head and kept her awake focused upon something new, or rather, someone new. She couldn't stop thinking about Seth. Leah hadn't heard from him since he'd left in such a hurry the previous night and hoped he was all right. Clearly he was different. The man's eyes glowed and he could disappear into thin air. But different didn't mean invincible. She had seen the look on his face before he'd left and wondered if one of those enemies he had mentioned had somehow struck at him again. She bit her lip. I hope he's okay. Thunder crashed outside, as loud as a bomb detonating. Jumping, Leah jerked her gaze toward the nearest window while her heart did its damnedest to burst from her chest. Holy crap, that had startled her. Bright light flashed behind the closed blinds as thunder roared again. Raindrops hit the glass, so large they clacked against it like pieces of gravel. She frowned.
There wasn't any rain in the forecast, not until next week. For months now, most of the state had been burdened by a historic drought. Throwing back the covers, she rose, her toes curled against the chilly wood floor. While the pajama bottoms she wore kept her lower half somewhat warm, her arms and shoulders, left bare by her spaghetti-strap tank top, instantly beaded with chill bumps. She always slept better when the room was cold, so she'd turned off the heater before going to bed. Rubbing her arms, she crossed to one of the 2 windows her bedroom boasted. This one overlooked the street in front of her shop. Grabbing the rod hanging beside it, she turned it until the blinds opened enough for her to peer outside. Her eyes lifted to the sky. Lightning flashed again, clawing its way through clouds that churned above as another deafening crash of thunder vibrated through her. Sheesh, the meteorologists had really gotten it wrong this time. The oak tree beside her building bent and swayed as a strong breeze tore through it. Those large, sporadic raindrops multiplied at an insane rate, transforming into a downpour so thick she could barely see the building across from hers. Leah looked down after a moment to see if water was already beginning to pool along the curbs, and sucked in a sharp breath. Seth stood in the middle of the street, garbed in a black t-shirt and black cargo pants, his long coat missing. Unnerved, she ducked out of sight. What the hell? He hadn't knocked or rung the buzzer. She would have heard it. Leaning over, she peeked through the blinds near the edge of the window. He hadn't moved. She frowned. Seth wasn't watching her shop, nor was he peering up at her window like some perv trying to catch a glimpse of her naked. Instead, he just stared into the distance, and did so in a way that made her think he wasn't really seeing the road before him. His face held a faraway look, his brow was furrowed, and sadness emanated from him as rain drenched his clothing and flattened his long hair. The unease that had set her pulse to racing vanished. He looked lost. She swallowed, empathy rising. How many times had she seen that same expression on her own face when she peered into a mirror? Turning away from the window, Leah left the bedroom and grabbed her keys. Her bare feet made little sound as she unlocked her apartment door and hurried down the stairs. She jogged across the back room and through her darkened shop. Upon reaching the glass door at the front of her store, she parted the blinds. Seth still stood there, unmoving, as though the weight of the world held him in place. Leah unlocked the door and threw it open. More thunder rumbled as lightning flashed. Wind buffeted her. Cold rain ducked under the awning and dampened her skin. "Seth!" He didn't react in any way. "Seth!" she called again, louder this time so he could hear her over the storm. Blinking, he looked toward her. Surprise lit his face for a moment before his brows drew down, and he looked around as though he wasn't sure how he had come to be there. "Are you okay?" she shouted. "Yes," he responded, but looked far from it. Stepping back, she held the door open and waved him toward her. "Come inside!" He shook his head. "Forgive me for disturbing you, Leah. Go back to bed. I'm fine." "Bullshit!" He was not fine. "Get your ass in here!" She narrowed her eyes. "And don't argue with me!" His lips twitched. Then some of the darkness left his countenance. The rain let up a little as he strode toward her. Ducking, he entered her shop. Though he brushed against her, he was so big he took up the doorway. She felt no desire for once. She was too concerned about him. Shivering, Leah closed and locked the door. Maybe the storm heralded an early cold front blowing through. "How did you know I was out there?" he asked softly. "The storm. It was so loud I couldn't resist looking out the window and saw you down in the street." "I'm sorry." She smiled. "It isn't your fault. He wasn't responsible for the weather. Blame the meteorologists for not giving me a heads up." With her keys clutched in one hand, she twined the fingers of her other through his and tugged him after her through the shop. He dragged his feet. "I'm dripping water all over your floor." She snorted. "Oh, please. This floor has been drooled on, sneezed on, vomited on, peed on, and pooped on twice, if you can believe that." It's also had ice cream, chocolate, fruit juice, and sticky candy crap dribbled all over it. I'm sure it can survive a little rainwater." His expression lightening even more, he allowed her to guide him through the back room, up the stairs, and into her apartment. Leah paused long enough to lock the door. Tossing the keys on the narrow table beside it, she reclaimed his hand. Aside from the living room, kitchen, and laundry room, the place boasted 2 bedrooms and 2 full baths. She led him to the guest bathroom and flicked on the light. Seth didn't speak, but she felt him watching her as she opened a cabinet and removed 3 large towels. "Here." She shoved them at his chest. "Get out of those wet clothes and dry off." He arched a brow. "Don't worry," she promised with a grin. "I'm not going to take advantage of you." He actually smiled then. "Would you be offended if I expressed disappointment?" She laughed, relieved to see a spark of his usual playful self emerge. "No, I would question your sanity. Go ahead, get naked. My brother plays handyman for me whenever I need one, so he keeps some spare clothes over here. I'll be back in a minute." Though she was tempted to leave the door open, she closed it behind her. Seth needed a friend, someone to talk to who could lift his spirits, not an older woman who drooled over his muscles and tried to jump his young, handsome ass every time he came around. Lame pep talk, she criticized herself. Her brother Ben wasn't as tall as Seth, but he was equally muscled. The sweatpants, Leah found, would probably be too short, but the t-shirt would fit. She didn't bother with underwear. Men in movies and TV shows always seemed to balk at borrowing other men's skivvies. With the folded garments balanced on one hand, she left the guest room and detoured down the hallway to raise the temperature on the thermostat. She was freezing. Seth probably was too, with all that long, wet hair. She tapped on the bathroom door. "Ready for clothes?" The door swung inward. Leah stared. Holy crap! Seth was naked, save for a towel he had wrapped around his hips, and his body was pure perfection. His arms and legs both bore beautiful, thick muscle, but not too thick, like some of the bodybuilders she'd seen, whose arms and legs were so bulky they couldn't rest their arms against their sides and seemed to walk bow-legged. Seth was built more like a professional basketball player. Broad shoulders, a well-developed chest, even his abs rippled with muscle and begged to be touched. Realizing she had been staring, a.k.a. drooling, she looked up at him. "Seriously, how are you still single?" But Seth wasn't looking at her face. His eyes were fastened on her body. Her breath caught when a faint golden glow illuminated his dark brown irises. "I was going to ask you the same thing," he murmured, his voice deeper than usual and husky with what she thought might be desire. A thrill rippling through her, Leah glanced down. Her eyes widened. The rain that had found its way past the awning out front had plastered her pajamas to her skin. Her white tank top had been rendered transparent, clearly defining her breasts and hard pink nipples. It had also ridden up when she'd retrieved the towels, exposing a strip of bare flesh at her waist. Her striped pants weren't quite as transparent, but hung low on her hips, clung to her thighs, and showed a shadow of the dark curls at their juncture. "Oh, shit!" Heat crept up her neck into her cheeks. She shoved the clothing at him. "Here, I'll be back." Hurrying up the hallway, she ducked into her bedroom and closed the door. He might as well have seen her naked. Leah didn't know why that unnerved her more than his glowing eyes, but it did. Perhaps because no man had seen her naked in over a decade. It only took her a couple of minutes to shuck her wet PJs and pull on panties, a matching bra, a pair of her favorite black yoga pants, and a red V-neck t-shirt. Unbraiding her hair, she dragged a brush through it. Wait. She paused as a thought occurred to her. Did Seth's eyes glow when he was turned on? Is that what that meant? They had glowed whenever she had touched him or rubbed against him in the video of them dancing, and they had glowed just now as he'd studied her body. Had he wanted to... Get your mind out of the gutter, she admonished herself with a frown. The man is hurting, not trolling for an easy lay. Right. She couldn't let herself forget how he had appeared when she had first seen him out there, standing alone in the rain. And don't pester him with questions about his eyes. If he wanted you to know his eyes glowed, he wouldn't have tried to hide it from you. Right again. Seth had been nothing but courteous and friendly and fun since she'd met him. She wasn't going to start fearing him or treating him like a freak just because he was different. She'd seen too many people pull that shit with Ben and her father. Quiet curled around her. She glanced toward the windows, then tilted her head to listen. No thunder, no pitter-patter of raindrops. The storm must have already passed. Crazy-ass weather. Hanging on to the hairbrush, she wadded her PJs into a damp bowl and left her bedroom. The bathroom door opened. Seth stepped out, garbed in the T-shirt and sweats. She smiled. Not bad. I knew the pants would be a little short. Ben was 6'2" to Seth's, 6'8"? But other than that, they fit you well. The T-shirt, too. The soft cotton shirt hugged his lovely muscles, but didn't appear uncomfortably tight. Thank you. Hoping to make him smile again, she glanced down at his bare feet, then winked up at him. Big hands and big feet. Oh, my. He laughed. Where are your clothes, handsome? I'll toss them in the wash. That's not necessary. I don't wish to trouble you further. It's no trouble. I have a really good washer-dryer combo, so it won't take long. His brow furrowed as he handed her the wet clothes. Shouldn't you go back to bed? Your store opens early in the morning, doesn't it? Yes, she wrinkled her nose. But I was having trouble sleeping anyway. Insomnia. It happens from time to time. She led him toward the kitchen and nodded at the table in the breakfast nook. Have a seat. After putting the clothes in the wash, she returned to the kitchen. Would you like some tea or hot chocolate? And before you decide, the tea is decaf. Tea, please, though I really don't wish to trouble you. It's no trouble. She put the kettle on, then settled herself in the seat across from him at the small table. Remember, I told you, any time you need to de-stress or decompress, you're welcome to drop by. You're very kind. She wasn't kind. She just enjoyed his company. So, she said softly as she studied him. His eyes were dark again and full of pain or grief or something else she couldn't identify. What happened tonight? He lowered those soulful eyes to the table. Rubbing one index finger on the surface, he remained silent. Leah frowned. Before you tell me, are you on duty tonight? He looked up. What? Are you working? Is your phone going to start ringing off the hook again? Because that was the last thing he needed right now. Yes, I'm on duty, and yes, most likely it will. May I see it? My phone? He asked with some surprise. Yes, please. Reaching into one of the sweatpants pockets, he drew out the phone. Leah took it from him and slid her thumb across the screen. It instantly lit up with an adorable picture of Amy and Adira. No passcode necessary. She tapped the phone icon at the bottom of the screen. Am I right in guessing David is your right-hand man or second in command, or would that be Zach? It's David, he said, watching her curiously. She opened contacts. Sheesh, there were a lot of numbers stored on his phone. Did you store his number under his first name or his last name? First. It looked as though he stored everyone's number under a first name. There were several Davids. All but one had a foreign country listed by his name in parentheses. Is this him? She pointed to the one that didn't have a country designation. Yes. Thank you. She tapped call and placed the phone to her ear. It only rang once before David's warm baritone carried over the line. Seth, are you all right? He sounded concerned. David, she said. Hi, this is Leah from Little Gifts. She glanced at Seth, surprised he wasn't stopping her. Seth watched her as though he couldn't figure out what in the world she was doing. A slight pause ensued. Leah, you're calling me from Seth's phone. Is he all right? He's fine, she assured him. But I was wondering if maybe you could field his calls for the next couple of hours. That was the phrase Seth had used when he'd referred to Zack, wasn't it? Fielding his calls. I know it's last minute, but of course, he agreed easily. I would be happy to. Really? Thanks. Seth spoke up. Have Zack or Jared do it. I don't want to leave Amy and the others unguarded. Unguarded? Were they in danger? Seth asked you to have Zack or Jared do it instead, she relayed, so Amy and the others won't be left unguarded. Of course, I shall see to it at once. Thank you. You're very welcome, Leah. She ended the call and slid Seth's phone across the table. He studied the picture of Amy and Adira for a moment before he tucked the device back into his pocket. I'm surprised you let me do that. I am too, he admitted. But then, the past 24 hours have been full of surprises. Unpleasant ones, judging by his expression. Do you want to talk about it? She asked gently. He stared down at his hands. Not much purpose, really. It won't change anything. A weary sigh escaped him as he drew a hand down over his face. It never does. I don't know about that. Reaching across the smooth wood surface, she covered one of his hands with her own. What happened tonight? What drove you to stand out there, alone, in the middle of a rainstorm? Though he sank into silence, his thumb stroked the back of her hand. You looked lost, Seth. Turning his hand over, he clasped hers. Not lost, he corrected, his voice as quiet as hers. Just haunted by old ghosts. She swallowed as sorrow suffused her. I know what that's like. He met her gaze. Do you? She nodded. Her attention strayed to the calendar on the wall. You know how I just dropped by your place out of the blue last night? Yes. Now she stared down at their clasped hands. I didn't do it because I was trying to break my workaholic ways, or because I really thought Adira wouldn't be able to sleep without her toy. I did it because I needed a distraction. Her throat thickened as a familiar lump rose in it. She had to clear it twice to find her voice again. This month is always hard for me to get through because I lost my husband and our baby 12 years ago this week. His hold on her hand tightened. Leaning forward, he covered their entwined fingers with his free hand. I'm so sorry, Leah. Her eyes began to burn with unshed tears. She blinked them back impatiently and shook her head. It was a car accident. It was bad. I can't say anything more than that because I still bawl my eyes out whenever I think about it. I just told you because when I saw you standing out there in the rain... Shrugging, she sent him a sad smile. You looked like I've felt for the past 12 years. Propping his elbows on the table, Seth closed his eyes, raised their clasped hands, and rested his forehead against them. Leah's heart ached for him. Unable to resist the urge, she leaned across the table and drew her free hand over his wet hair in a brief caress, then rested her hand on the nape of his neck, a quiet gesture to let him know she was there for him. Seth squeezed Leah's hand tighter. She had lost her husband and baby and was still struggling to get through her own grief, yet here she sat in the middle of the night holding his hand and trying to comfort him. She didn't need him dumping his problems on her. She didn't need him burdening her with his own grief, particularly since he feared every minute he spent with her would put her more at risk of getting caught up in Gersham's sick games. And yet, there are so many people under my protection, he found himself confiding, so many I care about, and I keep failing them. He thought of Yuri and Stanislav. Yuri was dead because of Seth, and for hundreds of years Yuri had loved Stanislav like a kid brother. He must be doubly furious that Seth had failed to keep Stanislav safe. Seth just couldn't face that on top of everything else tonight.
He saw again the hate on Tessa's face when she had spoken to Sean, and worse, as he catalogued yet again his failures, he relived the moment Gershom had nearly killed Amy. "I keep failing them all," he whispered, and these weren't minor failures. They were monumental ones for which he would never forgive himself. The teapot began to whistle. Leah's chair scraped the floor as she pushed it back and rose, but she didn't withdraw her hands. Instead, she pressed a kiss to the top of his head and stroked the back of his neck. "Give me a minute to fix our tea, then we'll go sit on the sofa, okay?" He shouldn't. He should leave and have Darnell return Leah's brother's clothing tomorrow, but selfishness drove him to nod. He needed her close tonight. Just this once, he needed to do what he wanted to do instead of what he should do. Then he would let Leah return to her regular life, safer without him in it. A couple of minutes later, she handed him a warm mug and guided him over to the sofa, where they sank down to sip their tea. "I hope it isn't too sweet. I added a little stevia." He gave it a taste. "It's perfect, thank you." Both were quiet for a time. Eventually, Leah leaned toward the coffee table and set her mug on a coaster. "Talk to me, Seth," she entreated gently as she settled back against the cushions. "You can tell me anything. I promise it will go no further." He wanted so badly to share his troubles with her, but would have to couch it in terms that wouldn't reveal what he was. "You once said I treat my employees like family." She nodded. "Well, I think of them that way, too." He lowered his mug to the second coaster. Why the hell was he doing this? "I was married once, like you." Surprise lit her curious gaze. "We had 2 children, a son and a daughter, and both were slain alongside my wife." Dismay rippled across her pretty features. "By whom?" He shook his head. "Madmen. Madmen who had learned the truth of what Seth was, then had felt his wrath when he'd discovered what they had done." Again she took his hand. "I'm so sorry, Seth." He nodded. "My employees are my family now, my brethren. They're good, strong, honorable men and women. Though there are a lot of them, we're a close unit. I love them all and only want to keep them safe and do whatever I can to facilitate their happiness. But as I told you, there are people who would exploit my attachment to them." "The enemies you mentioned." "Yes." He sighed. "There is an enemy plaguing me now who continues to elude me, one I can't seem to eliminate no matter how hard I try. And he has cost me dearly." She scooted closer, as though sensing his need for comfort, and leaned into his side. "Tell me." "This enemy was working with a mercenary group that grew very dangerous, not just to us, but also to the country and, though it may seem an exaggeration, to mankind as a whole. Stopping the mercenary group in their tracks and ensuring they would never be able to implement their plans was a nasty business. 2 of my brethren were slain for their efforts on my behalf." She covered their clasped hands and rested them on her thigh. "One was killed in battle. An explosion took the other." He shook his head. "But we were never able to recover his body, so I can't seem to abandon the hope that he might have somehow survived," she finished for him. "Yes. Everyone else is certain he's gone." He shrugged helplessly. "I just don't want to believe it." "I understand." "Last year the same enemy targeted me personally and nearly killed Amy because he knows how much she means to me." "Oh no," she breathed. "He fatally wounded her right in front of Adira. That's why you rarely see Adira without her mother. Most days she's still afraid to let Amy out of her sight." "Poor baby. How is Amy doing? She always seems fine when she comes in the store." "She's doing well, and we're doing what we can to help Adira get past it. But my enemy eluded me yet again. He started kidnapping men and women who were loosely tied to me." "Shit!" "Some of them he killed. Most we were able to rescue, but a dozen are still missing. We've been searching for them for months, but could find no trail to follow until last night.
I left so precipitously because I got a call that one of the missing women had been spotted. Did you find her?" He shook his head. "I tracked her as far as I could before I lost all traces of her. So she's still out there somewhere, at the mercy of this monster." Again he drew a hand down his face, trying to rub the weariness away. "Even if I'd found her tonight, Tessa wouldn't have come with me willingly. One of my men spoke with her briefly, and my enemy has poisoned her mind. He has convinced her that I am the villain." "Tessa is the woman's name?" "Yes." Quiet settled upon them. A clock nearby ticked off the seconds. "I'm so sorry, Seth," she whispered. "That response seems woefully inadequate considering what you're up against, but I am. I wish I could help." He squeezed her hand. "You are. Just by being there for him and not repudiating him. Can't the authorities help? I mean, kidnapping is a felony. If your enemy crossed state lines, then it's a federal crime, too. Can't the feds help you? I would think dozens of people being taken would have drawn their notice." "We remain in contact with several federal bureaus and agencies. Chris Riordan did anyway. He had contacts and operatives in all of them, rendering whatever aid they could. We've even worked with the military on occasion. Seth and his Immortal Guardians had raced to the Army's aid when Gershom had driven vampire mercenaries to attack an Army base. Well, it sounds like you're doing everything you can to get this guy." "It isn't enough. I think you're being too hard on yourself. Because I'm responsible." He combed his fingers through his damp hair. "He has turned this into some sort of personal vendetta. He hates me, but I don't know why." "Some people don't need a reason to hate. They'll use any lame excuse that comes along and see nothing wrong with it." He shook his head. "I've put them all in danger. I'm placing you in danger just by being here." "Well, you can't just cut yourself off from everyone and live in a box." She patted his hand. "And I appreciate your concern, but don't worry about me. I can take care of myself." "Not against him, you can't." "Don't be so sure. With or without weapons, I can take down an attacker. Multiple attackers, if you want to know the truth." "How can you be so sure?" Fury rose. "Did someone try to hurt you, Leah?" Had she been attacked in the past? If so, he would demand the bastard's name and— "No." Her lips twitched. "And I'm going to deviate from the subject here for a moment and say, you are freaking hot when you turn into Mr. Tough Protective Guy." Seth shook his head as his anger drained away. "How is it you can always make me smile?" She shrugged. "I don't know. I guess I'm just good at entertaining men." Her eyes widened. "Wait, that came out wrong." Seth laughed. "You're such a treasure, Leah." "Nah," she protested. "I'm nobody special." But she was. "Anyway," she shrugged, "my dad signed me up for every martial arts class he could, beginning at an early age. He wanted me to be able to protect myself." "Your father sounds like a good man." "He's actually my stepfather. My birth father ran out on us when I was so young that all I can remember about him was that he made my mother cry a lot. But then Mom met a truly wonderful man a couple of years later, fell madly in love, and married him. My stepfather has raised me and loved me as if I were his own ever since, and he's very protective. He knew the statistics, that 1 in 3 women in the U.S. will be sexually assaulted during their lifetime, and he wanted to make damned sure that if any man tried to touch me without my consent, I could kill him with my bare hands." Seth nodded his approval. He, Marcus, Amy, and David had already begun discussing when to start training Adira in self-defense. "I like your stepfather. He's a wise man." She smiled. "Yeah, Dad's the best. I love him to pieces." "Even so." Seth covered their hands. "I shouldn't be here with you, Leah. I fear it will endanger you." He held up a hand to forestall her argument. "This man, my enemy, is like no other you have fought. All your martial arts instructors working together could not defeat him." "Then I'll shoot his ass full of bullets. I'm not only good at hand-to-hand combat, I'm good with weapons, too, and I'm not afraid to use them." Bullets would only piss Gershom off, but Seth couldn't tell her that. "It's too great a risk." "Why? It's not like we're dating. We've already admitted that neither one of us is looking for a relationship. There's no harm in two friends hanging out and sharing popcorn or pizza while we watch a movie, is there? If he misconstrues it, yes, there is great harm, or rather great risk. Well, since the risk is mine, don't you think I should be the one to decide whether or not it's a risk worth taking? Not when she had no clear understanding of who and what Gershom was. She still thought a well-placed hit or kick, or even a few bullets would stop him. That wouldn't even slow his ass down. "Look," she said, sitting up straighter and turning to face him, "I'm going to level with you, Seth. Aside from my dad and my brother, you're the first man I've been able to hold a conversation with in years who didn't spend nearly the whole time staring at a phone while mumbling a word or two periodically, or who didn't make me glance longingly at the clock while I fantasized about the sprinkler system malfunctioning or someone clearing the room with one long, loud, and I mean really loud, fart." Seth burst out laughing. "I'm serious," she exclaimed. "I enjoy your company. You're a fun guy. I like talking with you. I like laughing with you. I like dancing with you. I don't want some asshat with a grudge to get in the way of us having a good time together. We both lead stressful lives. You more than I, clearly. We're both self-proclaimed workaholics, and, if you'll forgive me for saying it, we both desperately need an escape." He was tempted to let her talk him into it. He was so drawn to Leah, and it wasn't just physical. He liked her and enjoyed her company. He would have never guessed, while standing out in rain, spawned by his own grief and guilt, that he could be laughing 20 minutes later. But Leah seemed to have that effect on him. "If you're worried about how it will look," she continued, "then bring Adira to story time twice a week. The three of us can hang out up here afterward while Brittany, Mandy, or Tiana, you haven't met her, but she's great, mind the store. And you can carry a bag when the two of you leave, so it will look like you came for the story and stayed to shop. It'll be in the afternoon, so no one would believe it was a date or put any kind of romantic spin on it." Was that plausible, or did he simply want it to be? "Or, what about a play date? My brother and sister-in-law have been worried that my nephew isn't getting adequate socialization. He's about Adira's age. You and I could meet at the park and hang out while they play." That was doubly tempting, because it would certainly appear innocent. "Would you object to my bringing Adira's cousin Michael, too?" Why was he even considering this? Her lips twitched. "Is Michael the one with the glowering British papa who grumbles a lot and scares Sheldon nearly as much as you do?" Seth laughed. "I take it you've met Roland. He and his wife have come to the store with Amy and Marcus a few times. You're welcome to bring Michael. I think Aaron would like it. How about Tuesday afternoon, 1 o'clock? "Actually, I didn't say I would—" "Excellent," she interrupted with a bright smile. "Tuesday it is." Giving his hand a pat, she released him and clapped her hands on her knees. "Now, I'm wide awake and won't be able to sleep any time soon. You need to wait for your clothes to dry, so what do you think? Pizza and a movie?" "I really think it best if I—" "Pizza and a movie it is." When she stood, her gaze strayed to the top of his head. "If you stop arguing with me and let me choose the movie, I'll brush your hair for you so it'll dry faster." He stared at her. Really? Just imagining Leah brushing his long hair made some of the tension that knotted him up inside ease. "Sure." She winked. "I won't even make you paint my toenails afterward." Spinning away, she headed into the kitchen and removed a pizza from the freezer. And damned if Seth didn't feel another smile tug at his lips. Tessa stared at the back of Little Gifts. She and Gershom stood atop a 3-story apartment building a few blocks over, but her preternaturally sharp eyesight, aided by the moon in the cloudless sky above them, allowed her to see it clearly once she found an angle unobscured by trees. Cold wind buffeted her, but the virus that infected her enabled her to control her body temperature, eliminating the discomfort autumn temperatures ordinarily would have imparted.
She didn't wear the long black coat favored by the Immortal Guardians she despised so much. She didn't need one. The baggy clothes she wore hid not only her gender, but also the multitude of weapons strapped to her slender body. The back door of the apartment above Little Gifts opened. Seth stepped out. Fury rose, as it always did when she saw him, almost painful in its intensity. Gershom rested a hand on her shoulder and gave it a gentle squeeze. "Easy," he cautioned telepathically. She took comfort in his presence beside her. He was the only reason she still breathed, and he was her only comfort, her source of strength. A woman appeared in the doorway. Holding the door open, she tilted her head back and spoke to Seth. Both smiled. Then Seth threw his head back and laughed. It only made Tessa's hatred burn brighter. Smiling, the woman ducked back inside and closed the door. Then Seth teleported away. "He took what you loved," Gershom murmured softly. She nodded, furious tears burning the backs of her eyes. "So I'll take what he loves." Gershom nodded. "Everything he loves." He wrapped an arm around her shoulders. "Together we will finally succeed where in the past I have failed." She looked up at him. He was so tall that her head barely reached his armpit. "Thank you for helping me." He smiled. "Thank you for helping me, child." He glanced over at the door through which Seth had exited. His eyes narrowed. "Seth will pay for all he has wrought." Chapter 9. The next several days passed in a blur. Though Seth and Amy spent a few hours each afternoon searching for Tessa, they did not succeed in locating her. Tessa also had made no more appearances at night, nor had any of the other missing immortals. Seth had hoped that the incident with Tessa would herald the appearance of the rest, that they too had begun to hunt with vampires in the area and would show themselves to his Immortal Guardians, but none had. Frustration burned his belly as Seth strolled through the front doors of Network headquarters. The building's exterior was unassuming. None could possibly guess its purpose by looking at it, nor would it inspire any interest should someone inadvertently stumble upon it. Parked in a meadow, surrounded by forest, it lay many miles away from any towns or cities. No houses or other businesses resided nearby, only uninterrupted nature. A long slab of parking lot sprinkled with trees preceded it. No windows or ornamentation of any kind adorned the one-story structure. The bland brick exterior reminded Seth a bit of a warehouse for a package delivery service. The building even looked rather tired and worn, though it wasn't even a decade old. Chris had merely made it appear much older to dissuade ne'er-do-wells out to make mischief. Once inside, Seth found himself enclosed in a glass vestibule that would no doubt withstand a strike by a bunker-busting missile. Beyond the clear walls on one side lay a waiting area for guests. Gray sofas clustered together in a U-shape, while potted plants that thrived in low-light conditions interrupted the monochrome decor with splashes of color. Straight ahead, several armed human males sat behind a granite counter that concealed numerous surveillance monitors. All wore black shirts and black cargo pants rather than the standard security uniforms many businesses insisted upon. Behind them, more humans, armed with automatic weapons, manned 2 elevators. One of the guards behind the counter rose and approached the glass enclosure. "Sir." Seth nodded. "Good evening, John." John Wendleck swiped a card in the keypad beside the door and punched in a code. A buzz sounded, then the door opened. "Good to see you again." Seth smiled. "I take it Chris's gadget alerted you to my presence before I even entered." "Yes, sir." "Is he in his office?" "Yes, sir." "Thank you." Seth strode past the front counter. He nodded at the men behind it, then nodded again to the soldiers who manned the elevators. All stood straighter as he passed. Those who hadn't encountered him before stared in open amazement, excited to finally see the Immortal Guardians' ancient and powerful leader in person. "Thank you all for your service," he said, sincerely grateful to each and every one of them. "Thank you for yours, sir," one man said. His companions all nodded. Seth passed the elevators and headed down a hallway beyond them. At the end of it, a dozen soldiers, all as heavily armed as the others, guarded the entrance to the reception room outside Chris Warden's office. Seth frowned. Had something happened? Guards were very rarely posted there. They straightened, abandoned their relaxed stances as he approached. Seth nodded to them. "Gentlemen." They nodded back with a chorus of "Sirs." Seth entered the reception room. An array of comfortable chairs on one side provided ample seating for anyone who had to wait to see the man in charge. Guards now occupied most of them. Additional guards stood sentry at the door to Chris's office. The other side of the room boasted a wall full of file cabinets and a large desk, behind which sat an attractive brunette garbed in a form-fitting business jacket and skirt. The buttons on the front of her jacket were unfastened, allowing him to glimpse the holstered weapon she wore under one arm. When she looked up and saw him, her eyes widened and an expression of dismay flashed across her pretty features before she carefully schooled them into a polite mask of friendliness. "Hi, Seth." "Hello, Kate. It's good to see you." What was going on? She wrinkled her nose. "It still feels weird to call you by your first name. You're my boss's boss, and the most powerful man on the planet. I feel like I should at least put a Mr. in front of it." He smiled. "I assure you, no Mr. is necessary. Is our boy in?" "Yes, he is," she admitted, her reluctance evident. "But now might not be the best time to see him. I just need to speak with him for a moment. It'll be quick." She hesitated, then reached for the intercom. "Mr. Warden, Seth is here to see you." A muttered expletive carried across the line. She shot Seth a quick glance. He arched a brow. "Okay, send him in," Chris ordered. Kate straightened. "He can see you now." "Thank you." Seth headed for the door, his curiosity rising. One of the guards opened it for him, then closed it after Seth strode inside. Chris rounded his big desk and met him halfway across the spacious office. "Hi, Seth. I have a conference call coming up in a few, so I apologize in advance if we're interrupted. What can I do for you?" Seth had a sneaking suspicion the conference call was bullshit, and Chris just wanted to get rid of him. "What's with the guards?" Sighing, Chris leaned against the back of a chair. It wasn't until then that Seth realized Chris's long sofa was missing. "There was an incident earlier with the vampires." That caught and held Seth's attention. Did Cliff have another psychotic break? No, Stuart did. His third in as many months. Stuart was another of the 7 vampires who had surrendered to the Immortal Guardians, hoping to avoid insanity. Was anyone hurt? Not really. Melanie and Bastian seemed to sense something was up and opted to stay here today instead of sleeping at David's place. Melanie was in the lab with Stuart. Bastian was up here with me. That surprised Seth. Chris's one and only fault thus far had been a tendency to hold grudges, and he'd held one against Bastian, who had harmed dozens of guards here at the network during his darker days for years. What happened? Stuart lost it. Melanie said she didn't know what triggered it, but she had to physically overpower and subdue him to keep him from attacking the guards. Cliff saw them struggling. Stuart got in a couple of lucky shots because Melanie was trying not to hurt him. Cliff thought Stuart was trying to kill Melanie and just tore into him. Of course he did, Seth said grimly. Cliff loved Melanie like a sister. He would kill anyone who threatened her. Melanie managed to sedate them both before Bastian reached them. Stuart went down instantly, but the madness has progressed enough in Cliff that 1 dose of the tranquilizer won't knock him out. And 2 doses can be dangerous. 2 doses could, and often did, prove fatal for vampires. Yeah, Cliff's okay, though. We managed to calm him down without hurting him, but everyone is a little on edge. Understandable. So, what can I do for you?
May we speak in the conference room? That particular room was so heavily soundproofed that even Seth couldn't hear what happened inside it, and he wanted no one but Chris to hear what he had to say. Chris glanced at the conference room.
You know what? It's a mess in there right now. Why don't we just step into the bathroom instead?
It, too, was soundproofed. All bathrooms at network headquarters were, so the vampires who lived 5 levels below ground wouldn't complain about having to listen to employees relieve themselves 24 hours a day. The bathroom would have been fine, but Seth shook his head. I prefer the conference room. I don't mind a little clutter. And wanted to know what the hell was in there that Chris didn't want him to see. Chris snorted.
Says the man who turned up his nose and looked like he couldn't leave fast enough when a little clutter in my home aggravated his OCD.
Seth almost laughed. That wasn't a little clutter. That was a mess the likes of which the CDC would have quarantined if they'd seen it.
Oh, ha, ha, ha. Well, my bathroom here is pristinely clean, so...
He motioned to the open door on one side of his office. Seth shook his head and motioned to the other. We'll talk in the conference room.
Why?
Because I'm curious to see what you're trying to hide from me. Chris stared at him for a long moment, then swore. Fine. But just this once, I'm going to say, you suck for not letting me get away with it. Unoffended, Seth followed the blond man to the door of the conference room and entered behind him. No clutter adorned the long, gleaming table around which sleek, modern rolling chairs gathered. But Seth did notice a new addition beyond it. Chris closed the door. Seth knew now why Chris's sofa had been absent. He had dragged it in here and installed it at the opposite end of the room. Clothing littered the floor in front of it, having been hastily removed by the attractive couple that slumbered upon it beneath a blanket. The woman was beautiful, with smooth skin the color of milk chocolate. Her raven hair was drawn back from her pretty face in a series of intricate braids that ended about the same place Adira wore headbands. There it blossomed into an afro that looked as soft as a cotton ball. Her features were relaxed, her narrow shoulders bare. Cliff was spooned up behind her, his skin a bit darker, his hair twisted into a mass of thin dreadlocks. He showed no hint of the peace his lover had found in sleep. His bare arm lay atop the covers, wrapped around her and clutching her tightly. Every visible muscle was tense. His brows drew down in a deep V, his lips tightened. A muscle in his jaw twitched as he clenched and unclenched his teeth. The eyes behind his closed lids moved rapidly back and forth. Sadness suffused Seth. Cliff was a good man, honorable to his core. He deserved better than to suffer the brain damage the virus would continue to spawn until he became a monster. "You called Emma," he said softly. "When the first tranquilizer dose didn't render him unconscious, this is how you calmed him." Chris regarded him grimly. "Yes." Silence reigned. Seth crossed to the couple. Cliff held the woman so tightly he would probably leave bruises, but Seth knew she wouldn't complain. He touched a fingertip to Cliff's temple. The vampire's thoughts were so chaotic and filled with violence, his dreams so nightmarish, that it took Seth several minutes to infuse Cliff with tranquility and steer his dreams toward happier times. Cliff sighed in his sleep and loosened his hold on Emma. Snuggling closer, he buried his nose in her hair. Seth rested a hand on Emma's shoulder. Cliff hadn't harmed her. He had been rough and aggressive when they'd made love, but he hadn't frightened or injured her. She loved Cliff and didn't mind when his touch acquired a desperate edge. She just feared losing him. Seth sent healing warmth into her to take care of the few bruises that were beginning to form where Cliff had held her too tightly. The same healing warmth filtered from her into Cliff where they touched, further calming him. He straightened. "You knew," Chris said.
Strolling back toward him, Seth nodded. "I've known for quite some time that they've been seeing each other. I admit I'm a little surprised you didn't call a halt to it." "Surprised and relieved?" Chris stared at the couple. "Yeah. They're adults. They love each other, and both are aware of the risks involved in being together. If Emma believes them worth it, I won't stand in the way of whatever happiness they can find together." Chris studied Seth. "Even though she's a gifted one?" "Even so." He cast Chris a mildly censorious look. "You didn't need to hide it from me." The human sighed and shook his head. "I didn't want to, but I know how protective you are of gifted ones. I figured you'd want to spare her the heartache. I wish I could." Seth thought of Chris's assistant and found a smile. "Kate looked like a deer caught in the headlights when I strolled into her office." Chris laughed. "Yeah, she likes Cliff and is really rooting for him. What did you want to see me about, anyway?" "Something that I wish to go no farther than this room." "Okay, what's up?" Seth shifted. The problems he dealt with on a daily basis usually revolved around immortals, gifted ones, and vampires. Aside from certain issues that had arisen with regards to Amy, the problems he brought Chris were never of a personal nature. So he suddenly found himself fighting an absurd urge to fidget. "I need you to covertly provide additional security for a location." Chris drew a small notebook and a stubby pencil from his front pocket. "Okay, what's the address?" "It's Little Gifts." "Leah Summerson's store?" "Yes." "Done." "You can secure it without her knowing?" "I already have." Seth stared at him. "What?" "Remember how I told you I looked into Leah's background as soon as Amy started taking Adira there?" "Yes." "Well, I also hacked into her surveillance system to see how good her security was, then improved it by installing some of my own equipment while she was off premises. I like to cover all bases and wanted to have eyes on the place in case Gershom decided to pop in and try to nab Amy or the baby." "You didn't mention it before." Chris shrugged. Beefing up security anywhere Amy goes became standard procedure as soon as Gershom came on the scene. Of course it had. Chris always went the extra mile for them, often without asking. "Does that security include Leah's apartment?" "Yes." Seth studied him. Then Chris must already know that Seth had been spending time with her. "Who monitors the feed?" "A select group of men and women I would trust with my life. The same ones who monitor the security feed here. They watch it in real time from 2 different locations, and they report directly to me, so I'm the only person who knows what they see." Seth wasn't sure how to respond to that. Just how much had they seen? If they monitored the back door of her apartment, then they would have seen him leave quite late the other night, and might have assumed he and Leah were lovers. Chris returned his pencil and notebook to his pocket, then slowly backed away a few steps. "In the interest of full disclosure, I should also tell you—" Seth frowned. "What?" "I viewed some of the footage myself, and after seeing the 2 of you dance together, I installed a special ops team in the building across from hers that remains in position round the clock. They're heavily armed. They all carry the same device Immortal Guardians do, and they monitor the feeds as well. But their feeds include the interior of her apartment." Anger instantly ignited within Seth. When he had asked Chris to provide additional security for her shop and apartment, he'd meant the exterior, not the interior. Men had been surveilling Leah in her home? They had been watching her during private moments? Did they watch her in her bedroom? In her bathroom? Had they seen her unclothed? He took a menacing step forward. Chris hastily backed away another pace and threw up his hands. "Don't kill me! Hear me out!" "You watch her in her home?" he growled, stalking Chris around the boardroom table. "They watch her in her home? Your men? Are there cameras in her bedroom? In her bathroom?" "Hell no," Chris quickly replied. "The cameras only show the apartment's front and back doors and her living room. Bathrooms and bedrooms are off limits." Seth recalled the way Leah's wet tank top and pajama pants had clung to her, revealing the beautiful body beneath almost as clearly as fucking plastic wrap. "Okay," Chris said, "your eyes are really bright, so clearly you're pissed. But damn it, Seth, I'm just trying to keep her safe. That's why you came by today, isn't it? You were going to ask me to help you keep her safe." Halting, Seth drew in a deep breath. He closed his eyes and fought down his anger. Chris was a good guy. He was just trying to help. "I don't want men watching Leah when she's in the privacy of her home. I don't either." Some of the tension left Chris's voice. That's why only female operatives are allowed to view the interior feeds of both the store and her apartment. The men view the exterior feeds. Seth glowered at him. "Are you saying you're a woman? Because you just told me you saw the footage of us dancing yourself." Chris winced. "If the female operatives see something they believe is important, they bring it to my attention. Everyone knows Gershom is striking at you through those you care about, and it was clear from the moment you danced with her that Leah means something to you. They thought I should know you two. We're just friends. We aren't lovers." Sighing, Chris rubbed his eyes as if he were suddenly weary. "I'd ask you why, but I already know the answer." Lowering his hand, he shook his head. "You and I are the same in so many ways, Seth. We both have thousands of men and women under our command. We both feel wholly responsible for the health, happiness, and welfare of every single one of them. And we've both lost people we care about in this war with Gershom." His shoulders rose and fell in a helpless shrug. "I don't want to lose any more. So I took measures I thought would reduce the chances of that, even though I knew it might result in you beating the shit out of me when you found out." Seth's anger receded, replaced by regret that such steps were even necessary. "Thank you. I'm always on your side, Seth. I know that. I'm just feeling possessive and protective." "Yes, damn it, though I shouldn't." Such emotions indicated a far greater attachment to Leah than he should allow himself. "We're fighting a never-ending battle here," Chris said softly, trying to keep the vampires in check, trying to keep humanity from finding out about gifted ones and immortals. "I've been doing this for 30 years. You've been doing it for thousands of years of always putting the needs of others before your own, Seth. Forgive me for being blunt, but I think it's high time you had something for yourself. It's time you had someone for yourself. Someone who can ease the loneliness and the shitload of pain you carry around inside you every day. Even if it's just friendship, even if you never take it further than that, I think you should explore whatever this is you found with Leah. Because I have seen the footage. I've seen how you are with her, how much you laugh and enjoy her company. You shouldn't deny yourself that. I mean, how often does that come along?" It had come along only once before in Seth's long life. That's what scared him. He wasn't sure he could keep a relationship with Leah restrained to friendship. "Now isn't a good time." Chris snorted. "When is a good time? There is never a good time for men like you and me, and you have it much worse than I do. I'm only responsible for the East Coast. You're responsible for the whole fucking planet." Seth sometimes forgot that this battle to protect humans was often as hard on the Seconds and other humans who aided them as it was on the Immortals. "Is that why you don't date? Is that why you haven't pursued a relationship with Kate?" Chris looked toward the closed conference room door as if he could see his assistant through it. "Yeah, that's it in a nutshell. I wouldn't be good for her. I wouldn't be good for any woman." He met Seth's gaze once more. "But you would be good for Leah, as good for her as she is for you. She's suffered losses of her own and is due some happiness." "You looked into her background?" "Yes." "She said she lost her husband and baby in a car accident." "Yes, 12 years ago." "She said it was bad." Chris nodded, his face grim. "It was. Did you see it in her memories?" "I've not been reading her mind," Seth reluctantly confessed. Perhaps Chris wouldn't realize the significance of that, but David would if he knew. Seth hadn't read his wife's mind either, not unless she'd asked him to. "Leah and her husband were on their way home from visiting his parents in Danville," Chris said. "She was 8 months pregnant. It was late at night. A truck driver fell asleep at the wheel, came around a curve, and hit them head-on. It not only totaled their car, it pushed them off the road and into the trees. Seth stared at him. "Are you saying—" Chris nodded. You know how people are, always driving with their heads down, staring at their damn phones. It took over an hour for someone to notice the skid marks on the road and the tail lights almost hidden by the trees. The truck driver was thrown through the windshield of his truck and ended up wedged halfway through their windshield between Leah and her husband. He died instantly. The front of the car was totaled and looked like a fucking accordion. My contacts were able to pull up pictures of the accident scene for me. Leah's husband was severely injured and crushed against the steering wheel. Leah suffered multiple broken bones and was pinned against the dash. Her water broke, but she experienced no contractions. Neither she nor her husband could move, so they couldn't find their cell phones and call for help. Her husband lost consciousness pretty quickly. Leah was trapped in that car for over an hour, not knowing if her husband was alive or dead, not knowing if her baby was either, before rescue teams arrived. Firefighters had to use the jaws of life to extract them both from the vehicle. Not only had her water broken, Leah was also bleeding, and paramedics had difficulty detecting a fetal heartbeat. Seth swore. Doctors weren't able to save the baby, but managed to save Leah. Her husband lingered for 3 days, then died of complications from his injuries. And if that isn't fucked up enough, he died within hours of being told they'd lost the baby. Seth's heart ached for her. Leah never got to hold her daughter. She wasn't able to attend her baby's funeral, nor could she attend her husband's. She didn't even get to tell him goodbye because she was in such bad shape herself. No wonder she'd said the whole week was tough for her to get through. "You've both suffered losses, Seth," Chris concluded, "and you both deserve happiness. Which is why I plan to do whatever I can to keep Leah safe, even if it pisses you off because you think it crosses a line. You've done a hell of a lot for me. I want you to be happy." His attention strayed to the sofa. Seth glanced over his shoulder. Cliff shifted in his sleep, his brow furrowed as he tightened his hold on Emma. Crossing to him, Seth again touched Cliff's forehead, infusing him with calm and guiding his dreams away from nightmarish violence. He then retraced his steps and stopped before Chris. "With Gershom out there's never going to be a good time, Seth. It sucks, but there you have it. Just look at the immortals who have fallen in love in recent years. When Roland found Sarah, Bastion was doing his damnedest to kill him and take down all Immortal Guardians. When Marcus found Amy, that jackass who crowned himself Vampire King was raising his own army. When Bastion found Melanie, fucking mercenaries started hunting immortals and bombed the shit out of—" Seth held up a hand. "I get it. You've made your point. But Gershom is a far more formidable foe than those we've fought in the past. And you're forgetting one thing." "What?" "Leah is human. I, on the other hand, am immortal and possess abilities that would make most men shit their shorts. I know. Believe me, I know." Seth shook his head. "But Leah doesn't know." Chris waved off his concern. "I'm not worried about that. I think you'll find Leah is good with different." Seth frowned. "What makes you think so?" Let's just call it gut instinct," he said in lieu of a true answer. "And don't be an ass and read my thoughts. Just take my word for it." Only Chris Riordan would dare say such to Seth. Jealousy rose. "Has Leah dated a gifted one in the past?" "No." Chris pointed at him with a knowing look, and that right there, that overtly jealous gleam in your eyes, confirms that I'm right. You care about her, so go spend time with her, damn it. He wanted to, badly. "I fear we won't be able to keep her safe. It wouldn't be fair to her." A female voice spoke softly behind him. "Let her decide." Seth turned. Emma had awoken and lay watching them, Cliff still curled around her. "What?" "Let her decide if seeing you is worth the risk," she repeated. "If that decision had been taken from me, I would have been denied Cliff's love." She freed an arm from the covers and rested it atop Cliff's, twining her fingers through his. "And his love is well worth the difficulties we face." Moisture glimmered in her eyes.
Even if I lose him, I will not regret a moment of the time we've had together. I'm so grateful to him for letting me decide. You should do the same for the woman you care about." Seth considered her words. "You knew what Cliff was when you met him. You knew exactly what you were getting into." "Yes, Cliff made sure I did. He even made me watch surveillance footage of one of his psychotic breaks once he realized Mr. Rawdon knew about us and could provide him with it. But it didn't change my mind. I love him, and I want to spend every minute I can with him, even if Dr. Lipton is unable to halt the brain damage and prevent him from going insane. I plan to be with Cliff until the end." Seth could hear in her voice and see in her eyes that she had lost hope that there would be a positive ending for them. "I'm sorry I haven't been able to help him." She shook her head. "Don't apologize. You could have killed him the day you met him, but you didn't. You're the reason he's alive and holding me right now. So do what Cliff did. Tell this woman what you are. Warn her of the danger she faces. If she wants to cut ties with you, honor her wishes. If she wants to keep seeing you, then spend what time you can with her and do whatever you can to protect her. But don't just make the decision for her." Seth didn't know if her words swayed him because she was right or because it was what he wanted to hear, and what Leah herself had asked of him. But he nodded. Emma looked down at her wrist. "If things work out, you might want to get her one of these." Seth looked at the device. "A watch?" She nodded. "Aiden gave it to me. It's a smartwatch that's also a phone and is voice-activated. If there should ever come a time when I believe Cliff might harm me, all I have to do is say 2 words. The watch will dial Aiden's cell phone, and he'll teleport directly to my side." Chris moved to stand next to Seth. "Actually, that's not a bad idea. I can give you a second cell phone, Seth, one that's just for emergency calls from Leah, then program the watch for her. That way, if it rings, you won't even have to answer it to know she's in danger and can teleport to her instantly." That sounded good. Even if Gershom teleported away with her, Seth would reach the place he'd abducted her so fast that he would have no difficulty following the energy trail left behind. "Do it," he told Chris, then looked at Emma. "Thank you. Thank you for taking such good care of Cliff." He smiled. "You're doing far more for him than I ever could. I'm glad he found you." Chapter 10. Leah smiled as she watched Aaron play in the sandbox. The playground around them was deserted. She'd like to think it was because it was a school day and most children were in school, but this playground was often deserted. She didn't know if parents were simply too busy working long hours to bring their children, too tired from the same, if they didn't want to be bothered with it, or if the children would simply rather stay inside playing with electronic devices or watching television. But she thought all of the above pretty sad. When she was a little girl, every child in the neighborhood had wanted to play outside as long as they could. Playgrounds like this one had been active every weekday after school and all day on weekends. Neighborhood streets had become the sites of street hockey games. Sidewalks had become roller skating thoroughfares and giant canvases for chalk art. And children had been so reluctant to see the fun end that when the sun went down, parents had to practically drag them inside. She glanced behind her at the empty swing set and the large climbing, sliding apparatus beyond. The park in her neighborhood hadn't boasted nearly this many features, yet children had still enjoyed playing in it. "Look!" She turned back to Aaron and smiled as he proudly displayed the hill he had constructed. "Oh, that's a nice hill. Who do you think should live on it?" "Lion." Leah reached into the backpack she'd brought and removed a large mesh bag full of toy animals. "I think there's a lion in here somewhere." She dumped them all out into the sandbox just as her cell phone rang. Digging it out of the backpack, she saw it was her brother calling and sighed. "Yes." "Is he there?" "No, not yet." "Maybe he isn't coming." She rolled her eyes. "Don't sound so relieved. He's coming." "I just don't think this is a good idea. You told me last week that you were worried Aaron wasn't getting enough playtime in with other children. Adira is a sweetheart. They're going to have a lot of fun together.
What about the boy? I've only met Michael a couple of times. He's pretty shy, but he's always well-behaved at the store. Ben was silent for a moment. I don't think this is a good idea. I think I should be there. You're being paranoid. I'm being cautious. Can you blame me? Leah watched Aaron plunk the lion on top of the hill. No, but you're forgetting I used to take you to the park when you were Aaron's age, and nothing bad happened, right? Right. Another moment passed. Maybe I'm just looking for an excuse to come check out this guy you're seeing. She smiled, knowing he must be dying of curiosity. I told you he's just a friend. Uh-huh, he said, his tone conveying patent disbelief. He's like 16 years younger than me, Ben. He's even younger than you. So what? You look 16 years younger. Flattery won't make you less annoying, you know. He laughed. A sleek black vehicle turned onto the street. Slowing, it parked at the curb behind her gray subcompact car. The driver's door opened. Seth emerged, wearing jeans, a black t-shirt, and dark sunglasses. Smiling, she waved. His lips stretched in a grin as he waved back. Her heart gave a little flutter. The man was just too damned attractive. He's here. I gotta go. I still think I should... Ending the call, she tucked the phone in her pack and watched Seth close his door. Her eyes widened as both back doors opened into falcon wings, revealing 2 toddlers strapped into car seats. Wow, that was a cool-ass car, and so quiet. Was that the Tesla Model X her brother had been drooling over? Adira chattered as Seth removed his sunglasses and ducked inside to unlatch Michael. Seth smiled as he spoke to her, then pointed at Leah and Aaron. Adira looked around. As soon as she saw Leah, her face lit up with a grin, and she began to bounce in her seat and kick her feet. Laughing, Leah waved again. Seth chuckled as Adira bounced and kicked her feet in excitement, eager to get out onto the playground. As he helped Michael out of the car, he caught Adira's eye. Just a minute, sweetheart. Let me come around to the other side, okay? Okay. He closed the door, took Michael's hand, and walked him around the back of the car to the other side. Michael hovered close as Seth leaned in to free Adira. The little girl scrambled clumsily out of the car and waited impatiently as he pressed the button on his key fob to close the door. "Baba!" she urged, tugging on his pants. "All right, let's go see Miss Leah and her nephew." Tucking the key fob in the pocket of his jeans, he took each child's hand and strolled onto the playground. Adira hurried along in front of him, pulling on his fingers and trying to make him go faster. Michael hovered close, squeezing his hand tight. Seth didn't know if Michael had been shy before he'd lost his mother, or if it was a result of the abrupt change in his circumstances. His mother had been one of the gifted ones Gershom had killed. She had also been a descendant of Roland, who, along with his wife Sarah, had been more than happy to adopt Michael. But the boy tended to be quiet around strangers. "It's all right, Michael. You're going to have a lot of fun today." Leah rose, smiling as she watched them approach. A little boy, about Michael's age and size, played in the large sandbox. Turning, he eyed them curiously, his hands falling still as they approached. His skin was browner than Leah's, and he bore a short, neat black afro. As they neared the sandbox, Adira released Seth's hand and ran forward, holding her arms up. Laughing, Leah bent and picked her up. "Hi there, sweetie. Don't you look pretty today?" Adira hugged her, then pointed at the sandbox. Leah set her down. "Hello," Seth greeted her. "I think we're a little late. My apologies. I have a new respect for parents who manage to get their little ones to places on time. I had no idea taking 2 toddlers to the park required so much gear, or that it was so difficult to get them to sit still long enough to fasten them into their car seats." She laughed. "Yeah, the first time I volunteered to babysit my nephew, I'm pretty sure my jaw dropped at all the stuff my brother and sister-in-law brought over with him." She motioned to Aaron, who had abandoned his sand hill and stared at the other 2 children curiously.
Speaking of whom, this is Aaron, my nephew. Aaron, this is Mr. Seth." Seth smiled at the boy and motioned to his two. "Nice to meet you, Aaron. This is Adira and Michael." Adira climbed over the thick plastic edge of the sandbox. "Hi." "Hi," Aaron said. Michael leaned into Seth's side. Seth smiled at Leah. "He's a little shy." Leah didn't seem to mind. She smiled. "Hi, Michael. It's nice to see you again. We brought lots of toys with us. You're welcome to play with them." Adira plunked herself down next to Aaron and began to bury her fingers in the sand. Leah sat down on the sandbox edge. "Is it okay if Aaron calls you Mr. Seth? I didn't ask how you'd like him to address you." "That's fine." Rounding the sandbox, he seated himself on the edge, kitty corner to Leah. Adira twisted around, looking for her cousin. "Micah?" She held her hand out to him. Michael climbed into the sandbox and quietly settled next to her. When Aaron offered him a plastic shovel, Michael took it and began to dig. Aaron grabbed another shovel and handed it to Adira. "Say thank you," Seth reminded them softly. "Thank you," Adira and Michael chorused. Leah's smile widened. "They're so cute." He chuckled. "So is your nephew." She pushed some plastic animal figurines closer to the children. "He looks exactly like my brother did at that age, except Ben was lighter." She turned her attention to Seth. "My stepdad is black." He nodded. "I thought so when I saw Aaron, either him or your sister-in-law." "My sister-in-law is black, too. I didn't think it would bother you since you and David are so close." "It doesn't." Her face brightening, Leah oohed over a shovelful of sand Aaron held up for her inspection. "I've also met Darnell and know he's a friend of yours. He comes to the store with Amy sometimes. He's nice." She sent him a teasing glance. "And handsome. I'm beginning to think everyone in your surrogate family is stunningly attractive." Seth straightened his back, puffed out his chest, and arched a brow in feigned jealousy. "Darnell may be handsome, but I'm taller." She winked. "And have bigger hands and feet." He laughed, relaxing once more. "Careful, Aaron." She rested a hand atop his when he flung sand into the air to watch it drift on the wind. "You don't want to get sand in Adira's and Michael's eyes." He looked at the other children. Adira and Michael both squinted and blinked rapidly, but both seemed fine. Aaron abandoned the shovel and started sorting through the animals Leah had brought. He handed a tiger to Michael. Adira examined Michael's new treasure while Aaron went back to digging through his pile of toys. His brow furrowed, then cleared as he spotted a lioness near Leah's foot. He reached a hand toward it. The toy began to slide across the sand to him. Leah hastily grabbed it and handed it to him. "Here you go, sweetie." Chris's words came back to Seth. "I think you'll find Leah is good with different." Of course she was, because her nephew was a gifted one. Seth acquainted himself with all gifted ones, beginning at their births, but babies changed so quickly that he hadn't recognized little Aaron. "Are you kidding me?" Leah muttered, her tone rife with aggravation. Seth glanced at her, noted her frown, and followed her gaze to a man who was crossing the street toward them. He was tall, approximately 6'2", with light brown skin and a muscular build. His black hair was short and cut into a fade at the temples. Seth had little difficulty recognizing him, having checked up on him periodically during his lifetime. Like Aaron, Ben was a gifted one. Seth just hadn't realized he was Leah's half-brother. Seth looked at Leah. That must be why she had seemed so familiar when he'd had that first dream. He must have seen her one of the times he had looked in on Ben to ensure he was well. "I'm really sorry about this," she murmured. "That's my brother." "The one whose clothing I borrowed?" "Yes, but I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't mention that. It'll just make him wonder what you were doing in my apartment and why you had no clothes." Seth grinned. "A bit protective of you, is he?" She rolled her eyes. "Very. You'd think he was the older sibling instead of the other way around." "Is he here to ensure you are safe, or his son?" he asked curiously. "I'm guessing both. Again, I'm really sorry." "Stop apologizing. It's all right. I don't blame him for wanting to protect you. We live in a dangerous world."
Seth knew that better than anyone. He rose as the man drew closer. Leah did too. Nodding a greeting, Seth offered his hand. "You must be Leah's brother. I'm Seth. Good to meet you." Ben gave his hand a firm shake. "Nice to meet you. I'm Ben." Leah gave her brother a comically exasperated look. "What are you doing here?" His expression all innocence, Ben looked around. "It's a beautiful day. I finished work early." He shrugged. A nice, quiet afternoon at the park sounded too good to resist. Leah quirked a brow. "Does your boss know you finished work early?" He grinned. "No, but I'm indispensable, so he isn't going to complain." Seth smiled. The company for which Ben worked was actually one of many owned by the network. Though he didn't know it, Ben was one of Chris's tech geniuses. Ben looked at the children. Adira and Michael had placed their animals on top of the sand hill next to Aaron's lion. All three children were now pouring sand on them. Seth couldn't tell if they were trying to bury the animals or make the hill bigger, but they all seemed to have the same intent and were enjoying themselves. He motioned to Adira, then Michael. "This is my granddaughter, Adira, and her cousin Michael." Ben's eyebrows flew up. "Granddaughter?" Seth shrugged. "I'm older than I look." Leah snorted. "You can say that as much as you want, Seth. I'm never going to believe it." He looked down at her and arched a brow. "I don't know why. You're older than you look." Laughing, she gave his shoulder a playful shove. "Don't say that." "Why?" he asked with a smile. "Isn't that a good thing?" "Yes, but when you say it like that, it makes me feel old." That certainly had not been his intention. How was I supposed to say it? Instead of saying, "I'm older than I look," she narrowed her eyes in mock anger, then assumed a sweet, innocent expression and lightened her voice. "You're supposed to say, 'I look as young and fresh as a daisy.'" Schooling his features into a somber mask, Seth bowed. "Forgive me, Leah. I misspoke. I meant to say, you look as young and fresh as a daisy, though no daisy could compare to your immense beauty." "Much better." Winking, she nudged him with her shoulder. "Flatterer." He grinned. "I'm a fast learner." They turned back to Ben, who stared at them. Leah frowned. "What?" He blinked. "Nothing." Stepping into the sandbox, he sat on the edge near his son. Seth waited for Leah to retake her seat, then sat kitty-corner to her once more. "Adira's mother isn't actually my daughter," he told Ben. "I just think of her as such. When she lost her own family, I welcomed her into mine and love her as if she truly were my daughter." "Are you married, then?" Ben asked casually. Leah glowered at him. "No," Seth responded, unperturbed. "Over the years I've formed close ties with men and women I consider family. Adira's mother is one of them." Ben nodded, then smiled at his son. "What you working on there, sport?" Aaron smiled at his father, then reached toward the pile of toys again. A black bear began to skid toward him. Ben swiftly clasped the toy and guided it through the pile toward Aaron. "What about this one? You think he'd like to join the fun?" He cast Seth a quick look. Seth smiled and nodded at the growing pyramid of sand. "I can't decide if the children are trying to bury the toys or build them a castle." Ben relaxed. A quick peek into his thoughts revealed relief as he assumed Seth hadn't caught his son's slip. Like many other gifted ones, he knew how dangerous it would be for others to realize his son bore special abilities. Michael gradually relaxed too, Seth was happy to see. The three children diligently dug holes and increased the mass of their pyramid, while the adults casually conversed and offered aid to the little builders. Seth and Leah engaged in their usual banter, while Ben observed them and tried not to be too obvious about it. He was a good guy, easy to talk to. Every time Aaron compelled a toy to come to him, Ben was quick to grab it and did an admirable job of making it appear as though he had moved the toy himself. He even rested one of his feet amid the pile of toys, so he could make it look as if his foot had instigated the movement. But the quick glances he sent Seth each time gave him away. Aaron's telekinetic abilities were remarkably strong for a new generation gifted one. Some gifted ones born in the current century bore bloodlines that had been so diluted by human DNA over the millennia that they didn't even realize they had special abilities. Seth glanced at Leah after the 6th or 7th time and found her watching him. She knew he'd noticed her nephew's special ability. He saw it in her eyes. But unlike her brother, she seemed fine with it. The next time a toy moved, it damned near flew across the sandbox. Ben fumbled to catch the lion cub sailing toward the pyramid and sent Leah a panicked look. "I think Aaron may be getting tired. We should probably leave soon." Seth shook his head. "It's all right. That time it wasn't Aaron, it was Michael." Ben froze. "What?" "That was Michael's doing, not Aaron's." Leaning down, he patted Michael on the back. "Did you want the lion cub, Michael?" He nodded, his eyes on the toy Ben held. Stunned, Ben handed it to him. "Thank you." Michael added it to the pyramid. Then he looked at a second lion cub that was over by Leah. The toy slid across the sand and into his little hand. Leah looked at Seth with delight. "Michael is different? He has telekinetic abilities?" He smiled. "Yes. He knows he isn't supposed to use his gifts outside the home, but he thought it was okay after Aaron used his several times without being cautioned." Ben said nothing. He just kept staring at Seth, as though he wasn't sure whether or not to believe him. The toy could have just as easily been moved by Aaron to help his new friend. "It's all right," Seth assured Ben, knowing how deeply the man feared his son's gifts coming to light. He looked at Leah. "I hadn't planned on telling you this way, but I'm different too." "Different how?" Ben asked before Leah could respond. Seth glanced around, ensuring the playground, along with the sidewalks and streets that surrounded it, were deserted. He closed his eyes and touched upon the mines in all the houses within view. No humans were peeking out their windows at them. Turning back to the sandbox, he whispered, "Adira, would you like me to make you a castle?" She nodded, her face brightening with a grin. The sand pyramid the children had formed began to shift and move as Seth exercised his own telekinetic gift. Drawing moist sand up from the bottom of the sandbox, he mixed it with the dry, molding it into an impressively large, multi-tiered medieval castle with an animal perched atop each tower. Ben and Leah gaped. The children giggled and grinned and bounced on their bottoms, excited by the display. "That is awesome," Leah declared with a wide grin. Then she slapped him on the arm. "Why didn't you tell me you could do that? I could have put you to work in my shop, hanging up clothes for me while I sat back with my feet propped up and ate pizza." He laughed, relieved that she wasn't upset because he'd kept it from her. Her brother didn't seem amused. "Who are you, Seth?" "Just someone born with gifts like you and your son were. I don't ordinarily share that, but could tell you were concerned about Aaron." Leaning down, he spoke softly to the toddlers. "Now, children, I only did that because no one was around to see it. It's very important that you not use your special gifts when others are around. It might frighten them." "Okay, Baba," Adira chirped, well aware of the rules. Michael nodded. Aaron did too. All three went back to playing with their new sand castle. Ben still seemed worried. "I wish you no harm, Ben. I vow it. I protect those who are different. I don't persecute them or seek to use them for my own gain. I'm sorry if my display made you uneasy. I was merely attempting to show you that your secret is safe with me." Leah nodded at her brother. "It is. Seth won't betray you." Ben considered him a moment. "Did you know my son and I have special abilities before you started spending time with my sister?" The implication was clear. He worried that Seth might have nefarious plans and had used his sister to get to them. "Ben," Leah protested. "No," Seth answered honestly. "I did not. I trust you will keep my secret, too." He could not stop a dark edge from entering his voice when he continued, "I take all threats to my family seriously, and would not react well to your sharing this knowledge or endangering Adira and Michael." Leah began to look uneasy, but the sharp warning seemed to put her brother's mind at ease because he nodded. "Your secret's safe with me." Seth smiled.
Then we're good. Would you be averse to these three having another playdate in the future? Adira and Michael's parents have been worrying about them not getting enough socialization. Taking them to the playground has become more tricky, if not risky, since their abilities have begun to manifest themselves. Ben responded with a slow shake of his head. As long as the kids get along, I think that would be okay. Seth addressed the toddlers again. Children, would you like to play together again soon? Michael and Aaron both nodded. Adira pushed herself to her feet. Sand coated her shoes, clothing, and hands as she moved around Michael and crossed to Seth. Reaching over, she took Leah's hand and put it in his. Leah laughed and scooted a little closer so he could rest their entwined fingers on his knee. I'll take that as a yes. While Adira rejoined the boys, Ben stared at Seth's and Leah's clasped hands. Yeah, another playdate sounds good. When the playdate ended, Seth wanted to follow Leah home and confirm she truly wasn't angry with him for hiding he was different from her. But calls began to come in as soon as he returned Adira and Michael to David's place. Vampire numbers continued to increase at an alarming rate. It was almost as if Gershom had mind-controlled every damned vampire on the planet and instructed them to turn as many humans as they could. That meant more vampires went out trolling for victims each night. More battles ensued between immortals and vampires. More serious wounds required Seth to heal them when 2 immortals took on a dozen vampires. More missing person cases inundated the network and had to be dealt with to keep authorities from finding out vampires had nabbed the missing man or woman. More vampire victims' deaths required creative camouflaging by the network, so they would be labeled accidents, muggings, or the like. And when some crime scenes made vampire attacks impossible to conceal through other means, Seth had to telepathically alter memories. He also worried that more vampire activity would increase the chances that another gifted one would be transformed, not necessarily at Gershom's instigation, but by sheer happenstance. If such occurred, Seth would need to reach him or her before Gershom could get wind of it and increase his private army. Seth teleported from country to country, problem-solving, aiding Immortal Guardians overwhelmed by sheer numbers, and reading the minds of every vampire he could. None provided even a hint of where he might find Gershom or the missing immortals. When night fell in North Carolina, Seth waited until Leah's shop closed, then asked Zach to field his calls long enough for him to go see her. He wasn't like younger men today. He didn't want to text her or talk to her over the phone. He wanted to see her in person and watch every minute change in her facial expression so he could determine how she really felt about him being different. The blinds on the shop's windows were all closed, but light shone behind them. No music played, nor did conversation carry to his sensitive ears. Drawing in a deep breath, he rapped on the locked door. Brittany opened it. Hi, Seth. Are you here to see Leah? Yes. Cool. She's in the back room. She stepped outside. I was just leaving. He offered her a brief bow. Then I bid you good night. Good night, she said with a smile. Go on in. I'll lock the door behind you. Seth did as requested and listened as she locked both locks. The heels of her pumps clicked on the sidewalk as she walked away. Silence descended. He couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Leah had seemed fine with his being different while at the playground, but some of that could have been a friendly facade donned for her brother's benefit. Well, Leah called after a minute, what are you waiting for? Get your handsome ass in here. He grinned, relieved. Her tone was teasing, not angry. Opting to keep his coat on, he strolled through the store to the back room. Leah sat at a desk, staring at a computer screen that displayed a spreadsheet of some sort. Give me 2 minutes, she mumbled, her tone distracted. Then I'll be done. Seth leaned against the wall and crossed his arms. She wore glasses tonight. He had never seen her do so before, and wondered if she needed them for reading and close-up work the way many humans did once they reached their 40s. The frames were black, reminding him of those that had been popular in the 60s. Her long hair was pulled back in a slightly disheveled bun.
The jeans and blazer she'd apparently changed into before going back to work hugged her beautiful figure. She had, as Sheldon would say, a real sexy librarian thing going on that heated Seth's blood. The longer he watched her, the more he wanted to touch her, to peel that blazer off, loosen her hair, and... "Finally," she announced with a sigh. Closing the file, she removed her glasses and spun the chair around to face him. When she looked at him, her eyebrows flew up. "Hi." "Hello." She studied him for a moment. "Something on your mind? Aside from a deep desire to strip her naked?" "You aren't angry?" She tilted her head to one side. "Why would I be angry?" "Because I hid that I was different from you." Smiling, she rose. "I have news for you, Seth. You didn't hide it very well." He straightened, staring at her in surprise. "You already knew?" She chuckled. "Yes, I already knew. It was pretty obvious." "How?" He'd been so careful. Closing the distance between them, she took his hand. "Hold that thought." A now familiar tingle raced up his arm as Seth twined his fingers through hers, happy for any excuse to feel her skin against his. Leah activated the alarm system, then led him over to the stairs. He tried very hard not to stare at her perfect ass or notice the alluring sway of her hips on the way up, but failed miserably. Damn, that was tempting. Fucking Gershom. If it weren't for him and the threat he posed, Seth would kick caution to the wind, lift Leah into his arms, and take her to bed. If they made it that far. Her sofa was closer. It was way too short for him, but he could make it work. Once inside her apartment, she led him through the living room. Seth stared longingly at the sofa as he imagined the many ways he could take her on it. Or hell, the many ways she could take him on it. He wouldn't have to worry about it being too short for him if he were sitting down and she straddled him. Tearing his thoughts away from that delectable image, he followed her down the hallway and into the guest bathroom. Once there, she faced him and looked up at him expectantly. She seemed to be waiting for something. Seth shifted. "What?" Her full lips quirking in amusement, she released his hand, gripped his biceps, and turned him to face the mirror. Seth looked at his reflection. "Oh, shit!" His eyes bore a bright, golden glow. She laughed. "You look a little panicked." Closing his eyes, he tried to darken them. Unfortunately, when he opened them again, his eyes were still as bright as could be. "I'm sorry. I thought I had more control than this." He usually did, but it seemed to abandon him whenever he was with Leah. He slid her a glance and found her still smiling. "How long have you known I'm different?" How long had he been inadvertently dropping his guard around her? David would understand the significance of that as well. Seth had married the last human woman around whom he'd dropped his guard. "Since the night you left so abruptly when Tessa was spotted?" That long? His emotions had been running high that night, but he was old and powerful enough to maintain control when in the company of mortals. At least he had been until he'd met Leah. He motioned to his face. "This doesn't unnerve you?" "No." Stepping closer, she stared up into his eyes. His pulse leapt when she pressed a soft hand to his cheek. "One, because I think they're beautiful." A statement that, accompanied by her touch, only increased his desire to drag her into his arms and finally find out what those tantalizing lips of hers tasted like, something that no doubt made his eyes glow brighter. "And two," she continued, "because Ben and Aaron aren't the only members of my family who are different. My dad and his dad are too, or at least Grandpa was before he died. So I've been around people who are different ever since I was a child." "Your stepfather is a gifted one." Seth mentally traced her brother's lineage back to her grandfather. Yes, Aaron inherited his telekinetic abilities from Dad. Ben has telekinetic abilities too, but his are different. I don't know how to explain it other than to say he can manipulate matter, I guess, is the way to describe it. He can change things, reshape them, which was why Ben was one of Chris's tech geniuses. And my grandpa could dreamwalk. She smiled.
After we moved to North Carolina, he used to find me in my dreams all the way from Denver. I thought it was the coolest thing ever. Until I met you." Seth smiled. "You're good with different." "Yes, I am." Stepping back, she took his hand again and led him to the kitchen. "I like that you call them gifted ones." Once there, she spun him away from her and tugged his coat off his shoulders. "The term seemed appropriate," Seth murmured, glad he had removed the weapons he normally stashed in his coat before coming. When her fingers brushed the back of his neck, more of that delightful tingling awareness shot through him. He silently cursed himself. As long as she kept touching him, even casually, there was no way he'd be able to get his eyes to stop glowing. Leah hadn't caught on that desire was most often the cause of the glow when they were together. Had she? She hung his coat up in the laundry room. "Would you like something to eat?" "No, thank you." "Good." Her lovely face brightened with barely leashed excitement. "Okay, since you apparently aren't going to mention it, I will. How do you disappear into thin air the way you do? Curiosity has been killing me." Seth gaped at her. "What?" "The disappearing thing. How do you do it?" Astonishment rippled through him. "You know I can teleport? Is that what you call it? Teleporting? Like in sci-fi movies?" "Yes," he answered weakly. "Then yes, I want to know how you teleport." Was there anything he hadn't inadvertently revealed to her? Shit! How could he have been so careless? "I just picture where I want to go and—" He shook his head. "I go. I don't really know how it works, it just does. I can also follow phone signals, tracing them back to their origin and teleporting directly to whoever calls me. That is so cool." Curling her fingers around his biceps, she tugged on his arm. "Show me, show me!" He grinned, amusement eating away at his dismay. She was so damned adorable. "All right, but you'll have to release me." She did. Seth teleported away. Chapter 11. Leah gasped. One moment Seth stood in front of her, the next he was gone. She waved her hands back and forth through the air where he had stood, searching for... well, she didn't know what, but he was actually gone. He reappeared in the next breath. She let out a little squeak of surprise, then laughed in delight. His hair, shoulders, and thick eyelashes were dusted with fat snowflakes. In his arms, he cradled a white rabbit. "That is so freaking cool!" she practically shouted. Laughing, he handed her the bunny. Leah cuddled the soft little creature close. "Is it wild?" He nodded. "I startled him with my sudden appearance." She stroked the pretty creature's fur. "He doesn't seem scared at all." I calmed him. "I'm an empath, too." His smile grew. "Would you like to come with me when I return him home?" "Really?" He nodded. "Hell yes!" Grinning, he looped an arm around her waist and drew her close. Her pulse leapt at the feel of his strong, muscled body pressed against hers. "You might find this a little disconcerting." It was the only warning he issued before everything went black. Leah felt a momentary weightlessness, like that she sometimes felt in an elevator. Then bright light exploded around them. Her shoes sank into snow until it reached her knees. A frigid breeze blew fat snowflakes into her face and frosted her breath. Shivering, she stared at her surroundings in awe. The sun shone overhead, battling clouds and bathing breathtaking, beautiful mountains in patches of golden light. She didn't know where they were, but the thin air told her they were high above sea level. The rabbit in her arms squirmed. Leah set him on the snow as her teeth began to chatter. Instead of racing away in fear, it hopped toward the snow-coated trees nearby as though nothing had happened. Seth wrapped his arms around her, warmth radiating from him like a furnace. "How can you be so warm when I'm freezing my ass off?" she asked, snuggling closer. "I can control my body temperature." Damn! What couldn't the man do? Darkness engulfed them once more. Leah gripped the front of his shirt and squeezed her eyes shut as that odd weightlessness swept over her. Heat replaced the cold at her back. The sound of ocean waves accompanied it.
Opening her eyes, she turned her head. She and Seth now stood on a lovely beach. Pristine white sands, water so clear you could see the bottom far beyond the point water lapped against the shore. No tourists were in sight, nor were structures of any kind, just palm trees and a few seabirds trolling for tasty morsels along the water's edge. Tilting her head back, she stared up at the powerful man who held her. I know I said this once before, but wow, Seth, you're my new best friend. He laughed. The snow that coated them swiftly melted, dampening their clothing and hair. Leah stepped back and turned toward the ocean. Taking his hand, she strolled along the water's edge. I don't know how you can be so stressed when you can come to places like this any time you want to, she murmured with a smile. He shook his head. The enemy I now face is a formidable one. Neither protested when waves crept over their shoes. Speaking of which... Leo looked up at him, squinting against the bright sunlight. He didn't speak for a long moment as he seemed to wage internal war with himself. Yes, she prompted gently. He looked out over the ocean, then shook his head and stared down at his boots. You can tell me anything, Seth, she reminded him. He met her gaze. I want to spend more time with you. Her heart began to beat faster within her breast. I want to spend more time with you, too. His pensive expression softened a bit. Your friendship has come to mean a lot to me. Despite what she'd told her brother, Leah wasn't sure friendship was all she wanted from Seth now. She thought about him all the time, loved his company, and couldn't seem to keep herself from imagining him running his hands all over her body. But my enemy poses a serious threat to you. I know, she said softly. He had made that very clear. There are other things you should know before you decide whether or not you wish to continue seeing me. She couldn't imagine him telling her anything that would change her mind. Okay. Let me take you home first. Why? He forced a smile. So you can boot me out the door if it proves to be too much. Leah wanted to say something light to ease his worry, but those somber, dark eyes of his warned her he was going to drop a serious bombshell. Okay. Seconds later, they stood beside the sofa in her apartment. You should remove your wet shoes, he murmured. Okay. She towed off her running shoes. You should, too. They're waterproof. Oh. Bending, she removed her wet socks, then carried both her shoes and socks into the laundry room. When she returned, Seth motioned to the sofa. Have a seat, he said, a request rather than a demand. She did, feeling a little twinge of anxiety. This was going to be big, wasn't it? When Seth didn't join her, she patted the cushion next to her. Sit with me. You're making me nervous. Seth sat beside her, but didn't take her hand. Leah took his instead, needing the contact. He was really starting to worry her. He looked grim as hell. Tell me what you think I need to know, she encouraged him gently. He stared down at their hands for a moment. Forgive me if I bungle this. I'm fairly certain I will. Okay. You know I'm different. Yes, but you don't know how different. Nervous butterflies fluttered in her belly. How different are you, Seth? Teleportation, empathic, and telekinetic abilities aren't the only gifts I bear. She was fine with that. What else can you do? He shook his head. The list is a long one. My gifts are numerous. Some are remarkably strong, and some are weak from disuse. Like what? Can you dreamwalk like Gramps? Yes. I'm also telepathic, and bear healing, precognitive, postcognitive, and psychometric abilities, to name a few. She stared at him. A few? You mean there are more? Yes. But he seemed reluctant to tell her. Carefully schooling her features into what she hoped was a blank mask that hid her shock, she gave his hand a squeeze. Keep going. Tell me all of it. Then she ruined it by frowning. Wait, you're telepathic? Yes. Dread filled her. You've been reading my thoughts all this time? If he had, then he knew she had been mentally undressing him and weaving some wicked sexual fantasies about him ever since they'd met. "No," he corrected hastily, "I haven't read them at all. Not once. Unlike younger telepaths, I don't hear other people's thoughts unless I choose to, and I have never explored yours." He'd know she wanted to be more than friends if he did. "You said younger telepaths. Do your gifts or powers strengthen as you get older or something?" He shook his head. "Gifted ones are born with special abilities because their DNA is more advanced and complex than that of ordinary humans." What? Ben and her dad had advanced DNA? Why? Gifted ones have existed since biblical times, but over thousands of years, as they procreated with ordinary humans, that DNA became diluted, a little more with each generation. Most gifted ones today are born with only one gift, and sometimes that gift is so weak they don't even realize they possess it, and mistake it for good instincts or the like. "I don't understand," she said. "If gifted ones today usually have only one gift, why do you have so many? And why are yours so strong?" One corner of his lips turned up in a smile that conveyed sadness rather than amusement. "Because I'm older than I look?" Leah studied him. For the first time, she believed it. "How much older?" He seemed to brace himself before answering. "Thousands of years, I'm afraid." Her heart began to slam against her rib cage. "That's not possible." "Yes, it is. My body has extraordinary regenerative capabilities." Glancing at her coffee table, he reached over and picked up the pencil she had been using to do a crossword puzzle. "I'm sure there is a better way to show you this, but—" Tugging his hand from hers, he rested it on his knee, fingers splayed. Then he raised the hand with the pencil and drove the sharp point down with a hard thrust. Leah cried out as the pencil punctured the center of his hand. "Oh, shit!" Tucking her feet up under her, she knelt on the cushion and gaped down at the damage. Only half the pencil was visible, so the rest of it must have gone straight through his hand and into his knee. Seth yanked the pencil out. A muscle in his jaw jumped as he set the bloody writing tool on the coffee table. "Are you fucking crazy?" she shouted and grabbed his hand. A hole mangled both sides of it. His pants now bore a similar hole in the knee. Trembling, she tucked his hand against her stomach and tried to wrap the base of her shirt around it to staunch the flow of blood. Seth had stabbed himself in the hand. He had stabbed himself in the hand and the knee. She had to call 911. She had to... Seth held up his free hand. "Easy." He spoke softly, evincing none of the anxiety that was freaking her the hell out. "It's okay." He nodded at his injured hand. "Look." Leah looked down at the hand hidden by her shirt. Forget about the blood and examine the wound. Fingers shaking, she unwrapped his injured hand and did as he instructed. Her breath caught. The wound had already ceased bleeding. Her heart began to beat even faster as the edges of the ragged hole drew together and sealed shut, his hand healing on both sides. She glanced at his knee. Touching the hole in his pants, she reluctantly tucked a pinky finger inside. Though his skin was wet with blood, she could find no wound. "Holy crap," she whispered. "How is that possible?" "My body can heal itself of any injury save decapitation. It remains, in fact, in a constant state of regeneration, even when I'm not injured. So—" One of his shoulders lifted and fell in a faint shrug. "I don't age." Leah struggled to process it all. "You're thousands of years older than me?" "Yes." And he looked as though he expected her to strike a blow, not a physical one, but an emotional one, by repudiating him, perhaps. As always, the need to put him at ease and see him smile overrode all else. "Well," she said, striving for a normal tone of voice, "on the upside, apparently I'm not the one robbing the cradle here." A startled laugh escaped him. "Oh, I suppose not." Leah shook her head. She had worried about the age difference between them being too great when she had thought herself 16 or 18 years older than him. Now Seth was thousands of years older than her. "Why are you even here?" she blurted. His smile vanished as his brow furrowed. "I thought the decision to continue our friendship should be yours, and that you should know more about me before you—" "No," she interrupted. "I mean, why are you here with me? You're thousands of years old, Seth. I must seem so young to you, like a child." She was only 21 years older than Brittany, and sometimes Brittany seemed like a teenager to her. "Not at all," he quickly assured her. "Ben is 10 years younger than you. Does he seem like a child to you or an adult?" She hesitated. "An adult? Do you enjoy spending time with him?" "Yes." "Did you enjoy spending time with me when you thought I was 30 years old?" "Yes, damn it," she grumbled. She had enjoyed it a lot, more than she thought she should. "Then why would you think it any different for me?" She eyed him uncertainly. "You see the irony, don't you?" She nodded. In the space of a few minutes, she had gone from believing she shouldn't want to be with Seth because she was older than he was, to believing he shouldn't want to be with her because she was so much younger. But the wisdom he must have accrued during those millennia of living. She must seem embarrassingly ignorant by comparison. "I'm just so much younger than you," she said, trying to reconcile it in her mind. His lips turned up in a wry smile as he squeezed her hand. "Everyone is much younger than me." He frowned. "Well, except for David and a few others." Her jaw dropped. "David is thousands of years old, too?" "Yes. I probably shouldn't have told you that. That was his secret to share, not mine." She fought to find order amid the chaos of her thoughts. Seth was thousands of years old, and apparently he wasn't the only one. How many of those he considered his brethren were as well? "So you don't age, can teleport, are telekinetic, telepathic, empathic, precognitive, postcognitive— I'm afraid those last two aren't my strongest talents anymore. You can heal any wounds you receive, and wounds on others. I can heal with my hands." She clamped her lips shut. "What?" "You can heal with your hands." "Yes." "So if I were injured, you could heal me?" "Yes." Leah eyed the bloody pencil on the coffee table. "Don't you dare," Seth commanded with a scowl. "I won't let you injure yourself so you can watch me prove that particular talent. You'll just have to take my word for it." She sighed. "I probably wouldn't have had the guts to do it anyway." His expression lightened with what she thought was affection. Reclaiming her hand, he smoothed his thumb across the back of it. "I'm not so sure. You're still sitting here with me after my revelations. That shows great courage." She didn't feel very courageous at the moment, more like shocked beyond belief. If she hadn't grown up around Ben, her stepdad, and Gramps, she feared she would have long since bolted for the door. "What else?" "I'm faster and stronger than ordinary men." "How fast and how strong?" When he started to rise, she tightened her fingers around his. "No, you don't have to show me. Just tell me. Your being close is sort of what's keeping me grounded." Nodding, he relaxed back beside her. "When I run at top speeds, I move so quickly the human eye just sees a faint blur of motion." Unbe-freaking-leavable. "So, you're like the Flash?" "Yes." That was actually pretty awesome. She would love to be that fast. She might actually be able to get in a solid 8 hours of sleep a night if she were. "How strong are you?" "Strong enough to lift an 18-wheeler over my head as easily as you would that pencil." She gaped. "I'm also strong enough to jump from street level to the top of a 10-story building." "Seriously?" "Yes." "If you tell me you can fly, too, I'm going to—" "I can fly, too." She stared at him. Long minutes passed. "Leah?" He shifted, unease creeping into his expression. "Should I not have—" She held up a finger to stop him. "First, you are so taking me flying once I wrap my mind around all of this." There was no mistaking the relief that entered his handsome features. "Second—" "Is that all of it?" she asked. "Is that everything you can do?" Because that was a hell of a lot. His face creased with sort of a half-grimace she thought cute as hell.
No, he admitted reluctantly. I have other abilities, many of which I rarely use anymore. I thought it best, over the years, to focus on strengthening those that would aid me most in keeping my brethren safe. But there is one I've not mentioned yet, because I fear it will throw you even more than the others.
Seriously? More than teleportation, not aging, and being able to fly?
Yes. I would be tempted not to mention it at all, but it's one you need to be aware of in order to understand the true extent of the danger my enemy poses. Judging by his expression, he feared it would be the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back.
What is it?
He sighed. I can shapeshift.
Leah blinked and tried very hard not to gape again. That was definitely a doozy. Like a werewolf?
Yes, but it's entirely voluntary and has nothing to do with the moon. I can also shift into the shape of any living creature I wish to, not just that of a wolf, though the smaller the creature, the more difficult the task is. And I'm still me, he hastened to assure her. When I take an animal's form, I don't start thinking like an animal or anything like that. She stared at him.
Leah? Yeah, you're going to have to show me that one.
He released her hand. Is there any animal in particular you'd like me to change into?
She shook her head. Just something that won't make me pee my pants.
He laughed and seemed surprised that he could do so. You are so damned appealing. In the next instant, his form shifted, shrank, and sprouted fur. Leah gawked at the adorable, plump, fuzzy lion cub that now sat on its haunches beside her.
What?
Rising on all fours, it crept toward her, slowly, its brown eyes holding hers, not making any quick movements. One of its big paws came to rest on her knee. When she didn't protest, the cub crawled into her lap and leaned against her chest. Stunned, Leah wrapped her arms around the soft feline and cuddled it close. Seth could shapeshift. The cub began to purr as she stroked its soft fur, low rumbles she could feel like vibrations where it leaned against her. She drew a hand over its head, petting it as it peered up at her with orangish-brown eyes.
"Are you sure you're still in there?" she asked. She'd seen too many movies and read too many books in which shape-shifting men lost their humanity as soon as they changed forms and started behaving like wild animals. It rested a soft paw on her chest above her collarbone. Was that a yes? "Do something to prove you're still you when you're in this form." The cub immediately withdrew its paw, ducked its head, and nuzzled her breasts. She laughed. "Flirt." Leah hugged the cub to her. "Let me hold you a little longer while I gather my thoughts. It's calming me." The cub settled more comfortably in her lap and leaned against her, its head pillowed by her breasts. The rumbling purrs continued while she caressed it for several long minutes. She could see why doctors said people with pets tended to live longer. This was definitely soothing her and lowering her blood pressure as she tried to process everything she'd learned. Seth could shapeshift. He was right. That had thrown her more than anything else. Ben, her dad, and her grandfather might all have been born with special gifts, but those gifts hadn't altered their physical appearance in any way. She glanced down at the cub. At least Seth was still Seth when he changed forms. She frowned as she continued to draw her hand down over the cub's silky fur. "Wait, if you're still you when you're an animal, you won't get turned on if I stroke you like this, will you? Because that would hit a little too high on my weirdo meter." Damned if the cub didn't make a sound that came close to a chuckle as it ducked out of her hold and backed off her lap. A second later, it grew and shifted back into Seth's form, clothes and all. The only difference she noticed was that his hair was now loose instead of drawn back with a tie. As soon as he regained his form, Seth laughed and shook his head. "No, it won't turn me on, though I confess I did enjoy nuzzling your lovely breasts." "Flirt," she accused once more with a grin. "Only with you." As soon as he said it, he clamped his lips shut. Dismay shot through him, accompanied by several curses. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that out loud." He heard Leah's heartbeat increase. "It's okay." Instead of pressing him about the inadvertent admission, she motioned to his clothing. "What happens to your clothes when you shapeshift?" "I move them out of the way as I shift." "I didn't see you do that." "Because by moving them out of the way, I meant I teleported them into a pile behind the sofa as I became the cub. Then I teleported them back onto my body when I resumed my ordinary form." Leah motioned to his body with a wry smile. "I have news for you, Seth. This form is far from ordinary." He grinned. The fact that she still found him attractive was a good thing, right? "So you can do all that?" she asked. "You can send objects to other locations without accompanying them?" "Yes. I'm far more powerful than my younger brethren who can teleport. They can only teleport themselves and whomever they happen to be touching at the time. I can teleport objects that I'm not touching." He shrugged. "I couldn't do it at first, but worked over many years to develop and strengthen the talent. To help you protect your brethren. Yes." It had aided him many times in rapidly cleaning up battle scenes before humans could catch sight of them. Her brow furrowed. "If your enemy is as dangerous as you say, why don't you just teleport him into a prison cell?" Sighing, he slumped back against the cushions and dragged a hand through his hair. "I wish it were that simple." "Why isn't it?" "Because I have come to believe that he may match me in strength and power." "He can do all the things you can do?" "Many of them, yes." "So he could just teleport out of the cell?" "Yes, but there is more to it than that." How could he explain it? "There are 11 more ancients, like myself, who, to hide the source of their age and power, call themselves others. And we've all lived long enough and seen enough to understand that a delicate balance must be maintained in the world at all times." "What kind of balance?" "The kind that, when irrevocably altered in the past, resulted in utter devastation." "And by utter devastation you mean—" "Humanity almost didn't survive it." He shook his head. "The events that unfolded when that balance was shattered were so horrific that they've been edited out of some religious scripture." "Then how do you know about it?" "I'm afraid I can't tell you that." Regret filled him. He now knew how Zack felt. There were things about his past and his very existence that Zack had been unable to share with Lizette because he couldn't risk one of the other telepaths plucking the information from her thoughts. Seth didn't like having to hold anything back from Leah either. If he was going to share his world with her, he wanted to share it all with her. But he couldn't. Leah's brow furrowed as she bit her lip. "Because you don't trust me?" Shaking his head, he reclaimed her hand. "Because I don't trust those around you." "I wouldn't tell anyone." "I vowed long ago that I would never expose all my secrets again. Doing so always results in bloodshed." Her fingers tightened around his. "Is that how you lost your wife and children? Did someone learn your secrets?" It didn't surprise him that she had drawn the correct conclusion. "Yes." "How long ago was that?" "Before the Great Pyramids were built." Her lips parted. "That was thousands of years ago." "Yes." And the pain of those losses had not diminished over the years. "Did you remarry?" He shook his head. "There have been no women in my life since then." Her throat moved in a swallow. "So you've been alone all this time?" "I've had my brethren." "But no lovers?" "None." Releasing his hand, she reached up and drew him into a hug. Surprised, he closed his arms around her. "I am so sorry for your loss, Seth," she murmured. "And I'm sorry for yours." They held each other for several minutes before she released him and sat back against the cushions. "Tell me more about this balance. Help me to understand." "Gifted ones and immortals must keep things on an even keel. They mustn't ever gain too much power over humanity." "I can sort of see why. I mean, with as many things you can do, you alone could conquer the world and force humanity to do your bidding." "Yes."
So, though my brethren and I all possess special gifts, when we battle others, we must do it on their level. When we fight mercenaries, for example, we fight with weapons. Instead of using telekinesis to fling them around or teleportation to dump them all in the Arctic? He smiled. Exactly. Sometimes our gifts do come into play. If the mortals greatly outnumber us in battle, we feel freer to use whatever gifts we must to even the odds. But we must never skew the odds too much in our favor. Such would disrupt the balance, and bloodshed would follow. It always does. She pondered that for a long moment. Seth anxiously awaited her response, worried that she wouldn't be able to accept his need to keep certain secrets from her. You're telling me all this, so I'll understand how great a threat your enemy poses. She shook her head. I see what you mean when you say I couldn't hold my own against him in a fight. Yes. Withdrawing his hand, he gave hers a pat. I'll be back in a moment. I have to fetch something from my coat. He sped over to the laundry room where she had hung up his coat. Opening it, he rifled through his inner pockets until he found the items Chris Riordan had given him earlier. He would have just teleported them into his hands, but that actually took more energy than teleporting himself would have, most likely because that wasn't how that particular gift was supposed to work. It had taken him quite a while to learn to twist and warp it in such a way. He sped back to Leah's side. She yelped at his sudden reappearance, then laughed. Sorry, I know you said you were fast, but that still startled me. He shook his head and held out the box. Forgive me. This is for you. She took it with a smile and studied it curiously. This is one of those smartwatches that does everything but your laundry, right? He laughed. Yes. It's also a voice-activated phone with my number programmed into it. Her smile dimmed somewhat. So I can call you in an emergency. Yes, if you wish to speak with me for any non-emergency reason. He handed her a second box. Please use the number on this phone. I already have a phone. This one is secure. Yours isn't. She studied him somberly. If I have a secure phone, why would I need the watch for emergencies? With the watch, all you have to do is say, call Seth, and it will dial a number linked only to this phone. He held up the third item he had retrieved, the phone Chris had programmed to receive emergency calls from Leah. I will keep it on me at all times. No one else has the number. No one else can call it. So the moment it rings, I'll know you're in danger and will teleport instantly to your side. You think your enemy will come after me if you keep spending time with me? Yes. Can you show me a picture of him? If I knew what he looked like, maybe I could keep an eye out for him, and he can shapeshift. She quieted. And he can make himself look like me. Her throat moved in a hard swallow. Shit. Exactly. How will I know he's not you? That's what this is for. He gave her his final offering, a tiny device exactly like the ones his Immortal Guardians and their seconds carried with them. Keep this on you at all times, and I mean all times, even if you have to tape it to your watch to ensure you don't forget it. Whenever I draw near you, it will beep. You're near me now, and it isn't beeping. It only beeps once. Watch. He teleported a mile away, then teleported back. A beep sounded. If you ever see me and don't hear this beep, say, call Seth, so I can come to you immediately. He can look that much like you? Yes. He fooled one of my brethren into believing he was me not long ago and nearly killed him. Crap. What does he look like when he doesn't turn into your twin? Rising, Seth shapeshifted into Gersham's form, taking on every aspect of the other's normal appearance, from his bare chest to his huge, dark, semi-translucent wings. He even teleported on a pair of black leather pants. Leah gaped up at him. That's what he looks like? Yes. You know I want to ask about the wings, right? Yes. But if I do, you can't answer me. I'm sorry. I would if I could. He shifted back into himself and his usual black t-shirt and cargo pants. But I can't. Leah stared down at the electronic devices in her hands.
We're just friends. You really think he poses a danger to me?
Yes. More so if Gershom suspected even for a moment that Seth was developing stronger feelings for her. If you don't wish to see me anymore, Leah, I understand. To reduce the risk to you, I can also ask Amy not to bring Adira to your store anymore. When I first learned of her connection to you, minor though it may be, I worried even that would endanger you. After a moment, she shook her head. I'm so sorry, Seth. His heart sank, and the pain that cut through him, actual pain, not disappointment, left him unable to deny he wanted more than friendship with Leah. It's all right. I understand. I shall leave at once. He rose. Setting the phone aside, she grabbed his forearm and tugged him back down next to her. No! I mean, I'm so sorry you have to deal with this, that you can't even be friends with someone without worrying it will make them a target because some asshole is out to get you. He mustered a weak smile. I am too. He covered her hand on his arm. But the danger is very real, Leah. You must take it seriously. I do. I will. Removing the watch from the box, she strapped it to her wrist. A tiny sticky note clung to the band. Leah typed in the 4-digit passcode written upon it, then said, Call Seth. Seth's new phone rang. She nodded. Okay, looks like we're set. I have you on verbal speed dial, and I promise I won't use it to con you into bringing me ice cream. He smiled. Reaching out, he brushed her hair back from her face and tucked it behind her ear. She caught his hand as he lowered it and twined her fingers through his. You seem both worried and relieved. He shook his head. I'll never forgive myself if you're harmed. Well, you damned well better, she countered with a frown, because it will be your enemy's fault, not yours, Seth. If something happens to me, place the blame where it belongs, on his sorry ass, not your hot one. As usual, she made him smile. You think my ass is hot? Hell yes, she said without hesitation. Now, why are you relieved? Did you think I wouldn't want to see you anymore because you're different? Yes, he confessed. She tilted her head to one side. I'm good with different. His smile broadened. So I noticed. She winked. And I want to finish watching Stranger Things with you. Are you up for a couple of more episodes? He regarded her with surprise. Tonight? Sure. You don't need time alone to think things over? No. Damn, that was tempting, particularly since he no longer had to worry about revealing his true nature to her. I can only stay for an episode or two, then I need to get back to work. Okay, you pop in the DVD while I get us some snacks. Seth smiled as she headed into the kitchen. After everything he'd revealed to her, she still wanted to see him. Rising, he retrieved the Stranger Things DVD case and hoped like hell Leah wouldn't come to regret it. Chapter 12. Crisp autumn leaves crunched beneath Seth's boots as he strode through dense forest. Those that still clung to the trees around him bore brilliant gold, orange, and red coloring, though some stubbornly remained green. Branches clacked together as wind weaved its way through them, plucking more leaves from their perches and letting them float to the ground like feathers. The pink and peach hues of sunset gave way to gray as the sun disappeared over the horizon. The sky began to darken, revealing the moon's bright glow. Night sounds arose, competing for Seth's attention as he walked. Dusk-loving insects buzzed busily as though they knew their time was limited. Frogs began to croak and peep and twang. Field mice scampered through the detritus, remaining out of sight and out of his path as the wings of predatory birds seeking a meal flapped above him. 3 small, fluffy brown shapes darted across Seth's path, rabbits out foraging for food. He smiled, remembering Leah's delight when he had handed her the Arctic hare. The trees thinned. Leaving the forest, Seth crossed what used to be a paved road. It had not seen regular traffic since the night they had lost Yuri and Stanislav 2.5 years ago. It was a little amazing to witness the changes nature could manifest in so little time.
He could spy no concrete. Weeds had staked their claim and completely overgrown the road, urged on by the nutrient-rich sediment a nearby river had deposited there when a hurricane had driven it to overflow its banks. The only hint one could find now that the lush vegetation hid an old thoroughfare was the long, straight stretch of land that bore a uniform width. But saplings had also rooted themselves in the new soil atop the pavement and would swiftly eradicate even that hint. So, too, would they hide the twisted remains of the chain-link fence that marked the border of the mercenary compound the Immortal Guardians had destroyed, if the kudzu vines didn't accomplish it first. On the opposite side of the hidden road he traversed, the fence's large gate folded outward in a permanent bow. Seth himself had tossed the grenades that had blown it open. More kudzu vines crept their way up and over it, seeming almost to pull it down closer to the ground. Seth passed between the two gates. Though the place shouted of neglect, he couldn't help but notice that the no trespassing signs each gate bore remained clean and unobscured. There had been very few incidents of curiosity seekers nosing about since Chris Riordan had purchased the place, but network guards still monitored the compound via hidden surveillance cameras. Strolling onto the grounds, Seth eyed the remains of the buildings. Not much to see, really. Dense vines worked determinedly to hide the scorch marks and jagged holes in the walls, and ventured into broken windows to claim new territory. They were welcome to it. This place bore only painful memories for Seth, yet he often felt compelled to visit it when troubled. His feet carried him to the center of a slab of blackened concrete where an armory had once stood. He wondered absently why nature hadn't hidden this as it had so much of the rest. Did Chris Riordan keep the vines at bay? Such would not surprise him. Since guards monitored the place, Chris must know how often Seth visited. He probably sent a maintenance crew out once a month to cut back weeds and vines and keep it clear enough for Seth to find. Not that Seth needed any help with that. He had lost Yuri and Stanislav on this patch of pavement. He would know it even if 10 feet of soil covered it. Sighing, he closed his eyes. Despite their efforts, the vampire population continued to grow. He had been working his ass off trying to locate Gershom, but that wily bastard continued to elude him. No matter where Seth had taken Amy, she had been unable to sense either Gershom or Tessa, and no vampires knew his whereabouts. Seth struggled to clear his mind, a task that seemed to grow more difficult by the day. He used to be able to accomplish such in seconds. Now it took many long minutes, unless he was with Leah. She alone could make him forget for a time the heavy responsibilities he bore, the grief each new loss compounded, the anger and guilt that constantly pecked at him. No matter how dark his mood, she could make him laugh or smile with just a look, and heat his blood with the same. Shaking his head, he focused on Tessa. Though many Immortal Guardians were unaware, there were 3 things Seth always felt internally: the birth of a gifted one, the transformation of a gifted one into an immortal, and the death of an immortal. Once a gifted one was born, an intangible link formed between that infant and Seth. Should he ever wish to find him or her, he need only focus on that link and trace it back to them. But Gershom had somehow found a way to bury that link, or mute it, perhaps sever it altogether. Frustration swam through Seth when he could find no trace of Tessa. He focused on the next missing gifted one turned immortal, and again met with no success. He steadfastly continued, hoping he might at last stumble upon one that Gershom could not conceal as well, or perhaps one who had escaped Gershom and sought freedom. Nothing. He sighed. Opening his eyes, he stared at the scorched pavement where the armory had once stood. Thoughts of Yuri bombarded him. Seth would never forgive himself for that loss. He had been so focused on finding the leaders of the mercenary group during that battle that he had neglected to watch over his immortals as assiduously as he usually did. Now Yuri's spirit haunted David's home. But Stanislav's didn't. It was one of the reasons Seth couldn't quite bring himself to believe Stanislav was really gone, that he had died that day mere moments after Yuri. Yuri and Stanislav had been inseparable, as close as brothers. Seth had always stationed them together in the same city or town, knowing they were best friends and staved off each other's loneliness. So it seemed odd to him that Stanislav would have crossed over and abandoned this place of existence while Yuri remained. Wouldn't he have at least said goodbye? To Yuri? To his second, Alexei? Alexei had been devastated by Stanislav's death. Every human second was tasked with guarding his immortals back. Alexei believed he had failed that day. Like Seth, he blamed himself and didn't want to accept that his friend was dead. Alexei even continued to carry his and Stanislav's gear around in his car, though he thought no one knew it. How would either of them get past this? A field mouse scurried across one corner of the pavement. Was Seth's inability to abandon hope making it harder for everyone else to come to grips with the loss? He knew Lizette still wept for Stanislav on occasion. Zach had told him as much, and had known, without asking, that Seth did too. Sighing, Seth rubbed his gritty eyes. He was exhausted and had nothing to show for it. Tessa and the other new immortals were still missing. His Immortal Guardians were getting cut the hell up every night, fighting larger and larger packs of vampires that he was certain Gershom was throwing at them as a diversion. Seth knew that with everything going on, he shouldn't be spending time with Leah, but he couldn't seem to find the strength to stay away from her. He took Adira and Michael on playdates with her and Aaron a couple of afternoons a week, and sometimes even took them to story time. Every once in a while, he teleported directly into her apartment after hours to park his ass on her sofa and watch TV shows or movies with her, or hang out and chat as they cooked dinner together, or keep her company while she did inventory. Anything to snag a few minutes or even hours of what he'd been missing for so damned long. Every day he seemed to crave her company more. Her touch, too, though she continued to keep things on a friendship level. Or perhaps he was the one who did. The idea of the latter made him want to kick his own ass, because damn, she made his body burn. But Seth had subverted his own needs for so long that it felt wrong to give in to them now. It felt selfish, decadent, and Seth didn't do decadent. Too many lives depended upon him. Once more he shook his head and told himself to suck it up and mentally search for Stanislav. He'd saved Stan for last, because every time he failed to find him, Seth felt the loss anew, and hope diminished a little more. Closing his eyes, he quieted his thoughts and concentrated. He sucked in a sharp breath. For the first time in 2.5 years, he felt something. It was weak, barely there, like the last slender tendril of smoke rising from a candle's extinguished flame, but it was there. Seth's heart began to pound as he focused harder. He definitely felt something. Greatly muted, difficult to lock into. A link to Stanislav's spirit, perhaps? Seth still felt a link to Yuri's spirit on occasion. Had Stanislav not crossed over when he died? The link was so faint it took Seth several minutes to trace it to its source, some distance away, right here in North Carolina. As soon as he did, he teleported to it. Bright light blinded him, headlights from an SUV parked haphazardly on a lawn. Another SUV was parked a few yards away, its lights trained on a small frame house to Seth's left. Trees formed dense forest to his right. He heard several heartbeats, but could see nothing because the damned high beams blinded him. Gunshots split the night, both automatic and semi-automatic, some silenced, some not. The strong scent of blood carried to him on the breeze. What the hell? Seth! Gasping, he spun around. His heart stopped as he stared in astonishment. Stanislav stood several yards away. Not his spirit, but Stanislav, alive and riddled with bullet wounds. Blood poured from the younger immortal's mouth and down his chin. Wrapping his arms around an injured woman, he began to limp with her toward the back of the house. Seth growled. Stanislav was alive, and these bastards were trying to kill him. Well, fuck that. Bullets slammed into Seth's back, fueling his fury.
thunder split the night like an explosion. Lightning streaked across the sky, its skeletal fingers clawing through rapidly gathering clouds. Seth swung back around and teleported directly into the shooter's midst. 2 men lay on the ground, unconscious and bleeding from gunshot wounds. 2 more panicked when he appeared right in front of them. Yelping, they tried to turn their weapons his way. Seth yanked the rifles from their hands and tossed them toward the back of the house. A swift search of their minds confirmed these fuckers had shot both Stanislav and the woman. Seth palmed 2 daggers in a blink. Screams erupted as he repaid them wound for wound. When they crumpled to the ground beside their comrades, Seth turned to confront the rest. 1 fell before he could reach him, taken down by bullets fired by Alexei, who was there too. Seth viciously attacked the villains who remained, inflicting pain and injuries that would incapacitate them but leave them breathing. Though he dearly wanted to kill them all, he needed to find out what the hell was going on, and couldn't do that if they died. Alexei's gun fell silent as he let Seth work. A minute later, the brief battle ended. Sheathing his bloody daggers, Seth teleported directly to Stanislav's side. Stanislav stood behind the house, both arms still clutching the injured woman, his face buried in her hair. Barely managing to remain on her feet, the woman jumped at Seth's sudden appearance, then moaned at the agony the sharp movement spawned. Stanislav lifted his head. Seth stared at him, almost afraid to believe it. Stanislav's eyes glowed bright amber. The scent of his and the woman's blood suffused the air. What Seth could see of the younger immortal's shirt was saturated with the ruby liquid and bore numerous holes. The woman's was soaked too, and bore a ragged hole in the back. Stanislav's breath wheezed in and out of lungs that had clearly been damaged by a barrage of bullets, but he was alive. Stanislav was alive. Lightning flashed above them again. Raindrops began to fall with a pitter-patter that swiftly coalesced into a downpour, reflecting the intense emotion that buffeted Seth. "Stanislav," he whispered hoarsely past the thick lump that lodged itself in his throat. "I thought you were dead." Moisture burned the backs of his eyes as he shook his head. "I reached out to you so many times but couldn't feel you. Not until tonight." Stanislav nodded. A muscle twitched in his jaw as he clenched his teeth and tightened his hold on the woman. "Don't let me drop her," he choked out, blood painting his teeth. "Of course." Leaping forward, Seth gently took the woman from him and lifted her into his arms. When the woman cast Stanislav a frantic look, the younger immortal limped forward and brushed a bloody hand over her hair. "It's okay," he wheezed. "I trust him with my life." Alexei jogged around the far corner of the house and approached them, his boots splashing in the water that rapidly pooled on the lawn and rolled downhill. Eyelashes spiked by the large drops, he told Stanislav, "All of them are down, 3 dead, 6 unconscious." Then he smiled up at Seth. "You showed up just in time." Just in time for what? What the hell was going on? Where had Stanislav been all this time? Why hadn't he reached out to Seth? Who were those men who had been trying to kill the 3 of them? Were they in any way related to Gershom? Had Gershom held Stanislav captive all this time? Were these men trying to kill him because he had escaped? The many questions bombarding him would have to wait. Stanislav wavered on his feet. Seth glanced at Alexei. "Help him inside." Alexei looped his rifle strap over his shoulder and quickly moved forward to offer Stanislav support. Did Alexei's presence here mean he had known all this time that Stanislav was alive? No. As soon as the thought arose, Seth dismissed it. Alexei had grieved as deeply as Seth over Stanislav's loss. He must have just found out. Seth turned toward the back of the house. Careful not to jostle the woman in his arms, he carried her up the steps and across a long deck. The body of a man, another of their attackers, he assumed, sprawled on the wood and propped the back door open for him. Seth strode inside. "I can't remember the last time I saw you with so many wounds," Alexei told Stanislav outside. "You're off your game." Stanislav laughed, then grunted in pain. "Yeah, a little bit." Seth lowered the woman to the sofa.
Blood saturated the front of her shirt, pouring from a ragged wound a bullet had carved through her chest, damaging organs. Her coloring was bad. She could barely breathe, and Seth was stunned to realize he recognized her. Susan Meyer. She was a gifted one who had nearly been abducted in California several years earlier. Men had found out she was telepathic and had intended to send her to the same facility in which they had held and tortured Amy for 6 months. Though Susan didn't know it, Seth and David had thwarted the attackers from whom she had escaped and prevented them from finding her when she had fled to North Carolina. He hadn't seen her in years. How had she and Stanislav ended up here together with men trying to kill them both? Seth rested a hand over her wound. Warm, healing energy raced through him and into Susan. He stifled a curse as he realized the full extent of the damage. If he had arrived just a few minutes later, she would have died. His hand began to glow as flesh knitted itself back together and organs healed. Her breathing grew smoother. The lines of pain in her face receded. A little color returned to her pallid features. But her teeth chattered, both as a result of blood loss and from the rain that had soaked her amid the cool autumn temperatures. Seth flooded her with warmth. He'd seen a fireplace when he'd entered. Glancing at it, he ignited the carefully stacked logs within it to raise the temperature in the room and make her more comfortable. Stanislav and Alexei entered. Seth's hand ceased glowing as he withdrew his touch. Susan stared at him with wide eyes, then tentatively tucked bloody fingers into the neckline of her shirt and lifted it a few inches. Tilting her chin down, she peered at the flesh that should have borne an ugly bullet wound, but now was completely healed. Her lips parted as she released her shirt and looked over at Stanislav. "That's amazing." Stanislav mustered a smile that was part grimace. "Susan, this is Seth, the eldest and most powerful amongst us." Seth's preternatural hearing allowed him to hear the blood rattling in Stanislav's lungs. Rising, he closed the distance between them. Alexei made sure Stanislav could stand on his own, then stepped back. Stanislav exhibited no anger as he transferred his smile to Seth. "I'm afraid I'm too weary to explain it all," he wheezed. "Just read it in my mind." Seth gripped Stanislav's shoulder and felt the hard muscle beneath his shirt. He really is alive. Overcome with joy, Seth blinked back new tears and pressed his free hand to Stanislav's chest. Stanislav shivered with cold, a testament to how weak his wounds had left him. All Immortal Guardians could control their body temperature with a thought, unless severely wounded. Energy swept through Seth as he filled Stanislav with soothing warmth, then set about healing the younger Immortal's wounds. There were so many of them. Several bullet holes that hadn't passed through him worked their way out of the holes they'd carved and fell to the floor with a clatter. As Seth wove the ragged flesh back together, he combed through Stanislav's memories. Pain struck as he witnessed Yuri's decapitation through Stanislav's eyes, felt the devastating grief that had propelled Stanislav toward his friend's body amid the chaotic mercenary battle and had driven him to inadvertently deflect a grenade hurled at him into the armory. Stanislav hadn't died in the blast, but he had come damned close. Vampire mercenaries had stolen him away in the ensuing chaos and buried him in the basement of one vampire's house. Believing them responsible for Yuri's death, Stanislav had used his empathic gift to warp the vampire's emotions into anger and distrust and tricked them into killing each other. Then he had lost consciousness and slipped into the odd stasis or involuntary state of hibernation that gripped immortals when their blood supply dipped too low. No wonder Seth hadn't felt him. No wonder he'd lost his connection to him. Stanislav had remained in stasis, buried in that basement for 2.5 years, until Susan had bought the house and found him. He had only been awake for a few days. "You were weakened before the battle even began tonight," Seth pronounced, his voice rough with emotion as he healed the younger immortal's wounds. "You should have called me." The muscles in the shoulder Seth gripped relaxed as Stanislav's breathing grew easy again and the pain dwindled. Stanislav shook his head. "I didn't remember you until minutes before the attack. I didn't remember any of my past." Seth saw as much in his thoughts. Stanislav had awoken with no memory of who or what he was. He hadn't remembered until this evening, after blood infusions and a long, healing sleep. As soon as he finished mending all of Stanislav's wounds, Seth dragged him into a tight hug. Emotion choked him when Stanislav hugged him back. Joy, grief, guilt, and half a dozen others. "We lost Yuri," Seth choked out. Stanislav nodded and clutched him tighter. "I thought I'd lost you too." Shame and self-loathing writhed within Seth, as it always did when he thought of that day. "I failed you both." "No," Stanislav insisted, his voice thick with tears. "You didn't." Loosening his hold, he stepped back. Seth didn't want to release him, but forced himself to let go. "Why couldn't I remember you?" Stanislav asked with a baffled shake of his head. "Was it brain damage caused by the explosion?" "No." When his voice once more emerged hoarse, Seth cleared his throat and tried again. "No, it was a consequence of the stasis." He drew a hand down his face, erasing the tears that mingled with the moisture rain had left on his cheeks. "Even I'm not clear on how the odd state of hibernation immortals can slip into affects the various portions of the brain. But I have learned over the millennia that the longer an immortal remains in stasis, the more likely he is to forget his past. It all depends on how long he sleeps. Sometimes the memory loss is partial, sometimes it's total, or near total, as it was with you." Stanislav nodded. "I remembered what a gifted one was, but not what an immortal was. I remembered how to shield my thoughts from telepaths, but couldn't remember any telepaths, and I kept seeing flashes of the battle. It has been centuries since an immortal remained in stasis longer than a day or two," Seth told him. "Such has rarely happened since I began assigning you all seconds to watch over you and keep track of you." It was yet another reason he had begun to do so. It was hard as hell to find an immortal who lay in stasis. Having a human second who could narrow down his or her immortal's location had aided Seth immensely. But thus far the memory loss has never been permanent, even for those who slept longer than you. With more blood infusions, you would have regained your memory faster. Alexei spoke up. "Is the stasis the reason you couldn't feel him, couldn't locate him?" "Yes. Until the immortal heals and regains his memory, he remains off my radar, so to speak. I don't know why." That and death were usually the only two things that would keep him from locating immortals. It was why Gersham's newfound ability to block Seth and keep him from locating the missing immortals puzzled him so. Tessa was proof that Gersham wasn't keeping them locked in stasis, yet Seth still couldn't feel them. Stanislav moved closer to Susan. Reaching out, he took her hand. In the few days the two had spent together, he clearly had developed deep feelings for her. When Susan tried to rise, she reeled dizzily and sank back down. Though her wounds were healed, she remained pale, or paler than usual, based on what he read in Stanislav's thoughts, and Seth could hear her heart beating too quickly. Stanislav cast him a look of concern. "Is she okay?" Alexei spoke before Seth could. "She needs a transfusion. You do too, Stan." Seth nodded, kicking himself for not having already taken care of it. "Forgive me. We shall see to it now. Do you wish to go to David's place or to the network?" Both had state-of-the-art infirmaries and kept blood on hand. "David's," Stanislav said. He bent over the sofa. Seth touched his shoulder. "Let me." Having healed him, he knew how weak Stanislav's wounds had left him. Stanislav stubbornly shook his head. "I'll do it." Privy to the strong emotion Stanislav bore for Susan, Seth offered no protest. Stanislav smiled and lifted Susan into his arms, but as he cradled her against his chest, his smile slipped away and his brow furrowed. A peek into his thoughts revealed regret over the violence he'd introduced to Susan's world. This apparently had not been the first time men had tried to capture him since Susan had found him. His thoughts now ran along the same lines as Seth's did for Leah. Stanislav believed the kindest thing he could do would be to get Susan the medical care she needed, then return her to her life and walk away. But like Seth, he didn't know if he could find the strength to do it. Susan curled her arms around his neck. "Don't you dare even try," she whispered. "I don't want you to do it." Stanislav closed his eyes and pressed his forehead to Susan's. He swayed dizzily. Eyes flying open, he struggled to right himself as he listed to one side. Seth and Alexei both clamped hands onto his shoulders to steady him. "Easy there," Alexei cautioned. "Let's get you home," Seth murmured, and teleported them to the bright, modern infirmary in David's large home. "Darnell," he called. "What just happened?" Susan blurted. Footsteps sounded in the hallway as Darnell approached. "Seth teleported us to David's home," Stanislav explained. "David is his second-in-command, and—" "Holy shit," Darnell whispered as he stopped short in the doorway. His eyes widened. "Stanislav?" His brown, cleanly shaven head gleamed in the overhead lights. "We thought you were dead." "Not quite," Stanislav responded with a smile. "Darnell," Seth said, drawing his attention. "Stanislav needs blood, and Susan needs a transfusion." "Right. I'll need her blood type." Shaking off his shock, Darnell crossed to the adjacent storage room and opened the large refrigerator therein. Alexei guided Stanislav toward one of the beds in the recovery room portion of the infirmary. Stanislav lowered Susan onto the closest bed. "Do you know your blood type?" "No, I'm sorry." Seth drew a phone from his back pocket and dialed Chris's number. "Rorden," he answered curtly. "I need to know the blood type of Susan Meyer." "Susan Meyer?" Chris parroted, surprise entering his voice. "From California?" "Yes." "Just a sec." Darnell returned, carrying several bags of blood he held out to Stanislav. "Thank you." Stanislav took the bags, then lowered himself to the mattress beside Susan. Darnell smiled and clapped him gently on the shoulder. "It's good to have you back." Stanislav offered him a weary smile. "It's good to be back." Chris spoke. "Looks like she's A-negative." "Excellent," Seth replied. "Thank you." Pocketing his phone, he turned to Darnell. "She's A-negative." Susan stared at him. "Do I even want to know how you know that?" Darnell snorted. "Are you kidding?" He jerked a thumb toward Seth. "This guy knows everything." "Smart-ass," Seth grumbled as Darnell moved away. But he kept his eyes on Stanislav, still finding it hard to believe he was back. Out of sight, the front door slammed open. "Seth!" David called, the word infused with concern. Stanislav grinned upon hearing it. David's boots clomped as he strode up the hallway and entered the room, his brow furrowed. "I felt your turmoil and—" Catching sight of Stanislav, he stopped short and gaped. "Stanislav?" Stanislav nodded. "It's good to see you, David." An amber glow lit David's eyes as moisture glimmered in them. Racing forward, he swept Stanislav into a tight hug. "We searched for you," he uttered hoarsely. "We feared you hadn't survived, but couldn't give up hoping." Stanislav clapped him on the back. "I'm sorry. I would have contacted you if I'd remembered you sooner." David released him and stepped back with a frown. "He's been in stasis," Seth informed him. "Did Gershom have him?" David asked Seth telepathically. "No." Now that he had calmed a bit, Seth reviewed both the thoughts he'd read from the men who attacked Stanislav and the thoughts he'd plucked from Stanislav's mind. It would seem the vampires who had nabbed Stanislav had hoped to use him to find a cure for the progressive brain damage that afflicted humans infected with the vampiric virus. Their colleagues, on the other hand, had known about Stanislav's immortality and had wanted to get their hands on him so they could study him and use him to create a fountain of youth serum they could sell to multimillionaires and billionaires. David was silent for a moment as he combed through Stanislav's memories. "No wonder Seth couldn't feel you." He turned his gaze upon Susan. "I'm David. It's a pleasure to meet you, Susan. Welcome to my home." She offered him a shy smile. "Thank you. It's a pleasure to meet you, too."
David looked to Seth. "Do the others know?" "Not yet. We've only been here a minute or two." Moving to stand beside Seth, David rested a hand on his shoulder. "You were right. We didn't lose him." Seth nodded, a lump once more lodging itself in his throat. "I'm afraid to take my eyes off him," he admitted as he forced a smile. David squeezed his shoulder. "Me too." They returned their attention to the couple. "Stop procrastinating and do it," Susan ordered softly. Stanislav eyed her warily. "Do what?" She looked pointedly at the bags of blood in his lap. He hesitated. Seth didn't blame him. Susan hadn't discovered what exactly Stanislav was, or that he needed regular blood infusions until the previous day. She sighed. "After all the weird things I've witnessed since I met you, do you really think your drinking blood out of a bag is going to scare me away?" "Maybe." She rolled her eyes. "You stopped an SUV with your fist, Stanislav, then threw it over my head like a freaking basketball. This," she pointed to the bags of red liquid, "is nothing." Seth bit back a laugh. The two had been through a lot during the past few days, and they had weathered it well together. Until tonight. He sobered. David met his gaze, his own eyes dark with regret. After 2.5 years of suffering, Stanislav had only just regained his memory and returned home. Now he, and the woman he loved, would be dragged into this damned war with Gershom. David squeezed Seth's shoulder. "We'll keep them safe." Seth nodded, hoping like hell he was right. "I think it's time we talk to Roland and Sarah." Nodding, David gave his shoulder a last pat. "We shall do it tonight after Stanislav and Susan are settled in." Chapter 13. Seth caught Roland and Sarah as they left for the night's hunt. He would have given all the immortals the night off so they could continue to celebrate the return of their brother, but Stanislav and Susan needed rest, and vampires were no doubt already trolling for human victims. "Roland, Sarah." The two looked at him, a question entering their expressions. "I need a moment of your time." Sarah smiled. "Okay." Roland nodded. Since the two were already holding hands, Seth rested a hand on Roland's shoulder and teleported them away from David's place. Sarah grinned up at her husband when they arrived at their destination. "I wish I could teleport," she whispered. "We would have so much fun." Roland's dour expression lightened with a smile. "And would get no work done whilst you talked me into gallivanting around the globe with you." She laughed. "True." He glanced around the sparse, circular room. "Where are we?" Seth moved to stand beside David, who waited for them near the desk. 9 stories underground in the abandoned missile silo Chris purchased and retrofitted for the network." Sarah examined the space curiously. "Do any vampires live here?" "No, though there are holding cells a few floors above us. None are currently occupied. Any vampires the immortals tranked who hadn't yet descended into madness were temporarily installed in those cells. Once the drugs wore off, Seth offered them each the opportunity to remain with the Immortal Guardians so network doctors could try to end their compulsion to prey upon humans. But none of the vampires turned at Gershom's direction had yet exhibited any interest in doing the right thing, which compelled Seth to do the right thing and kill them before they could harm more innocents. "So why are we here?" Roland asked. The notoriously antisocial immortal might be gruff with others, but he almost always held Sarah's hand and tenderly stroked it with his thumb, as though he couldn't resist touching her. "You're here," Seth told them, "because we need weapons in our arsenal that Gershom will not expect." Both stared at him blankly. David cleared his throat, drawing their attention. "We would like you, Roland, to become one of those weapons." "All right," Roland agreed without hesitation. "What do you have in mind?" His willingness to aid them didn't surprise Seth. "There is something that only a select few immortals know. David is one. Marcus is another. Aidan knows too, and a couple of other ancient immortals who are imbued with the healing gift. Roland frowned. Marcus isn't a healer. No, Seth said, but he was close enough to Alyssa to have divined what I'm about to tell you. Sarah curled her free hand around Roland's arm and looked up at him. Who is Alyssa? That name sounds familiar. When Marcus was a boy, he served as Lord Robert's squire, Roland reminded her. Robert was the youngest brother of Lord Dillon, Earl of Westcott, who was one of the most powerful men in England at the time. Lord Dillon rather scandalously married this wise woman, Alyssa, who was a healer and seer, she finished. Right, I remember now. Gifted ones and immortals, Seth told them, who can heal with their hands, are different in ways we don't entirely comprehend. Roland tilted his head to one side. Because when immortal healers transform gifted ones, they end up being as strong as we are instead of weaker, as is the norm. That is one way, yes. You heal faster, too, Sarah mentioned. Even when you were mortal, you healed faster. Seth nodded. Healers are naturally imbued with greater regenerative properties. Even Jenna, whose bloodline has been so diluted by ordinary human DNA that she didn't realize she had a gift, healed so quickly as a mortal that she never became ill before her transformation. But those are not the only differences. Roland frowned. They aren't? No. Seth strolled toward them. What I'm about to tell you must remain between us. All right, Roland agreed. Okay, Sarah seconded. Seth dipped his head in acknowledgement. When gifted ones, or immortals who can heal with a touch, are themselves healed by another in the same manner, they can acquire new gifts. Silence fell as the couple shared a look. Roland shook his head. You and David have both healed me many times, Seth, and I never acquired new gifts. Because we both have found a way to protect you from such when we heal you. What did Marcus tell you about Alyssa the year Lord Dillon fell in love with her? Roland shrugged. Not much, really. You know she nearly died twice. Yes, I accompanied you when you gathered the gifted ones in her family together and showed them how to combine their gifts and mine to heal her, so they would be able to do so when you weren't around. Do you remember what happened afterward? Roland's brow furrowed as he pondered it. If he didn't remember, Seth wouldn't be surprised. The events had taken place in the 12th century. Roland had just lost his granddaughter and had been grieving deeply. Roland's forehead smoothed out as surprise lit his features. Marcus told me she acquired new gifts. David nodded. Because you and the others did not know how to prevent her from siphoning some of your own. Siphoning? One of David's shoulders lifted and fell. However you choose to describe it, we believe it is similar to what happens when you heal someone else's wound. He takes it into himself, Sarah said. Roland continued to frown. My gifts didn't weaken after I healed her. Wouldn't I have noticed if she had taken something from me? Seth shook his head. Not necessarily. I freely admit we don't know how it works, if healers actually siphon the gift, or perhaps they absorb something that stimulates dormant DNA that provides them with the new gift. But after you all healed her, Alyssa possessed gifts she did not have before. That's amazing, Sarah said. What we do know, Seth continued, is that if David and I do not withhold our gifts, for lack of a better way of explaining it, when we heal a fellow healer, that healer will change, and we cannot predict which of our gifts he or she will acquire. Sarah looked from Seth to David. Have you done that before? Have you healed without restraining your power, or however you want to put it? Yes, Seth answered. David spoke up. I was not born with the ability to shapeshift. I acquired it after Seth healed me. That is so cool, Sarah said with a smile. David's returning smile held a wry twist. It didn't seem so at the time. Seth is very powerful and boasts many more gifts than the rest of you. All of that unrestrained power flowing into you can hurt like hell."
Roland nodded slowly. "Right, I remember that too now. Marcus said Alyssa appeared to be very ill after we healed her." "As was David," Seth admitted, casting his friend a penitent look. "He was so ill, I thought he would not survive. But I did," David said simply, "and am stronger because of it. I have no regrets." Seth clapped him on the back. "The same happened when I healed Aiden for the first time," he admitted. "Aiden didn't have telekinetic abilities until then. When we realized that only healers were thusly affected," David said, "we quickly learned to harness our gifts while healing others, and have done so ever since. Aiden does too." Roland frowned. "I don't." Seth arched a brow. "How many healers have you ministered to?" Before he'd met Sarah, Roland had led a very reclusive existence. Roland thought about it. "Good point. I think Alyssa was the only one." "You also," David pointed out, "are a great deal younger than we are." Sarah nodded, her face acquiring a humorously somber expression. Roland is only 950 years old, give or take a decade, a mere babe in the woods." Chuckling, Roland pressed a kiss to the top of her head. Seth smiled. "We, on the other hand, have lived thousands of years, as has Aiden. Because you're so much younger, Roland, you only possess two gifts, healing and telekinesis, and your telekinetic abilities aren't nearly as strong as an ancient's." "True," Roland conceded. "Apparently they aren't strong enough to pass along, otherwise Jenna would likely have gained that ability." "Oh," Sarah said, "right." Her brow furrowed as she looked at Seth and David. "Did she acquire that ability?" "No, we noticed no changes after Roland transformed her." Roland shared a look with his wife. "Could you be mistaken, then, in believing healers can gain new abilities?" Seth shook his head. "I think it more likely that a mere blood exchange does not spark the change. You didn't heal Jenna, Roland. You drained her blood, then infused her with your own." "But," David added, "it has been long enough that I thought we should test our theory and confirm it still held true. So we did." Roland raised his brows. "And?" Seth turned to his second-in-command. "Show them." David offered them a brief bow, then vanished. Sarah's mouth dropped open as she looked around the room. "Is he moving so quickly that I can't see him, or did he just teleport away?" David reappeared on the other side of the room with a neatly folded pile of clothing in his hands. Bright white snowflakes now dusted his dreadlocks. Sarah jumped, startled by his sudden appearance. "Well, that answers a lot," she said with a laugh. Roland's eyes widened. "You can teleport?" David smiled. "I can now." Until a few months ago, he had lacked that ability. "Which brings us," Seth said, "to the answer to your question, Roland. Why you are here. I would like you to become one of those weapons I mentioned that Gershom will not expect. With your permission, and only if Sarah agrees, I would like to fatally wound you, then heal you without harnessing my gifts." Sarah blanched. Roland turned to face her and cupped her face in his hands. "You know I have to do this." Swallowing hard, she curled her hands around his wrists and clung. "David is a lot older than you. What if that's what's enabled him to survive it?" He brushed his thumbs across her pale cheeks. "Alyssa was born a century after I was, and she survived it." Sarah shook her head. "She was healed by you and her family, not by Seth." Her hazel eyes clouded with worry as they met Seth's. "Can you guarantee he'll survive?" "Yes," he replied. "It will be painful, both the wound I will inflict and what he will experience in the days that follow. But he will survive and, at the end of it, be stronger." "The gifts he already possesses," David said, "will be more powerful, and he will acquire others that he can hone and use in battle as I have."
Sarah stared into her husband's eyes. "I'm scared."
"I know, sweetling, but Gershom seems to be well versed in all of our individual gifts, our strengths, our weaknesses. This would be a hell of a surprise to spring on him, one we could use to our advantage."
Face still pale, she nodded. "Okay, I love you."
Roland kissed her. "I love you too."
He turned to Seth.
"Shall we do it now?" "Yes. That's why David has brought you a change of clothing. We'll take you to David's home afterward so he can watch over you as you recover, and we don't want Michael to be frightened by the blood."
Seth looked at Sarah.
"Roland will be bedridden for a few days. You'll have to cover for him if Marcus and the others ask why he's not around. When you both remain out of sight, they will assume you are either hunting or spending time alone. But when they see you without him multiple times, they'll begin to wonder. He tends to stick pretty closely to you."
Roland wrapped an arm around her.
"Just tell them being around so many people all the time was starting to aggravate me, so I'm doing my hermit thing. Since they already think I'm antisocial, they'll accept that readily enough. Even Marcus will, because he routinely asks me how I'm holding up now that we practically live at David's."
She drew in a deep breath and forced a smile. "Okay, I'll tell them you're taking a break from all the family hoopla. And if I have to ask Amy, Marcus, or Sheldon to watch Michael for us, I'll tell them I've tied you to the bed and plan to spend a few hours doing wicked things to you."
Roland laughed. "Either answer will swiftly silence their questions."
He pressed another kiss to her lips, then turned to Seth.
"All right, let's do this."
Seth drew a long dagger. Roland gently eased Sarah away from him. Dread pooling in his stomach, Seth closed the distance between them.
"I'd say this is going to hurt me more than it will you, but—" "You'd be talking out of your arse," Roland said with a smile. "Just do it and get it over with."
"So be it." Lunging forward, Seth drove the dagger deep into Roland's chest and gave the blade a sharp twist. Roland grunted, pain tightening his features. Beside him, Sarah cried out. David appeared behind her and wrapped an arm around her waist, preventing her from leaping forward. Roland staggered and braced a hand on Seth's shoulder. His breathing grew labored as blood painted his teeth.
"You call that a wound?"
He wheezed and shook his head.
"Give me all you've got, you pansy."
David chuckled. Seth would have too, if he hadn't felt Roland's body already hurrying to heal the wound. Even the fact that the blade had pierced his lung and nicked his heart wouldn't prove fatal to an immortal healer Roland's age. Seth would have to inflict more damage. Steeling himself, he yanked the blade out, drew it across Roland's throat, then buried it in his stomach, severing the abdominal aorta and damaging organs. Sarah began to weep. Roland's knees buckled as he gripped his abdomen. Yanking the dagger out, Seth dropped it and wrapped his arms around Roland. He gently lowered him until the immortal lay on the floor.
"Forgive me, my friend."
Roland managed to shake his head, his eyes telling Seth not to worry about it, that he trusted him. And trust did not come easily to Roland. The British immortal raised a shaking hand and tapped his temple with one bloody finger.
"What is it?"
Seth asked him telepathically.
"I can take more damage. Just do it quickly for Sarah's sake." "No, this should suffice."
Because the virus was rushing to repair the damaged organs and struggling to keep Roland's heart beating, it couldn't stem the flow of blood.
"The more I'm wounded, the more healing energy you have to put into me, right?" Roland thought. "Yes. Then fuck me up some more before you heal me. Just don't let me die."
Lips tightening, Seth retrieved his blade.
"As you wish."
Leah's cell phone rang. Abandoning the box she was cutting open, she glanced at the display. Her heart began to pound as she answered. "Hi, Seth."
"What are you up to tonight?"
He had the most delicious voice, so deep and resonant. "Work, as usual," she admitted with a grimace. "What about you?"
"The same,"
he said, but there was something in his voice that roused concern. She leaned back against her desk. "You sound kind of down. Is everything okay?"
Yes. Are you sure? You don't sound okay. A long pause ensued. It's been an eventful night. A rather difficult one, frankly, but I'm fine. No, he wasn't. She could hear it in his voice. Why don't you take a break and come over for a bit? More silence carried over the line. Seth? Such would be unwise. He worried about endangering her and still sometimes avoided coming over after hours. The store was closed for the night. Brittany had already gone home. Anyone watching would know he wasn't there to shop, but... Playing hard to get, huh? What if I told you I have my dancing shoes on? Do you? He asked, a smile entering his voice. She glanced down at her feet. Only if scuffed sneakers qualify as dancing shoes. He laughed. I'm wearing my dancing clothes, too. And by dancing clothes, you mean... Bike shorts and a tank top. She had snuck in a run on the treadmill after Brittany left. Damn, that's tempting. You don't play fad, do you? Nope. Never said I would. Picking up a small remote, she aimed it at the iPod connected to the store's speaker system and cycled through the playlists on it until she found the one she wanted. Bamboleo began to play. You hear that? I do. My feet are beginning to move. Do tell. He was definitely smiling now. My hips are moving, too. That I'd like to see. I could sure use a dance partner right about now. Look at your front door. Surprised, Leah took a few steps back and peered into her shop. The lights inside it fell upon Seth, who stood just inside the front door, his phone pressed to his ear. She grinned as she approached him. Hi, handsome. Smiling, he pocketed the phone. Hi yourself, beautiful. Excitement skittered through her, as it always did in his presence. I admit I'm surprised you came. Surprised and pleased. She loved spending time with him. I thought it would take a little more arm-twisting. Well, the idea of seeing you dance in bike shorts and a tank top prompted me to haul ass and teleport over here. She laughed. Holding her arms up, she assumed a playful pose and turned in a slow circle. Was it worth the rush? A golden glow entered his eyes as they skimmed her form. Hell yes, it was. Then take off your coat and dance with me. She couldn't wait to feel his arms around her. Yes, ma'am, he responded with a charming grin. This was what she liked to see. Seth smiling and light-hearted, no more weariness weighing down his words, the burdens he usually bore no longer leaving his face somber. As soon as he finished hanging up his coat, he started pushing clothing racks aside to clear the floor. Leah followed him as he worked, and when he turned to face her, she held out her hands. Seth took them, carried them to his lips for a kiss, and began to dance with her. Yet again she marveled at how fluidly he moved and how good it felt when he touched her. His big hand on the small of her back urged her closer as they moved to the music. Her pulse quickened as her breasts brushed against his chest. He had not wavered from his intention to remain friends. He never kissed her. He never touched her when they were outside her shop, or hell, even when they were inside her shop during business hours, unless it was to kiss her hand in greeting or farewell, or when Adira coaxed them into holding hands. But when they danced, his arm tightened around her, pressing her fully against his hard body as he slipped a thigh between hers. Her body heated when she felt the erection constrained by his cargo pants. His hand slipped lower, those long fingers of his brushing the upper curve of her ass. When they danced, some of that control he clung to slipped. He dipped his head, nuzzled her neck for a few heartbeats, then spun her away from him. This wasn't the first time he had become aroused by her touch, by the sensual roll of her hips against his. But he always spun her away before she tempted him into doing more than just nuzzle her neck. Tease, she accused with a grin, her own body burning. He laughed, his brown eyes bearing that fascinating golden glow she had come to associate with desire, and twirled her around behind him. Well,
too, could play at that game. Leah pressed her front to his back and wrapped an arm around him. Splaying her fingers on his chest, she slid her hand down his rock-hard abs until it rested just above the waistband of his cargo pants. He sucked in a sharp breath. "Now who's teasing?" he called over the music. Smiling, she let him take her hand and step away, then turned to face her. He was so much fun to be around. She really regretted agreeing to keep things platonic. He made her want him, crave him, need him, with a look, with the most innocent of touches, and the less innocent touches their dancing prompted. But no matter how strongly his body responded to her, he remained determined to keep things casual, and he had so much on his plate right now that she didn't want to add to his troubles by pushing him to change the rules of the game, rules they had both agreed upon. The song ended. Drums replaced the brief silence that followed, tapping out a beat that made her feet want to move again. Trumpets began to blare. Seth smiled. "Sing, sing, sing, Benny Goodman." She nodded. She had programmed a new dance playlist for them. Knowing he would make her body burn with the Latin dances, and even some of the pop-rock ones, she had thought it a good idea to add some big band music to put space between them, or at least make their dancing less intimate. "Do you know how to swing dance?" Nodding, he held out a hand. Leah took it and was surprised anew by how well he moved. He danced as though he had spent every spare moment he could find in the 40s swing dancing in the jazz clubs. And perhaps he had, she realized with surprise, still struggling to reconcile his true age with his youthful appearance. Her heart began to thump even faster, not from his nearness or his touch this time, but from the physical exertion of the dance. She laughed when Seth picked her up and effortlessly slung her around his back, catching her on the other side, never missing a beat. Thanks to the building's old construction and the high ceilings of her shop, he was even able to flip her over his shoulder. He grinned, looking even younger than he usually did. Leah soon forgot everything except how much fun it was to dance with him. He was so strong. Lifting her and supporting her while she did a backflip over his arm was easy for him, and she loved the way his deep laughter rang out as he swung her around and made her gasp. She was out of breath by the time the song ended. "Whew, you are good," he grinned. "So are you. I love dancing with you." A slow song came on. She was a little worried about how he might react to this one. Unforgettable, sung by Nat King Cole. It always made her think of Seth now. Smiling, he took her hand and drew her close, sliding his other arm around her waist. "I love this song." "I do too. And it will give us a chance to catch our breath." She nodded, though her own breath came quickly and perspiration added a shimmer to her skin. Seth seemed fine. He must be in really great cardiovascular shape. "You never told me how you came to be such a good dancer." "A friend of mine, one of my brethren, loves to dance," he said as they moved in slow circles. "She became involved with a man who enjoys it too. They used to dance together every minute they could on weekends. But when she realized he cared for her more than she cared for him, that he was falling in love with her, she broke things off. Unease blossomed within her. I take it she didn't love him back? Only as a friend. She didn't think it fair to keep seeing him when she couldn't return his deeper feelings. But he had been her best friend for a long time, and she missed him afterward. Even though she was the one who ended it." He nodded. "I knew her spirits were low. She already had a lot weighing her down, as it was. So I started taking her dancing whenever time would allow to cheer her up." Leah thought it a bad sign when jealousy slithered through her. Seth's lips turned up in a wry smile. "I never danced with her the way I dance with you, though." That helped. "You didn't?" "She's more like a baby sister to me, or another daughter. I never held her as closely as I do you, and certainly never danced so provocatively," she suggested. "Yes." Leah wasn't one for mincing words, particularly with Seth,
So she went ahead and asked what she probably shouldn't. "Is that story true, or was it a cautionary tale told for my benefit?" His eyebrows rose. "What?" She shrugged. "We agreed we would keep things on a friendship level, so I thought maybe you were using the story to warn me not to develop deeper feelings for you." The surprise that lit his handsome features appeared genuine. "No, it's true, Leah, I vow it. You asked me how I came to dance, and I learned to dance in an attempt to lift Lizette's spirits. I didn't like seeing her so unhappy." "Oh." She wrinkled her nose. "Sorry about that." He shook his head. "Lisette wanted to keep things casual with Ethan because she knew she couldn't love him the way he loved her. I'm keeping things casual with you because pursuing anything more would endanger you." Her heart leapt. Did that mean he felt something deeper than desire for her and was just afraid to explore it because of his enemy? That really sucked. "And because I know you aren't looking for a relationship," he added. She wished now she hadn't told him that. Another slow song replaced Unforgettable. "How did you learn to dance?" he asked. She grimaced. "I didn't do so well after the accident. Once I completed my physical therapy, I just sort of stopped taking care of myself." "Grief can do that to a person." "It sure as hell did to me," she muttered. "I didn't eat well, at first because I had no appetite, and then because cooking for one just depressed me and made the losses harder to bear. I ate a lot of takeout, didn't exercise, and didn't sleep hardly at all. I went into debt opening this business to try to keep myself occupied. It was stressful as hell. But I needed to block out the silence. I just couldn't take it anymore." He nodded. "That's why I spend so much time with David and the others. The silence was suffocating after my wife and children were slain. I complain about being busy all the time, but it's what keeps you sane?" "Yes. Yeah. I worked crazy long hours getting my shop going and building my clientele. It all inevitably began to take a toll." She shrugged. "You saw how protective Ben is." His lips twitched. "I did. Well, my whole family grew concerned about my health and made me go for a checkup. Judging by your expression, the news wasn't good. My blood pressure was frighteningly high. My cholesterol was high, too. I had packed on quite a few pounds." She shook her head. "My doctor pretty much bitch-slapped me with what I could expect if I didn't dig my way out of my grief and start taking better care of myself. It was scary. But my parents' and my brother's reactions were what really shook me up." "They feared losing you." "Yes. So I started eating healthier and cut back a little on my work hours so I could get more sleep. I also started exercising daily. When that bored the pants off me, I looked into alternative ways to get some aerobic exercise that might be more fun. And settled upon dancing." She nodded. "Turns out it's a great stress reliever for me." He gave her hand a squeeze and drew her closer. "For me as well." They danced in silence for a time. "So," she said after a time, "do you want to talk about it?" "About what?" "Your day. When you called, it sounded as though you'd had a tough one." He nodded. "I did." His lips stretched in a smile, but it wasn't all bad. "Do you remember the man I told you about? The one who died in the explosion, but whose body we never recovered?" "Yes." He flashed her a grin. "Turns out we couldn't recover his body because he wasn't dead. Stanislav is alive, Leah. I found him tonight." "Oh, my gosh!" Joy for him rushed through her. "Is he okay?" He nodded. "He was badly injured when I found him. It's a long story, but I healed him, and he's at David's house now, resting." "That's fantastic!" She hugged him tight. "I'm so glad, Seth." Hugging her back, he rested his cheek on top of her head. "I am too. I wanted to tell you as soon as I found out, but I still had work to do, and—" That work had been unpleasant, judging by the way he'd sounded when he had called. Surprised that he wasn't pulling away, Leah squeezed him tighter. "Thank you for dancing with me tonight," he murmured. She nodded against his chest. "As I said, any time you want to de-stress, you're welcome to come by, Seth."
Perhaps in time she could convince him to seek other, more intimate ways to de-stress with her. Chapter 14. Bastian watched the vampires do their damnedest to burn out the engines of the specially designed treadmills in the lab on Sub-Level 5 of Network Headquarters. 5 of the vamps, those who had surrendered to the Immortal Guardians most recently, razzed each other and cracked frequent jokes, but he knew it was a facade assumed for the benefit of the other 2 vampires in their midst. Cliff and Stuart ran side by side, their faces grim, their eyes glowing with the madness that threatened to consume them. Though Stuart had only been infected with the vampiric virus for 3.5 years, the progressive brain damage it caused was rapidly eroding his impulse control and filling his head with a need to commit violence. He fought it hard, but he had suffered 3 psychotic breaks in recent months. Born with empathic abilities, Bastian could feel the young vampire's emotions every time he touched him. Stuart was scared shitless that he wasn't going to make it until Melanie and the other doctors could find a cure or a way to reverse the brain damage. Bastian shifted his gaze to Cliff and felt his throat thicken. He loved Cliff like a brother. They had been close friends ever since Bastian had found Cliff shortly after his transformation. Cliff had been amongst the first to join the army of vampires Bastian had amassed to help him destroy the Immortal Guardians. 6 years, give or take, had passed since then, and Cliff was the only member of that vampire army who still lived. That Cliff had managed to suppress and hold off the insanity growing within him for so many years was unheard of. He had waged a truly heroic battle, clinging desperately to his humanity long after others would have succumbed to it or even embraced it wholly. Seth had done what he could for Cliff. David had too. But brain damage was tricky to heal, and this virus behaved like no other on the planet. Seth could only slow the progression of the brain damage it spawned. He couldn't halt it altogether. Bastian glanced at his wife. Melanie was furious with herself because she had not yet found a cure. She, too, did what she could for Cliff, as did Aidan. The ancient Celtic immortal had become a good friend since Seth had transferred him to North Carolina 2 or 3 years ago. Aidan was a powerful healer and could teleport. Almost every day he took Cliff into the sunlight. Something he had discovered silenced the voices in Cliff's head and healed the damage the sun inflicted on the young vampire in real time. Bastian played his part as well, wanting desperately to save his friend. Bastian's dark past had not made his entry into the Immortal Guardians' world an easy one, or a pleasant one. Seth had basically forced him to join the ranks. But Bastian had ultimately sucked it up and played nice, both for Melanie's sake, so Rorden wouldn't fire her for associating with him, and for Cliff's sake. Playing nice had enabled Bastian to convince Seth to let him take Cliff vampire hunting with him, which had given his friend a much-needed outlet for his ever-strengthening violent impulses. He returned his attention to the vampires when Melanie ducked into a supply closet. No one, however, had helped Cliff more than Emma had. Bastian would love that woman for the rest of her mortal life and would always be grateful to her for bringing happiness into his friend's life. Cliff adored her. Bastian knew Cliff frequently felt guilt and regret over bringing such turmoil into her life. If Emma told Cliff tomorrow that it had become too much, that she couldn't be with him anymore, he knew Cliff would walk away without a backward glance, no matter how much it tore him up inside to do it. But Bastian hoped like hell she wouldn't. She was the only reason Cliff still lived. The desperate hope that Melanie and her colleagues would miraculously find a way to cure Cliff and restore his mental faculties so he could spend the rest of his life as an ordinary man with Emma was all that kept Cliff going. That one desperate hope prevented Cliff from either ending it himself or asking Bastian to do it for him. Pain struck. Cliff wouldn't be the first vampire friend to ask Bastian to kill him. Vince's death would forever haunt Bastian. "Honey, would you help me with this, please?" Bastian glanced over as Melanie exited the supply closet. Her arms were full of white boxes of medical paraphernalia.
Since she was immortal, the weight of them didn't bother her, but the fact that she could barely see over the top of them made carrying them awkward. Straightening, he closed the distance between them and took the boxes from her. "Where are you taking them?" "The clinic on sublevel 1. Bastian nodded at the vampires. "We'll be back in a minute." The younger vamps offered him cheerful salutes. Cliff and Stewart kept running. Bastian accompanied Melanie down the hallway to the elevators. He nodded to Todd and the other dozen or so guards stationed there. All nodded back and engaged in light conversation with Melanie. Bastian had noticed a distinct change in their attitude toward him during the past year and a half. The guards, who used to hate him for the havoc he had wrought there during his first couple of years with the Immortal Guardians, had treated him cordially ever since Gershom had made an appearance at the network. Bastian had sustained quite a bit of damage protecting the guards topside from grenades Gershom had hurled their way, then had gone on to battle the dozens of vampires that had swarmed inside afterward, intent on killing everyone on sight. Though he doubted they would ever be friends, the guards at least were no longer openly hostile toward him and treated him with respect now. The elevator ride up to sublevel 1 was quiet. When Melanie's shoulder brushed his, anxiety flooded him through the light touch, enough to make him suspect this little excursion had nothing to do with carting medical supplies. Melanie gave nothing away either verbally or visually while they delivered supplies to the lighter-duty clinic. As they walked back to the elevators, however, she suddenly grabbed Bastian's arm and tugged him into the men's restroom. 2 network employees standing at the urinals gaped at her. "Sorry," she blurted as soon as the door swung shut. Closing her eyes, she hastily gave them her back. Bastian smiled at them over her head and winked. "Just looking for a bit of privacy. You don't mind, do you, boys?" The 2 finished, zipped up, and hurried out of the bathroom without washing their hands, giving Bastian a wide berth as they did so. The door closed, sealing them inside the soundproof room. "What is it?" he asked, smoothing his hands up and down Melanie's biceps in a gentle caress. "I can feel your anxiety." Opening her eyes, she looked up at him. "You need to take Cliff hunting." He nodded. "I know, he's struggling. We can go as soon as—" "It's more than that," she said, interrupting him. When moisture welled in her eyes, dread settled heavily in his stomach. "Has he said something to you?" "No, but—" "What?" A tear spilled over her lashes. "I've been getting that feeling." Bastian bit back a curse. Melanie had minor precognitive abilities. She didn't see the future unfold in bold, dramatic visions, but he had rapidly come to understand that when she got a bad feeling, something fucked up was about to go down. Could it be Gershom? She shook her head. "I think it's Cliff. Every time I've gone near him tonight, I've gotten this feeling, and I'm worried that... I'm afraid it might mean..." Biting her lip, she shook her head. Another tear trailed down her cheek. "You think that if he can't bring the voices under control, tonight might be his last?" She nodded and leaned into him, burying her face in his chest. Bastian wrapped his arms around her and rested his chin on her head. "We'll take him hunting. See if that will help." "I can't go with you. I need to stay here and keep working," she said, voice breaking. "And you can't go alone. Seth will be furious." "True. I'd ask Aiden, but he spent most of the day with Cliff, taking him into the sun, so he could probably use a rest." She nodded. "I wish he didn't have to take the pain and wounds into himself when he does that. He's really gone above and beyond for Cliff." He had. Bastian thought Aiden would be as crushed as he and Melanie would be if they couldn't save their friend. "I'd ask Richard, but Jenna would accompany us, and—" Richard's wife was such a sweetheart. Bastian was reluctant to let her see just how vicious Cliff could be while hunting. He was actually reluctant to let most of his immortal brethren see how vicious Cliff could be now. He feared some of them might object to Bastian's continuing to take him beyond the secure walls of network headquarters if they did. "What about Sean?" she suggested. "He's been bouncing from one hunting partner to the next lately." Bastian nodded. "Good idea. Sean has spent a lot of time here at the network, studying medicine when he isn't hunting. He's also been here more than once when Cliff and Stuart had psychotic breaks and handled it well. Cliff likes him, and since Sean is younger, Cliff doesn't view him as a threat.
She squeezed him tight. Just be careful.
I will.
Tilting her head back, she rose onto her toes and pressed a tender kiss to his lips. I love you.
Bastian stole another, longer kiss.
I love you, too.
Crash. Leah jerked awake. Her heart slammed against her rib cage as she jackknifed up in bed, unsure what had awakened her. Whatever it was had been loud. Had a couple of cars collided out front or something? Her home alarm began to blare. Oh, shit. Fear seized her. Heavy footsteps thumped on her wood floors as bodies poured through her apartment's back door. Adrenaline surging through her veins, she rolled out of bed and yanked open the top drawer of the bedside table. 2 9mm with 17 round magazines rested inside, along with 4 spare magazines. She had taken Seth's warning seriously and stocked up. Palming the weapons, she spun and faced the doorway just as a dark figure filled it. A thin man about her height paused there, his face in shadows, but his eyes glowed bright blue. "Call Seth!" she yelled belatedly and fired. Blood spurted from the man's chest. Roaring in fury, he lunged toward her. Leah ducked as soon as he blurred. Driving her shoulder forward, she hit him in his abdomen and pushed up with all of her strength, then fired at another man who darted through her doorway. The first man sailed over her shoulder, hitting the wall behind her with a crash. The second man cried out and stumbled backward into 2 more who tried to breach the room. "Call Seth! Call Seth!" she yelled again when he didn't miraculously appear. Her guns continued to spit bullets, striking every man who barreled toward her. In the neck, in the femoral artery, in the abdominal aorta, in the brachial artery. She didn't know why the hell she was targeting those particular areas. She had always been told to aim for the head and chest, but couldn't seem to correct the impulse. Some of the men's eyes glowed green, some glowed blue, some silver. When ambient light from the street lights outside struck their faces, Leah's fear multiplied. They all bore what appeared to be very real, very sharp fangs. Seth's enemies are freaking vampires? She would have discounted the notion out of hand and assumed these guys belonged to one of those weird vampire wannabe clubs or some crap. But they moved so fast they blurred whenever they had the space to do so, and they were taking a hell of a lot of damage without going down. Where the hell was Seth? Call Seth! The vampire behind her clambered to his feet. Leah delivered a roundhouse kick to his head and continued to fire at the 3 in front of her. The vampire behind her grunted and hit the wall again. When another vampire tried to race around the bed to reach her, she spun and caught him in the throat with a push kick, then shot him in the carotid artery when he fell back against her dresser. She resumed firing at the 3 in front of her as they lunged forward. She would have to change magazines soon and feared that would be it for her. No way would these guys just halt and calmly wait for her to reload. "Call Seth!" she practically shrieked. One of the vampires in front of her stumbled backward as blood spurted from his arm and snarled, "Who the hell is she talking to?" A smaller vampire entered. This one was female, and her eyes glowed amber. "Who cares?" she called over the din. "Just don't kill her." "Fuck you," he spat out. "She shot me. That bitch is dead." "Fuck you," the female retorted irritably. "She's mine. I need her to take down Seth." Was this Tessa, the missing woman whose mind had been poisoned by Seth's enemy? He hadn't mentioned her being a vampire, but why else would she be gunning for Seth and wanting to use Leah as bait? Glass shattered, spraying inside the room from the bedroom windows. The men in front of Leah began to jerk and dance backward as blood spurted from holes in their chests. What the hell? Someone outside was shooting them? Was it Seth? Why didn't he just teleport in and... Strong arms wrapped around Leah from behind. For a second she felt relief, thinking Seth had arrived. But those arms locked hers at her sides as an unfamiliar male voice growled, "Gotcha now, bitch." Fear consuming her once more, Leah bent her wrists to reposition her weapons. As the man behind her ducked his head and placed his lips on her neck, she fired several times. His legs buckled. Howling in rage and pain, he released her and stumbled backward. His injured legs collapsed, taking him down. More vampires filled the room. More bullets sailed through the window. Leah swiftly ejected now empty mags and replaced them with full ones, advancing the first bullets into the chambers. Bodies hit the floor. Blood spattered the walls. Bullets zipped past her like bees, but none struck her. Leah looked frantically around for the woman. "Tessa!" she shouted over the cries of pain that filled the room. The woman's head whipped around. Her brows drew down in a deep V. "How do you know my name?" The vampire between Tessa and the window crumpled. Blood spurted from a wound in Tessa's shoulder as a bullet struck her. "No, don't shoot her!" Leah yelled. Scrambling onto the bed between them, she dove forward. Tessa's eyes widened just before Leah tackled her. Pain erupted in Leah's shoulder as they hit the floor hard. Tessa pushed Leah off her and rolled over onto her knees, staying behind the bed so she wouldn't be in the sights of the shooter or shooters. Everyone else in the room was down, either dead or dying. At least Leah thought they were dying. Did bullets kill vampires? She didn't know and couldn't see much from where she lay, pain burning through her chest. It grew weirdly hard to breathe. "Why did you do that?" Tessa demanded, staring down at her. Reaching toward her, Leah bit back a moan and rested a hand on the younger woman's arm. "Seth has been so worried about you, Tessa." Was her voice weak, or did it just seem like it because her ears were ringing from all the gunshots? "I couldn't let them hurt you." A coppery taste filled her mouth. She must have bitten her damn tongue when she hit the floor. "He's going to be so glad you're okay." Tessa slowly withdrew from the touch and shook her head. "Seth wants me dead. No," Leah interrupted. "He doesn't. He wants to protect you." When she struggled to sit up, pain lanced through her. "Shit!" She lay back down, clenching her teeth. "I think I broke a rib or something when I tackled you." Tessa's hands curled around the daggers she held. Biting her lip, she rubbed those fists up and down the fronts of her thighs, her glowing amber eyes filled with confusion and indecision. "You didn't break a rib. You've been shot." "I have?" Leah asked in surprise. "Yes." Looking down, Leah saw blood spreading across her T-shirt in a large stain. "Shit." "Leah!" Seth roared from the living room. "Finally." "Yeah," she called back, then clenched her teeth. Damn, that hurt. What sounded like a sword fight, of all things, erupted in the living room. Tessa dropped her daggers and leaned forward. Placing her hands on Leah's chest, she applied pressure to the wound. Leah nearly passed out as agony burrowed into her. "Don't lie to me," Tessa urged. "Tell me why you really did it. Were you just trying to keep me here until Seth could arrive and kill me?" "No." Leah swallowed hard when dizziness made the room tilt and whirl. She covered Tessa's hand with her own. "He just wants you safe." She found enough strength to squeeze the woman's hand. "I do too." A vampire darted into the room. More glass burst from the window, glittering like fairy dust as bullets slammed into his chest. His body hit the floor beside Leah with a thud. Seth's heart pounded as he swung his katanas. Blood sprayed from a vampire's neck as the vamp stumbled backward and tripped over the body of one of his fallen comrades. Panic rode Seth hard. That and fury. There must be 24 damned vampires in Leah's apartment. "Leah!" he bellowed. "Yeah!" she called back. He felt only marginal relief when he heard her voice. She sounded shaken, scared, because 24 fucking vampires had attacked her. But Chris had assured him that members of his special ops team were keeping the vampires from injuring her. Even as Seth cut down a couple of more vampires, a third raced into the bedroom. The vampire jerked to a halt just inside the doorway, grunted several times, then sank to the floor. Either Leah or the soldiers Chris had installed across the street must have shot him. Dropping his sword, Seth drew daggers and flung them at the vampires still standing as he strode toward the bedroom. One blade after another found a home in major arteries with preternatural speed. Thuds sounded as the vampires all crumpled to the floor. Seth shot forward in a blur. Several vampires sprawled around Leah's bedroom in various stages of decay. Leah lay on the floor near the closet. The figure looming over her leapt back in a blur and rose to face him. Tessa. She drew 2 sighs. Seth's gaze zeroed in on the blood that coated her hands. He looked at Leah, down on the floor with blood staining her chest. Fury crashed through him. A low rumble sounded as the floor began to vibrate. Tessa glanced down, then back up at him. Her hands tightened on the hilts of her weapons as fear and anger fused in her glowing amber eyes. "You hurt her?" Seth bellowed. Tessa tilted her chin up as she faced him with grim determination. "Payback's a bitch, isn't it?" Seth waved a hand. Her weapons leapt from her hands and flew out the window. Somewhere outside, a man swore and yelled, "Heads up!" Tessa's eyes widened, but hatred still glinted in them. Clamping her lips together, she darted forward in a blur. Seth deflected the blow aimed at him and pressed a hand to her forehead. "Sleep." She closed her eyes. Her body went limp. Catching her, he lowered her to the floor, then swung toward Leah. Blood stained the front of her tank top as well as the pale skin of her chest, neck, and one shoulder. A tear in the fabric revealed a jagged hole in her chest. "Leah," he whispered. Heart slamming against his ribs, he knelt beside her. You okay?" she asked, her breath choppy. Blood painted her straight white teeth. Unable to speak, he nodded and rested a hand over her wound. Energy and warmth built inside him, racing down his arm and into her wound. She glanced down at his hand on her breast. "Cradle robber," she accused with a faint smile. His breath huffed out in the closest thing he could muster to a laugh. "If I'd known this was all I had to do to get you to feel me up, I would have gotten shot sooner." He shook his head. As soon as her flesh was healed, he lifted her against his chest and hugged her as tightly as he could without cutting off her breath. Leah wrapped her arms around him and buried her face in his neck. Chris's special ops team entered the apartment through the back door. Seth could hear them moving around in the living room and hallway, checking for survivors and beginning the cleanup. One muttered to Chris over either a cell phone or walkie, offering a verbal report. Seth didn't join them, nor did he call out to them. Shifting, he sat cross-legged on the floor and settled Leah in his lap, never lessening his hold. She had nearly died tonight. Because of him. Long minutes passed. "Are you sure you're okay?" she asked, tentatively, her voice stronger now. "I'm so sorry," he whispered hoarsely. "This was my fault." She stroked his back. "No, it wasn't. It was your enemy's." He shook his head. "I put you in his sights. For all you know, I've been in his sights ever since Amy visited my shop for the first time. Stop blaming yourself and focus on the good." He raised his head and studied her in disbelief. "What good?" She pressed a palm to his cheek. "We found Tessa." Renewed anger rose as he glanced at the unconscious woman. "She hurt you." It was something he hadn't even considered. He had worried Gershom would hurt Leah, or perhaps vampires acting on Gershom's behalf would, but he hadn't considered that the missing immortals would target her. "No, she didn't." Seth shook his head. "Don't protect her. I'll read it in her thoughts. Your blood is on her hands, and she was leaning over you when I came in." "I'm not lying to protect her. It's true. She didn't hurt me. Her features twisted into a grimace. "When I realized who she was, I sort of threw myself in front of her to keep whoever was outside from shooting her." Seth stared at her. "You what?" he nearly bellowed. "I was just trying to take her down to the floor and hold her there until you got here," she said hastily, "and accidentally got shot in the process." Leah couldn't have held Tessa down. The fact that she had even managed to tackle her was astonishing. She must have really caught Tessa off guard. "Don't ever do that shit again," he ordered. Leah gave his cheek a little pat. "Help me up." He would have pushed her to give her word, but could feel her trembling and knew what a shock this had been. The last thing she needed was for him to bitch at her for risking her life when he was the one who had put it in danger in the first place. Rising, he drew her up to him. Leah glanced around the room, took in the vampires, whose bodies were rapidly shriveling up, then eyed him with disbelief. Vampires? Seriously? What the hell, Seth? Now he winced. I might have left out a few things when I told you about my enemy. Ya think? She peered down at the decaying figures. Why are they shriveling up like that? They're infected with a virus. Viruses don't do that. This one does. It's a very rare symbiotic virus that behaves like no other on the planet. Sounds like something some dumbass created in a lab, she said irritably. I honestly don't know its origins, but the virus can't live without its host, so the virus is consuming them, for lack of a better explanation, in an attempt to continue living. Her expression turned uneasy. Is this virus contagious? It's not airborne, if that's what worries you. It's blood-borne. Of course, because they're vampires. Turning away, she stepped over 2 corpses. Unbe-freaking-leavable, she muttered as she grabbed the watch he had given her off the bedside table. The charging cord attached to it fell to the floor as she held it up to her mouth. "Call Seth, damn it!" she shouted at the thing. Nothing happened. Seth scowled as he moved closer. It isn't working? No. She sounded as pissed as he felt. At least I don't think it is. Did you get a call from me and just couldn't get here sooner? No. The call he had received had come from Chris's special ops team across the street, not from Leah. Then it doesn't work, she grumbled. I told it to call you at least 6 times. Seth took the watch and turned it over. What the hell? I'm going to kick Rawdon's ass for this. A throat cleared. He looked toward the doorway. A woman garbed all in black and sporting a vest, helmet, and numerous firearms leaned in. Sorry, I couldn't help it over here, sir. She motioned to the watch. She has to be wearing it for it to work? Seth shifted his frown to Leah. Why aren't you wearing it? I thought I told you to wear it at all times. I had to charge it, she replied. When she fastened it to her wrist, the screen lit up. Leah tapped it 4 times, entering a passcode. Call Seth. The emergency phone in Seth's pocket rang. She sighed. Figures. The network soldier spoke once more. I'll order a second watch from Mr. Rawdon when I make my report and have it delivered later today. That way she can wear one while the other is charging and will never be without it again. Thank you. He raised his eyebrows. Cynthia McCoy. Thank you, Cynthia. I would appreciate that. Skillet's monster broke the silence. Seth dug his phone out of his pocket and answered it. What? I'll have a new watch ready for her when you get here, Chris said without preamble. Seth frowned. How had he known? Anger began to bubble up inside him once more as he glanced up at the ceiling. Did you install surveillance cameras in Leah's bedroom? He nearly roared. Leah's mouth fell open. What? No, Chris replied calmly. I got the call that Leah was being attacked the same time you did and have been monitoring things via network soldiers' helmet cams. Seth glanced at Cynthia. There's a camera in your helmet. Nodding, she touched a small dark circle on the front of it. Oh. He returned his attention to Leah, who looked furious, appalled, and dismayed. There are no cameras in here. There damn well had better not be, she retorted, or I'm going to kick somebody's ass. If Seth weren't so angry, he would have smiled. What are you going to do with Tessa? Chris asked. Seth studied the unconscious woman. When he had captured Bastion, he had basically incarcerated him in Seth's castle in England with David, Darnell, and Amy for company. Amy had been new to their world at the time and recovering from months of torture. Seth had thought the isolation would benefit both her and Bastion. And, too, he'd thought Amy's presence would make Bastion feel less like a prisoner, less threatened. He thought it unwise, however, to allow Tessa near Amy while Tessa still thought him the enemy. I know you want her to be comfortable while you help her understand that you're the good guy, Chris said, but I don't think she should stay at David's. Nor do I, Seth admitted. Tessa had attacked Leah with 24 vampires, As much as he would like to, he just couldn't trust her around his family. As soon as you told me Gershom had transformed a dozen of the kidnapped gifted ones, I took the liberty of expanding and turning a few of the holding rooms here at network headquarters into studio apartments. Why don't you bring her here? She'll be comfortable, well taken care of, heavily guarded, and the alarm will alert us immediately if Gershom teleports in to steal her away. Not a bad idea, but I think the missile silo would be better. It was more isolated and had fewer employees who might get caught in the crossfire if violence erupted. I disagree. She has preternaturally sharp hearing. If we confine her to one of the studio apartments on sublevel 5, she'll be able to hear everything that happens in the building and will grow to doubt whatever bullshit Gershom has been feeding her much faster. No one who listens to the many conversations that take place here on a daily basis can deny the fact that we're the good guys, Seth. It would put network employees at risk. That's my call to make, not yours. After a moment, Seth nodded. So be it. Tell Melanie we're on our way, and send a cleanup crew here. The crew is already en route. Of course it was. Pocketing his phone, Seth met Leah's gaze. Can you call Brittany and have her open the shop for you in the morning? Her mouth fell open. I can't open my store today. Look at this place. It's shot all to hell, and there's blood every freaking where. The damage, including the back door and broken windows, will be repaired, and the blood cleaned up within a couple of hours. She closed her mouth and looked around the room, doubt written clearly upon her pallid features. Really? Yes. Will it be safe? I mean, I don't want to put Mandy or Brittany in danger. Mandy is the one who is always here during story time? Yes, she works mornings most days. He shook his head. Gershom isn't interested in them. He's only interested in you. Gershom is the asshat who wants to make you suffer? Choked laughter erupted from several of the network soldiers in the hallway. Seth smiled wryly. Yes. You don't think he'll go after my employees? No. Okay, then. I'll have Mandy open for me and call Tiana in to help her. Brittany has classes in the morning. Grab your phone. As Leah turned back to the bedside table, Seth moved to stand over Tessa. She looked so young and innocent. Crouching on his haunches, he slipped one arm under her shoulders and one beneath her knees. When he rose with her in his arms, her head rolled and settled against his chest. One arm dangled loosely over his. Is she okay? Leah asked softly. He nodded. I put her to sleep. You can do that? With just a touch? A touch and a command, yes, although it's more of a compulsion than a command. She tilted her head to one side. Would you be offended if I asked you to do that to me the next time my insomnia kicks in? Surprise flitted through him. You would trust me to? Yes. As you will. She smiled. I love the way you talk. Seth, too, found a smile. Come closer and wrap your arm around me. It meant a lot that she complied without asking the whys of it. He turned to the doorway and found it empty. Cynthia. She poked her head in. Yes, sir. We're leaving. Yes, sir. Don't worry. We have everything under control here. Thank you. In the next instant, he teleported to the infirmary at network headquarters. Chapter 15. Bastian and Melanie were waiting for them when Seth, Leah, and Tessa arrived in the infirmary. Leah swore and weaved a bit on her feet as bright light surrounded them. Eyes widening, Bastian leapt forward to steady her. Whoa, you okay? Frowning, Seth studied her. I'm fine, she said, but one of her hands fisted in the back of Seth's coat as she reached out with the other and gripped Bastian's arm. Just a little lightheaded. She mustered a smile. Sorry about that. Seth didn't know if she was apologizing for being lightheaded or for having to hang on to Bastian, because she wasn't releasing him. He shot Melanie a concerned look. Melanie offered Leah a bright smile and moved forward. Hi, I'm Dr. Melanie Lipton. This is my husband, Sebastian Newcomb. Leah Summerson, nice to meet you. Melanie looked up at her husband. Bastian, honey, why don't you help Seth while I find a place for Leah to lie down and give her a quick exam? I'm fine, Leah protested. Seth healed me. Seth can heal wounds, Melanie responded gently, but he can't replace the blood you've lost. I can tell by your pallor, your rapid breathing, and the moisture on your skin that you've lost quite a bit. Let's get an IV going so you'll feel better. Leah glanced around. Is this a hospital? Seth spoke before Melanie could. It's the infirmary at my business, Leah. Dr. Lipton and the other medical professionals here provide both non-emergency and emergency health care to my employees and their families. Oh, Leah nodded at Melanie. Okay, thank you. Melanie smiled at Bastian as she took his place in supporting Leah. I've got her. Nodding, Bastian pressed a kiss to his wife's forehead. I'll help Seth get Tessa settled. Would you draw some blood for me while you're at it? Melanie asked. The kit's over there. Nodding, he grabbed a tray with a needle, some tubes, and other paraphernalia on it, then preceded Seth through the doorway. Out in the hallway, Seth looked toward the elevators. A dozen men bearing automatic weapons clustered around a desk facing him. More guards were spaced in twos on both sides of most of the doors the hallway boasted. At least half a dozen of the doors, those on the opposite sides that were closed, led to luxury apartments. The vampires who inhabited them all battled on some level the insanity the virus brewed, residing at network headquarters full-time while Melanie and the other doctors tried to help them. None but Cliff was allowed to venture outside the building, and Cliff only did so under the supervision of Bastian or Aiden. Since Seth saw no sign of the vamps, he assumed Chris had ordered them to their apartments as soon as he learned Seth would be bringing Leah to the network. A ding broke the silence. The elevator doors parted. Chris Rorden exited and strode toward them. How's Leah? Seth appreciated Chris's coming down to check on her personally. She could use a blood transfusion. He nodded. I already sent Dr. Lipton Leah's blood type. He gazed lower to the unconscious woman Seth held. How's Tessa? Your special ops team shot her once, but she's already healing. No condemnation colored Seth's voice. If Chris's team hadn't shot Tessa, she might have killed Leah. I put her to sleep so she wouldn't fight us while we get her settled. Good. Chris continued past Seth and led him to an unmanned door. Facing the electronic keypad beside it, he swiped a card, then typed in a security code. A thunk sounded. Gripping the handle, Chris swung the door, as thick and heavy as that on a bank vault, open and stepped inside. Seth entered behind him and looked around. The last time he had seen this room, it had been a small, barren holding cell, decorated with only a table near the door, a cot against the opposite wall, and heavy titanium chains that ended in manacles. Chris had since expanded it, nearly tripling it in size, and converted it into a very nice studio apartment, complete with wood floors, a queen-sized bed, a plush love seat, a small bathroom, and a kitchenette that included a bar with 2 stools. Will this do? Chris asked. Quite well, Seth told him. It hadn't even occurred to him to ask Chris to prepare something nice like this for the missing immortals. Thank you. The man really did seem to think of everything. Chris shrugged. I figured making them feel like criminals in a jail cell wouldn't aid you in swaying them to your side. Crossing to the bed, he drew back the covers. Seth lowered Tessa to the soft mattress. Bastian set his supplies on the bedside table. How much longer will she sleep? As long as I want her to, Seth answered. Bastian didn't bother to don protective gloves. Immortals were immune to every illness, save the virus that infected them. Vampires were, too. He did, however, swab the bend of Tessa's arm when the time came to insert the needle, presumably to ensure the sample wasn't contaminated in any way. Once Melanie has seen to Leah, she can bathe the blood from Tessa and put her in some clean clothes. His lips turned up slightly as he released the rubber tourniquet on Tessa's arm. I assume you don't want me to do it. You assume correctly, Seth confirmed with a smile. I'll have her sleep another 3 or 4 hours. As soon as Bastian moved out of the way, Seth leaned forward and touched Tessa's forehead, extending the sleep compulsion. Chris spoke. If you're good here, I'm going to head back up to my office so I can monitor the cleanup. Go ahead, Seth told him. Chris headed out the door. Let me know if you need anything. His boots echoed in the hallway as he returned to the elevators.
Seth eyed Bastian. "You're wearing your coat. Did you just return from hunting?" The fabric bore no bloodstains as far as he could tell. Bastian shook his head. "I'm waiting for Sean. He and I are taking Cliff hunting tonight." He tidied his tray, which now bore 3 tubes of blood. "Rawdon said Tessa and a couple dozen vampires attacked Leah. Was it random, or did Gershom target her?" "Gershom targeted her." The immortal black sheep frowned. "Why? Is she a network employee, or maybe a gifted one he hoped to add to his collection?" "Neither." Seth hesitated. "She's a friend of mine." Bastian sent him a sharp look. "And of Amy's," he added, hoping it would stave off further questions. It didn't. "Is she the friend?" Bastian asked, curiosity entering his brown eyes. "The one who came calling at David's place?" Seth almost groaned. "Yes." He couldn't help the irritation that entered his voice. "Is everyone talking about it?" Bastian's lips twitched. "Only the immortals stationed here in North Carolina." "All of them?" "Yes." Seth did groan then. "It would have been nice if those who were present when she arrived had kept that information to themselves." Bastian laughed. "They tried to, but there are a lot of telepaths here, and you know how nosy they can be. They were bound to find it in somebody's thoughts, and did." He picked up the tray. "We're just friends," Seth said softly, so his voice wouldn't carry to Leah and the human guards as he followed Bastian to the open door. The younger immortal stopped and lowered his voice as well. "Melanie and I started out as friends, too. For what it's worth, I hope whatever you have with her will deepen into love, Seth. It's time you found some happiness of your own. Such would put her in danger. And friendship hasn't?" Bastian clapped him on the back. "There's never a good time for one of our ilk. That doesn't mean it isn't time. I fought my feelings for Melanie for as long as I could. You know how much the rest of the Immortal Guardians hated my ass. I worried that would spill over onto her, or, at the very least, that being with me would end her career. Hell, it nearly ended her life, but look how things turned out." Seth smiled. "They turned out very well for you. They can turn out well for you, too. I know, more than anyone save David, the burden you carry. I know the toll being a leader takes, how much you give of yourself, how much you sacrifice." There had been over 100 vampires in the army Bastian had raised. He had tried to save every one of them, yet only Cliff remained. Seth knew that aided him. Bastian continued, "Find what happiness you can. The rest of us will help you guard and protect her, and together we'll defeat Gershom's sorry ass while we do it." Seth shook his head and ceased whispering. "Melanie has been a good influence on you." Bastian frowned. "Ah, hell, I'm doing it again, aren't I?" "Doing what? Being nice?" "Yes." Bastian raised his voice, though he didn't need to. "See what you've done to me, woman." "I'll do a lot more to you," she retorted, a smile in her voice, "if you'll bring your gorgeous ass back in here." Bastian grinned. Damn, I love her. As soon as Leah felt better, Seth teleported her to his bedroom in David's home. "Teleporting is awesome," she exclaimed with a big grin. "And I didn't get dizzy this time. Not as much, anyway. Can you teleport anywhere in the world?" "Just about. When all the hubbub dies down, will you teleport me to the Great Pyramids of Giza? I've always wanted to go there, but couldn't afford to." "Absolutely," he promised with a smile. He was so damned relieved to see her looking hale and hearty again. Grinning, she wrapped her arms around him and gave him an exuberant hug. "Thank you." Seth hugged her back, relishing her nearness after he had come so close to losing her. "Where are we?" Her face lit with curiosity as she stepped away. "What is this place?" Turning, she began to meander around the room. An enormous bed, specially designed to accommodate his height, dominated one side of the room. A long sofa, ottoman, and flat-screen television resided on the other. Though Seth normally had little to no downtime, David had insisted he have a nice bedroom suite in which to enjoy some solitude whenever he could. 2 doors adorned the wall beyond the bed. One led to a closet full of standard black hunting togs, with a few pairs of jeans and a suit thrown in.
He'd had to add the latter when immortals in the area began to marry. The other door led to a large bathroom. "This is beautiful." Leah set her phone down on the ottoman. "It's like one of those fancy hotel rooms I've seen on TV that costs thousands of dollars per night." He smiled. "It's the room I stay in when I visit David's home." She cast him a speculative look. "This is your room?" He nodded. "It's the safest place I could think of to bring you." Her gaze skipped to the bed. "And that's your bed?" "Yes." "It's a big bed." "Yes, it is." She tilted her head to one side. "Will you be staying here with me?" He slid his hands into his pockets. "Would you like me to?" He held his breath, awaiting her answer. Her pretty face sobered. "Yes. I'm trying not to show it because this all seems pretty par for the course for you, but tonight scared the hell out of me, Seth." Regret and self-recrimination battered him. "I'm so sorry." She held up a hand. "Don't apologize again. None of this is your fault. It really isn't." With slow steps, she moved to stand before him. "I know I teased you earlier about trying to rob the cradle and cop a feel. I don't want you to think I'm trying to use this as an excuse to pressure you into a more serious relationship. That's not what I'm asking for right now. I'm just shaken. I don't want to be alone, and I can't think of anyone I would rather have hold my hand tonight while I try to pull myself back together. Okay?" Reaching out, he twined his fingers through hers. "Okay." "I'll take the sofa." She grinned as she motioned to it, because, holy crap, that's a huge sofa. It's like a freaking queen-sized bed. He laughed. "I have long legs." "I do too, so I'm going to love it." "I would rather you take the bed while I take the sofa." "That's not necessary, Seth. I don't think I'm going to be able to sleep tonight anyway, so I'll probably just sit and watch TV until the sun rises." She glanced down. "Can I use your shower first, though? I'm all bloody and gross." "Of course." Still holding her hand, he led her into the bathroom and flipped on the light. "Wow! You guys are loaded, aren't you?" she asked as she looked around. Again he laughed. "We're very comfortable financially, yes." "Seriously, I could swim in that tub," she said, admiring it. "I mean, I could lie down in the bottom of it, reach my arms above my head, and would barely be able to touch both ends." He shrugged. "David wanted to ensure I could stretch out in it comfortably." She turned her attention to the shower. "Oh, look how high the shower head is! Awesome! I won't have to duck down to rinse the shampoo out of my hair like I do in mine. Someone really short must have lived there before me." He grinned, loving how much she was loving his bathroom. "And look!" Opening the shower door, she drew him in after her. The glass walls that enclosed them left plenty of elbow room. "It's big enough for two," she said with a wink. He shook his head as his damned body responded to the image of the two of them naked in the shower. "Don't tempt me." She wrinkled her nose. "Sorry, I said I wasn't going to do that, didn't I? Something about you just really brings out the flirt in me." She led him out of the shower. "Just me?" He couldn't resist asking. Imagining her flirting with other men brought on an acidic surge of jealousy. "Just you," she confirmed, then leaned closer to whisper, "which is why I'm filing away the big-enough-for-two shower and tub thing for future reference." He laughed. Giving her hand a squeeze, he released it and crossed to a cabinet. "Here are some fresh towels." He took two down, one for her lovely body and one for her hair. "Soap, shampoo, and conditioner are already in the shower. There's more by the bath, if you would rather have a nice long soak." "Any chance I could talk you into keeping me company for that soak?" she asked with a smile, then frowned. "Damn it, I did it again. Sorry, forget I asked that. I'm just out of sorts and really don't want to be alone." Seth hesitated. If he stayed while she bathed, there was no way in hell he'd be able to keep his hands off her. "I'll just take a quick shower." She bit her lip. "There is one problem, though. I didn't bring any clothes with me." Seth partially closed the bathroom door, allowing her to see the long garment that hung on the back of it. "You can borrow my robe.
If you like, I can call Chris and have one of the women on his crew collect some of your clothing and deliver it when they're finished."
"That would be great. Maybe he could ask Cynthia to do it. She seemed nice."
"I'll see to it now."
"Thank you. Now hurry up and leave before I blurt out another flirty response."
Chuckling, he headed into the bedroom and closed the door. Much like the network, every bathroom in David's home was soundproofed, so he couldn't hear Leah's movements within. Well, since he was so old and powerful, he could if he really strained to hear her, but Seth didn't think that wise, considering how much he wanted to get naked and join her. He was having a hard time quelling the desire that pumped through him at just the thought of her taking her clothes off. A quick call to Rawdon ensured Cynthia would pack a bag for Leah and deliver it in the morning. Seth felt a moment's guilt. David always kept a substantial wardrobe on hand for both males and females, in a variety of sizes for any immortals or seconds who dropped by and wanted to change out of bloody clothing. There was bound to be something that would fit Leah, but he wanted to see her in his robe. It was the closest he could get to doing what he really wanted to do: wrap himself around her and never let her go. He was feeling very protective, very possessive. Leah was his. He'd nearly lost her tonight, and he didn't want to leave this room. He would have to eventually. Duty always called. He frowned, surprised that duty hadn't already done so. Reaching into his pocket, he drew out his cell phone and stared at it intently. "David," he called telepathically. "Yes." "Why isn't my phone ringing?" "I told Darnell to redirect your calls to Zach and Jared. How is Leah?" He glanced at the bathroom door. "I healed her wounds, and Melanie gave her a transfusion. She's shaken up, but handling it well." "She's strong." "Yes, she is." Seconds passed. "What troubles you?" David knew him better than anyone. Seth hesitated, aware of how much his next words would reveal. "I don't want to leave her." "Then stay with her," David replied, unruffled. "Zach, Jared, and I can field your calls." Seth stared down at his toes, unaccustomed to shirking his duties. "Open your door." Crossing to the door, he opened it. David stood outside. In his arms he held 3 large bags of chips and several bottles of tea and club soda. "Here." Surprised, Seth tucked his phone away and took the goodies. "Where did you get these?" David's lips twitched. "Sheldon walked by carrying them. He and Tracy are enjoying a movie night while they keep tabs on Richard, Jenna, and Lisette." "Did he object to your confiscating his snacks?" "No. That boy is always offering others food." Seth smiled. "He's a good kid. He didn't even ask who they were for, did he?" "No. Now stop worrying and stop feeling guilty. It's time you had something, and someone of your own, Seth." That meant a great deal coming from David, and damned near precisely parroted Bastion's and Chris's words. "Thank you. Do the others know Leah is here?" "No. They know you are because the devices they carry beeped, but they think you're alone." "Thank you again." Nodding, David reached in and pulled the door closed for him. Seth set everything down on the sofa, then shrugged out of his coat and hung it up. He had just finished arranging the chips and drinks on the ottoman when the bathroom door opened. Steam poured out, preceding Leah. As soon as she stepped into the bedroom, Seth's breath caught. Her brown hair looked black when wet and was slicked back from her beautiful face. Her pale skin still bore a glimmer of moisture from the steam and provided stark contrast to the black robe she wore. His robe, which swallowed her, the sleeves falling past her fingertips, the hem dragging on the floor. His gaze fell to her long legs. Because the robe trailed behind her, it parted above the knees every time she took a step. Leah had worn pants every time he had seen her, with one exception, the time he'd called after fatally wounding Roland and she'd invited him over to dance. Those long, lovely legs of hers had been bare then, too, her tempting ass covered by tight bike shorts. Well, nothing covered her ass now underneath that robe. Knowing she was bare beneath it made his pulse pound and his body harden.
His hands curled into fists as she approached. He didn't realize until she stood right in front of him, close enough to touch, close enough to feel her warmth, that she had been speaking to him. He raised his gaze from the cleavage he desperately wanted to bury his lips in and met her gaze. "I'm sorry. Could you repeat that?" Smiling, she reached up and pressed a palm to his cheek. "Your eyes are glowing." Damn it, of course they were. He hadn't had so much difficulty suppressing that particular trait in millennia. She gave the stubble on his jaw a little pat. "Go shower, then we'll watch a movie together. How does that sound?" The only thing that would sound better would be her joining him in the shower. "I'll be quick," he promised, and the shower would be a very cold one. Striding over to the closet, he drew out clean clothes, then headed into the bathroom and closed the door. An hour later, Leah munched another chip as she watched a couple on screen race madly away from men with guns who were intent on killing them. She and Seth sat shoulder to shoulder on the sofa, both slumped down until they were practically lying on their backs. Seth had pulled the matching ottoman up against the sofa, so it really did feel as if they were lying in bed together, watching a movie. She slid him a covert glance. He had donned black cargo pants and a tight black T-shirt after his shower, but had left his big feet bare. He had also left his hair loose. It now spilled over the back of the sofa in a glossy curtain, the thick, wavy tresses still drying. He chuckled at something the male protagonist said. Leah smiled. She loved seeing him laugh. She didn't think he did so as often as he should. Every once in a while she noticed his gaze would slide to her legs. Her feet were propped on the ottoman close to his. The robe she had borrowed had parted just above her knees and fallen back, leaving most of her legs bare, and that pale flesh repeatedly drew Seth's attention. She held the bag of chips out to him. Smiling, unaware that the faint golden light of desire illuminated his eyes, he poked his hand in and drew out a couple of chips. She smiled back, then returned her attention to the screen. The protagonists had at last made it to safety. They checked each other over for wounds, something both had miraculously escaped incurring in true Hollywood fashion. Then they fell into each other's arms, finally giving in to the lust that had sparked between them ever since their first contentious meeting. Leah sighed as she watched them peel each other's clothes off with eager hands. It made her want to do the same with Seth. Her body even began to respond as her imagination kicked in. "I miss sex." The words were out of her mouth before she could question the wisdom of speaking them. "I do too," Seth confessed. She glanced over at him and found his eyes glued to the screen. "More so since I met you." Her eyes widened when his voice sounded in her head. "Really?" "Yes." The actors on screen fell naked onto the bed and began to simulate sex, their moans and groans and cries of passion filling the room. "It's natural to miss it," he said matter-of-factly. "Nothing to feel guilty about." "No, I mean, you really miss it more since you met me?" He froze. A look of dismay crossed his features as he cut her a glance. "I said that out loud?" "No, I heard it in my head." "Shit," she grinned. "I heard that, too." "Fuck," she laughed. "Stop cursing," he grimaced. "Forgive me, it's just, I seem to be inadvertently letting my guard down more and more around you. I like it when you let your guard down around me." Her words appeared to do little to alleviate his concern, though. "Is that so unusual? Don't you let your guard down around your brethren?" He shook his head. "I have always spoken freely with David, Amy, too, sometimes, but I've never broadcast my thoughts to either of them without meaning to. I haven't done that since—" He broke off, seeming disinclined to continue. "Since your wife?" she asked gently. He nodded. That was telling. He watched her uncertainly. Did he worry she would freak out over his mentioning the wife he'd lost? He hadn't freaked out when she had mentioned the husband she'd lost. "Whatever thoughts you send my way, I won't betray," she promised. "Thank you." She grinned when his baritone voice once more filled in her head. "That is so cool. You aren't reading my thoughts, are you?" "No." "Good." His lips curled up in a slow smile. "Why? What would I find if I did? What are you thinking?" She swallowed. Did she dare tell him? "This may sound weird, but hearing your voice in my head totally turns me on." Beneath the robe, her nipples had hardened. Other parts of her tingled. Her pulse raced. "And I'm sort of fixating on the fact that you've been missing sex more since you met me, because I've been missing sex a lot more since I met you." The golden light in his eyes grew brighter as a low rumbling sound filled her head. Seeming almost to vibrate through her, it set her body aflame. "Oh, shit," she whispered. "That's so hot." "What is?" he murmured. "You just made this sort of low, growly sound in my head." And it had affected her as much as stroking all of her erogenous zones at once would have. "I didn't mean to." "That just makes it even hotter." Grabbing the remote, Leah aimed it at the television long enough to pause the movie, then tossed it onto the ottoman. She hoped she wasn't about to totally blow their friendship, but couldn't prevent herself from sitting up and turning to face him. "Seth, I like being friends with you." "I do too." His gaze fell to her lap when the robe parted more at her movement. "I'm also very attracted to you." His eyes rose and met hers. "The only reason I haven't acted on that was because I thought I was a lot older than you, and you aren't older than me. I know that now. Does the fact that you're a lot older than me bother you?" "No." Taking a chance, she rose to her knees and slung a leg over his. He sucked in a breath and gripped her hips as she settled herself on his lap. "Then what the hell are we doing?" she asked softly. "What are we waiting for? I want you. You want me." She glanced down at the erection his pants did little to conceal and scooted forward to rub against him. When pleasure shot through her, she released a shaky breath. "Let's take a chance. Let's take this to the next level." His hand slid around to grip her ass and press her more firmly against him. "Take care, Leah," he whispered. "I don't think I can resist you tonight. I came too close to losing you." Her heart melted at the involuntary words he spoke in her head. "Then don't. I know you aren't looking for a relationship, but I only said that because I was trying to protect you. I thought if I kept things casual between us, it would keep you safe. But it didn't. Tonight made that clear. Was that the only thing holding you back? A desire to protect me?" She held her breath, hoping he wouldn't say he still mourned his wife too much to pursue anything romantic with her. "Yes," he admitted hoarsely. "That was it." "Good, because I've been wanting to do this for a very long time." Leaning forward, she cupped his face in her hands and pressed her lips to his. Leah wasn't sure what she had expected. Another protest? Another warning? A reluctant capitulation? A first tentative kiss? All of the above? Instead, Seth shocked the hell out of her by clasping the back of her head in one strong hand and holding her to him while he opened his lips beneath hers and slid his tongue inside to stroke her own. Her breath caught as he devoured her, kissing her as though they had just spent the past hour grinding on each other while they danced. Holy shit, he could kiss! Her whole body went up in flames and began to pulse with need. He reached between them with his free hand and tugged at the robe's sash. As soon as it loosened, he parted the soft material and pushed the thick robe off her shoulders. Leah felt a moment's qualm and drew back. Unease took the edge off her desire. The accident that had cost her so much had also left her scarred. Seth, on the other hand, was perfect in every way. She didn't like feeling self-conscious about her flaws, but couldn't help it. Seth's eyes, however, weren't on the scars that marred her abdomen. They were on her breasts. Leaning forward, he drew a taut nipple into his mouth and sucked hard. Her head fell back as heat seared her, melting away uncertainty. Yes! Spearing her fingers into his thick hair, she urged him closer. He growled and nipped the sensitive bud. Leah moaned, wishing he were as naked as she was. One big hand palmed her other breast, kneading and teasing and tweaking her nipple. He slid his other hand down her bare back, over her ass, and squeezed, urging her to rock against him. She did so eagerly, already close to coming. "Seth," she breathed. Those long fingers of his continued down and slipped beneath her to find her entrance. "You're so wet for me," he murmured against her breast. "Yes." He slipped a long finger inside her. "So tight," she moaned. "Yes." Every time she rocked her hips forward, her clit slid against his hard cock, still constrained by his pants. Every time she rocked backward, his finger thrust deeper. His lips and teeth and tongue continued to tease and torment her breast. His growls of pleasure rolled through her like thunder. He slid another finger inside her, stretching her and stroking her. Her breath came in gasps as the pleasure built and built until an orgasm crashed through her. So good. The ripples of ecstasy went on until she collapsed against him, her heart slamming against her ribs. Chapter 16. Seth buried his face in Leah's hair as need rapidly eroded what little remained of his self-control. She felt so good against him, her body tight and wet and warm around his fingers, squeezing him with every rhythmic pulse of her climax. He desperately wanted to unfasten his pants, free his erection, and plunge inside her. Every muscle was tight and tense as he eased his fingers from her warm passage and cradled her close. His breath came nearly as quickly as hers. His heart pounded in his chest. Leah straightened in his arms. When her eyes met his, he could see the brilliant glow of his own reflected in them. Reaching down between them, she began to tug at the hem of his shirt. "Take it off," she demanded. "Hell yes." He wanted to feel her bare breasts against his chest. She smiled. "I heard that." Seth shook his head. "You rob me of all control, Leah." "Good." She dragged the soft T-shirt over his head and took a minute to untangle his long hair from it. "Now the pants," she said, as she slid a hand down his stomach and began to stroke his shaft through the thick cotton material. Leaning forward, she kissed him. "I want more." She teased his lower lip with her teeth. "I want you inside me." Swearing, he drew her into his arms, stood, and strode to the bed, barely stopping himself from using preternatural speed. He telepathically sent the covers hurling backward, most falling to the floor. As soon as he lowered Leah to the sheets, Seth reached for the button on his pants. Leah scooted over to the center of the big bed and rested her hands on her lightly muscled abs as she watched him with hungry eyes. She was so damned beautiful and had felt so good coming apart in his arms as her inner muscles had clenched around his fingers. Seth ditched his pants. Her eyes widened. "Don't say it," he warned as he knelt on the edge of the bed. "Don't say what?" she asked, still staring at the hard length that strained toward her. Grasping her delicate ankles, he eased her legs apart. "Big hands, big feet."